governance
Yes.
after the elections. This is the argument I'm trying to advance in the book.
Fantastic, fantastic. And I don't know if Dana can pick up this particular, of course, a poster here. There we go, public lecture and official book launch. That is presidential or parliamentary democracy in Kenya, choices to be made. This will be on Thursday. This actually is...
You have changed it.
Well, yeah, you've changed. This is the early one that I got.
Yeah.
It's meant to be in 24th. Forget about this, the 12th year. I've not really updated mine. This will be at Chandaria Center for Performing Arts, University of Nairobi. Also, meet the 1990s Young Turks, Gitobu Imanyara, also Dr. Mukisa Kitui, Yashpal Gai, Senator James Orengo, and Joe Agar.
And Paul Mwite.
And Paul Mwite as well, who's included here. So that will be happening. That is on 24th. I'll give you the updated one. This is a public lecture and official book launch of Professor Nyang' Nyong'o. We shall also be discussing this also. That is next Monday here on AM Live, just to give you a snippet of what Prof is really talking about. But for now, let's get to see the good, the bad, and the ugly in our dailies today. Just to give you an update of what is happening as far as also the church clash is concerned. Yesterday, a lot has happened. So far, we're given to understand that Ndidi Nyoro spent the night at Citizens, of course, VIP lounge, because the police also were lurking outside the communication center trying to nab him. And this is what the story was before. Behaving badly, nominated MP, minor commander and Kiharu lawmaker Ndidi Nyoro from the Kiweleweke and Tanga Tanga camps of Jubilee Party fight over who should lead fundraiser. Many worshippers leave before calm is restored. And this story continues on page 5 of today's Daily Nation. Attempts by police to arrest Nyoro, thwarted by his supporters in day of drama. So it started there, out of the church, but of course the supporters also thwarted that, and they doggedly followed him to Citizen, where he purportedly died because the police officers were waiting outside. This is a picture, and you can follow the story on page 5 of the Daily Nation today. Teachers start fresh push for higher salaries is another story tucked away there as a sidebar. Teachers have asked their employers and the Teachers Service Commission to triple their salaries within the next 2 years. The details are contained in a collective bargaining agreement for 2021-2023, which will replace the current CBA, not once the basic salary of the lowest paid teacher, currently earning 27,195 monthly, increased to 65,268, and that of a chief principal raised to 289 and 36 shillings from 157,656,000. This story continues on page 8 of today's Daily Nation. Also, Harambee Stars share spoils with Uganda. Kenya and Uganda Cranes yesterday drew 1-1 in a friendly match at Kasarani Stadium. Emmanuel Okwi put Uganda ahead before Kenneth Muguna drew Kenya level. And also, farmers split over new coffee rules. This is on page 17 of today's Daily Nation. While one group has welcomed the regulations, another has threatened to move to court to block their implementation. All the details tucked away on page 17 of the Daily Nation this morning. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Standard. Murathe, only Raila can stop Ruto's bid is a splash today. It's all about succession. Former Jubilee Vice Chairman says ODM leader has the best shot at beating DP in 2022. This story continues on page 8 of the Standard this morning. There's a bite here from Ruto. He says, all right, this is not Ruto, but David Murathe. He says, if there is somebody who can stop that guy, that is Ruto, from becoming president, it is the former Prime Minister. There is nobody else. This is a story, and all the details are tucked away on page 8 of the Standard this morning. Also, although 9 others held in Lake Basin probe, is all about corruption. Kisumu politics in leadership tests following his speaker's arrest as the EACC goes after 23 more suspects in mall investigations. The anti-graft agency launched probe after complaints that cost had been inflated by 1.6 billion shillings. This story continues on page 5 of the Standard today. CCTV was disabled during 72 million shillings robbery. You know that heist by now. Employees of bank and security firms among 20 arrested as investigations show cameras had been switched off during theft. Also, Choppy's lays off 200 amid exit plan. Affected staff asked not to report to work. A struggling retailer reels from reduced business. The Botswana-based chain told shareholders last week that it will sell off Kenyan assets. This is a story that you can follow on page 27 of the Standard today, depicting what is happening within as well as far that is the economy. It is contracting, and of course, many people are smarting from this, and one of them also is Choppy's. That is the story that you can follow inside the Standard today. Let's see what the Star is holding for us, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Star. Ruto, Raila battle lines drawn in Kibra poll. It says, surprise, Jubilee won Langata in 2017 poll. To forestall fallout, Orange Party ensured the nominations were fair and violence-free. You can follow the story on page 4 and 5 of today's Star. Also, we have this picture. This is Morning Kiss. All right, this is a promo there of a Star, so I'll leave it for you to decipher. But down there, Kimilili residents in shock as man 92 is buried without coffin to fulfill his last wishes. A 92-year-old man who had resisted all forms of modernity throughout his life was on Saturday buried without a coffin to the shock of the villagers. Christopher Namukongo's body was placed on a mattress and simply lured in bed sheets and a blue blanket. He died 2 weeks ago. The story continues on page 3 of the Star this morning. Muranga Church turns into battlefield as Tanga Kieleweke groups clash. Violence broke out at a church in Kiharu constituency. We'll give you all the details on page 6 of the Star this morning. Farms that bribed Sonko started doing business with him before he became governor. That story continues on page 8 of the Star this morning. Let's see what we have at the front page of the People Daily. This is what you're waking up to today. We're trying to get the correct one. I don't know why it's actually headed there. I'll give you that in a moment. The People Daily seems to be eluding me, but let's just move on to see what we have on the front page of Taifa Leo. Kibra, Mwamko mpya ODM, it says this is the story that you want to follow also on page 2 of Taifa Leo. Mchujo wafanyika kwa amani huku wengine wakiridhika na mshindi wa tiketi. It says that is a splash today. And we have also a picture here, utamaduni, mashindano ya kimataifa ya ngamia yalivyonoga. This is happening in Samburu County. It was happening in Samburu County. Also, mwekezaji aenda kotini akimdai Biwott bilioni 6. That is another story you can follow on page 2 of Taifa Leo. Ruto atanipigia magoti ajigamba kutuni. That is what he is saying. You can follow his story on page 3 of Taifa Leo this morning. Let's see what the Business Daily is holding for us this morning, and this is what you're waking up to. High BSLs double EABL bosses bonuses. Earnings pay for top executives at the breweries crosses the 100 million shillings back in year to June on the back of increase in consumption across East Africa. Rising BSLs and profit have delivered triple-digit growth in the bonuses of East African Breweries Limited top executives. This saw the brewer managing director's annual pay grow by more than a fifth, I should say, to cross the 100 million shillings mark in the year to June. Bonuses paid to CEO Andrew Cowan, Jen Karuku, managing director of Kenya Breweries Limited, and that is Gyoji Gizel, the finance director, recorded triple-digit growth on the back of a 59% growth in profits to 11.5 billion shillings. The EABL annual report shows this. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. Also, assemblers to gain as KEBS bans imports of used trucks. Local assemblers led by Suzu East Africa and Simba corporation is set to benefit from the move to ban imports of used trucks with load capacity of 3.5 tons and above. That story continues on page 5 of the Business Daily. Pontiff continues Africa tour. This is Antananarivo, and we can see Pope Francis arriving at the Androhibe Somandra Zikeze diocesan grounds to lead a Holy Mass in Antananarivo, Madagascar yesterday. The Pontiff is on the second leg of an African tour that started in Mozambique and will end in Mauritius. This also is courtesy of AFP. Treasury former PM's team differ on his pension. The Treasury and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga are locked in a standoff of a freeze of his pension packs due to the African Union job and failure to return government cash after leaving office as PM in 2013. The state has frozen the lavish retirement benefit due to Mr. Odinga because he is already enjoying similar packs. His capacity as the African Union's special envoy for infrastructure development. However, the move has drawn protests from Mr. Odinga's secretariat. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. On the ticker this morning, list of acting varsity heads grows longer. An increasing number of public universities are running without substantive heads, pointing to widening rift between top education ministry bosses and the council overseeing the institution of higher learning. And today's digit is 84 million shillings. That is the loss South African fashion retailer Mr. Price lost in Kenyan unit. You can follow the story on page 8 of the Business Daily. Treasury's tax policy missteps. The National Treasury's growing bloopers in designing new tax policies have put the Kenya Revenue Authority in an awkward position in which it is fighting with taxpayers over interpretation of tax clauses. This story continues on page 12 and 13 of the Business Daily this morning. And banks cut loans provisions by half. Tier 3 lenders cut loan lows provisioning by 48.3% to 1 billion shillings in the 6 months ended June 2019, despite the rise in gross non-performing loans. You can follow the story on page 19 of the Business Daily. Let's cross over to Tanzania and pick up the Citizen. This is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Citizen this morning. Talks on gas plant set for next phase. Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation Managing Director confirms that negotiations on the proposed liquefied natural gas project in Lindi region between the government and potential investors are at an advanced stage. This story continues on page 2 of the Citizen in Tanzania. Also, ecstasy as stars move a step closer to 2022 World Cup final. This is Taifa Stars in Tanzania celebrating, and hope as horticulture grows by leaps and bounds. This is the sidebar story that continues on page 2 of the Citizen. If you're waking up in Tanzania, SSRA disbandment in the pipeline. Follow all the details on page 2 of the Citizen in Tanzania. Mwananchi as well is still there in Tanzania. This is a splash. RC Makonda aruhusu mahubiri klabu za usiku. Viongozi wasema ni ngumu, wana sehemu zao ambazo kila mtu huenda. This is a splash today on the front page of Mwananchi. Also, mswada wa kuivunja rasmi SSRA watua bungeni. That is a story that you can follow on page 2 of the Mwananchi. And you can see also Taifa Star, hooray, they say. And this is a standalone picture. You can follow the story inside the Star today. Lissu apinga, or Lissu apanga, I should say, mkakati usalama wake. That story tucked away on page 4 of Mwananchi this morning. We cross over now to Rwanda, or we can actually go to Uganda, which is close. Civil servants to get pay rise. This is what Museveni says. Promise here. President says the first beneficiaries of the intended salary raise will be teachers, doctors, police, and soldiers. He says teachers ought to be devoted to their duty, as was the case in the past, for better service delivery. This story continues on page 6 of the Daily Monitor, a fresh one for them. And NMG team meets President Kagame. This is the NMG team, and we can see the CEO of the group, CEO of NMG. This is the meeting this is Anastase Shaka, Rwanda's Minister for Local Government. Also Ms. Bana Namata, Branch Manager, Nation Holdings, Rwanda Limited. Also we have Mr. Steven Kitagama, NMG Group CEO. Mr. Francis Okello, Non-Executive Director, Mr. Dennis Alwanga, Non-Executive Director, Mr. Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda, Dr. Wilfred Kiboro, Chairman, NMG Board. Also we have Ms. Pamela Makotsi Sitoni, Executive Editor, The Nation, that is the Daily Nation. Also we have Mr. Clifford Machoka, Head of Corporate and Regulatory Affairs. And we also have this is Louise Kanyonga, Acting Deputy CEO, Rwanda Development Board. The NMG Board and Management on September the 5th paid a courtesy visit to Mr. Kagame and briefed him and his team on the upcoming Kusi Ideas Festival and deliberated on other areas of strategic partnerships. This is on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. How government mango bad blood started also is another story there that continues on page 30 and 31. This week marks exactly 10 years since the 2009 Baganda riots. We trace the genesis of a cold relationship between Mengo and central government, and also why we might see oil production in 2025, that is in Uganda. The story continues on page 4 and 5 of the Daily Monitor. And Bale woman MP gets death threats. This is Connie Nakayenze Galiwango saying a leaflet was dropped in her compound demanding 400 million shillings or they take her life. You can follow the story on page 13 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Let's cross over to Rwanda and see also what we have on the front page of the New Times today. No end to government trade union feud is the splash this morning. The Energy, Water and Sanitation Workers Union has said that it is frustrated by what it has termed as a lack of progress in the proposed compensation of hundreds of former employees of the energy and water utilities, that is WASA, for wrongful dismissal. Alibaba extends trade deal with Rwanda is another story that you can follow inside the New Times in Rwanda. And Naomi Campbell to work with local fashion industry. We can see her here. Naomi Campbell was one of the namers of Baby Gorillas at the 15th edition of the annual Kwita Inzina ceremony at the foot of the Volcanoes National Park in Musanze district on September the 6th. And that's how it went. You can follow the story on page 6 of the New Times in Rwanda. Please make sure you grab a copy also of the East African this week. All right, I'm trying to load up quickly for you to see what it is there. The East African, curtain falls on Mugabe is what we have today. Transition, death of Zimbabwe's ex-president, the closest chapter on one of the last of Africa's independence era leaders. You have a full report on page 4 and 5 of the East African this week. This is how it looks. Shift in Kenya-China relations is another story you can follow. Special envoy of Chinese President Xi Jinping avoids mention of loans in his visit to Nairobi State House. Also, xenophobia ghost reawakens. You can follow the story on page 8 and 9 of this week's East African. Also, why Kalazai is still ravaging communities, consolidation of the money market, and slim pickings for banking industry. You can follow the story on page 45 of East African this week. How about we take a look at the editorial cartoons this week, see what they've drawn for us. We begin with what Stano has drawn for us as well, and also Iga. Let's see. This is what Iga has drawn for us in the Daily Nation today. It's all about the Mao debate and politics that is ongoing. Eviction, Mao settlers. You can see the way this particular, of course, land has been devastated, razed to the ground, no trees at all. Deforestation is what is happening. And this is what has been captured by Iga. Let's see what Stano has drawn for us, and this is what Stano has drawn for us today. This is a man to look for, and everyone is gagging for, of course, his hand. So they're proffering their hands or their caps here for him to wear. This is Musalia Mudavadi. So who will he lean to? Of course, we've seen him startly denying that he will actually go the Ruto way. So he's another option left for Raila Odinga. We're yet to see. This is what has been drawn by Stano inside the People Daily this morning. I want to show you what we have also in the Standard today. And Gado is paying tribute to Gado, not really Gado. Gado is paying tribute to Robert Mugabe, 1914-2019. But look at that coffin. We have two graves there. So one is the liberator and the other is the tyrant. So which do you think Robert Mugabe will be laid to rest in? Prof, maybe you can just comment on this. Of course, you've been following the politics of Zimbabwe. You've written extensively about it as well. Looking at his life, he began well. Did he finish strong, according to your own assessment?
No, I don't think he really. I think, unfortunately, internationally, locally in Zimbabwe, he finished more like a villain than a hero.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate because I think his journey to being a villain was actually laid down by the British in 1980 when they handed independence to Zimbabwe without having a progressive and perhaps pro-Mugabe or pro-Zimbabwe policy on land. Unlike what they did in Kenya,
yes,
which made for a good transition from independence from colonialism to independence.
Yes.
Notwithstanding that even in Kenya, they didn't do a good job regarding the popular masses,
yes,
who should have had access to land. But in Zimbabwe, all Africans really did not have access to land. And when independence came, the white settlers retained the land they had with the promise that after 10 years, something would be done. After 10 years, the British reneged on that. And so Mugabe was very angry, and he adopted a land policy which was not really helpful to the Zimbabweans. It was much more helpful to a few elite in the liberation struggle. And this really made Mugabe lose his popularity with the masses. And his reaction was severe repression inside and isolation internationally. I think the land issue did Mugabe in after 10 years of independence. Now, of course, then came the issue of personal aggrandizement on his part, which was not helpful either. I think rather than being a humble liberator in the fashion of Mandela, he became more like Angwema in the Central African Republic.
Yes, yes.
So I think that that cartoon there of separating the two Mugabes is very telling. I really feel for him because he could have died a much more noble man than he did.
Right, let's hear from Herman Manyora Youth. Oh, which grave do you think we should bury Mugabe in?
Of course.
The tyrant, the liberator?
Of course, the liberator.
The liberator.
That's a hero, he's an African hero. And I agree with Julius Malema, who argues that nobody will choose our heroes for us. This is our hero. Like every human being, he had his mistakes, perhaps a lot of them. You know, again, the problem with most African leaders, when you overstay in power,
yes,
you make many mistakes, some of them very grave. People take advantage of your old age and perhaps failing health. But certainly you can't erase him from the history of African heroes. For a man who stood against white people, I like the way he referred to Tony Blair, you know, and Bush. This is a man. When someone told him you are leaving the Commonwealth, he said, so what is the Commonwealth? There are few African leaders who make Africans proud. In State House in Nairobi, Obama talked about gay rights and what. Uhuru faced him and told him, look here, Mr. President, we have more important things to do than those. Kenyans felt proud. When you have a president who can look up in the President of the United States of America or the Prime Minister of UK and tell him off or differ with him openly, people feel proud. So Mugabe was a good man. He made his mistakes. But the worst part, Debarl, is the Western media feed us on lies about our own heroes. And we buy those things. Mugabe is not the animal people are making him to be. Look at the land issue. You know, Kenya faced the same problem.
Yes.
Governor Nyang' Nyong'o, I'm sure you know that. We faced the same problem of land. The question was, what do you do with the land after the British settlers leave Kenya? Do you give it to Mau Mau and the rest of those people who had fought for independence? Do you take it by force? Do you buy it? Finally, it was agreed that the little money was given from the British as a grant or whatever it was, so that we can settle people. You have heard of these settlement schemes. Lugari settlement scheme
Yes.
and all these kind of things. But Kenyatta's view was that let us not encourage laziness. Let the people get what they can afford to get. Go for a loan, sell whatever you have, buy land if you want. So what did we end up with in Kenya? We end up with a situation where the bulk of the land that moved from the hands of the white settlers went to a few Kenyan politicians and businessmen, a host of them who had been home guards, leaving the people who had fought for independence landless.
Thank you.
That's the kind of thing Mugabe didn't want.
Thank you. Let's hear from Nyikal briefly, then we wind up on it and we continue with the news this morning.
I will definitely say that he was a liberator because that happened. Eventually things didn't work out well. But again, the issue is land. And if you think about it, you couldn't have less than 8% of the population owning over 90% of the land while the rest were living in poverty. So on the land issue, he was right. But then that is actually what was used by the West, former colonizers,
Yes.
to actually put sanctions on him. And it is the economic sanctions that actually, in all, made him look like a villain. So really, he became a villain still fighting for us. And then the international press took that and didn't really look into details what really happened. So to me, he's a liberator. Even the villain part of him was still an effort to be a liberator, sticking to what he thought was right. The land issue, I think there he was right.
Right. Okay, and also Alice Wahome, good morning.
Good morning, Debarl.
I was a bit antsy this morning. I was wondering, will I see Alice this morning, or maybe he spent the night at the Royal Media?
I've seen you attempting to leave me out of the first debate because
I wanted to surprise our visitors that Alice, she's here. She did spend the night in the Royal
Media.
Media.
Sent by the people who wanted me to sleep at Royal Media, but I'm here. Thank you very much, Debarl. But I can assure you I've slept only for 2 hours. I managed to get 2 hours sleep.
I can imagine.
Because I left the Royal Media at about 1:30 a.m. For reasons that are already in the public domain. But let me join my colleagues. Maybe that I will have an opportunity to talk more about that. Let me join my colleagues on this panel to say that I think I would agree with those people who see Mugabe like he had several phases. The first one of a major liberator, freedom fighter in terms of ensuring that that part of the country also attained its independence. But clearly, if you look at the liberation war in Zimbabwe, there are many things, good things that you can talk about Robert Mugabe. Indeed, he was a very brilliant mind, and he executed his work in those years when he was Mugabe very well, and we are very proud of that. I think there is some excesses that we have seen thereafter in terms of, I believe because of his long stay.
Yes. And
the refusal to relinquish power made him look bad, and obviously the emergence of protest from his own people because they felt he had lived his usefulness. Because really, and they became, in a way, he turned to be fairly despotic in the manner in which he handled his own people, and that became maybe the black spot in his life. But I admire his policy on the land policy. He may have done better than Kenya. I would agree. He did better than Kenya. Although I think also the policy of Mzee Kenyatta of people giving a small token so that you can actually be able to isolate and know who specifically should benefit from the land. Even today, the question of IDP becomes very complicated because every Kenyan, when they hear there is compensation, also want to actually become IDPs. I think the land question in Kenya would have been equally tricky, but there was history and background of who was which community owned land at which specific places. And even today in Kenya, really, the white man from the British protectors, in quotes, still owns a lot of land. And what happens today, some are intimidated to sell to some groups, to some particular deep state people all along, and therefore the people who fought for independence, because there were 3 questions at independence that Kenyans, the liberations team in this country fought for was land, because they felt the land had been taken away illegally, unfairly, through killing, but also the question of diseases, and education. So I think that question is still a problem here. I think I didn't like the killing that accompanied the Zimbabwean question of how they did it. But it's very complex.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Alice Ohome. We shall be joining our panelists much later after this story as well. And Alice will be able to tell us more of what is happening as far as the debate of Kiloweke and Tanga is concerned. Now, you've seen them behaving badly or behave badly in their chambers, at times not only hurling insults, but chairs, and in some cases exchanging not only words but blows. Sadly, as evidence at a fund driver at the Gitui Catholic Church yesterday, the Kiloweke and the Tanga factions of the ruling Jubilee Party have reduced houses of worship into battlegrounds. The church no longer a place to find solace or common ground. Olive Burrows starts us off.
And God said unto Moses, take off your shoes, for the ground on which you stand is holy. Exodus 3:5. But not only did the Kiharu Member of Parliament, Ndindi Nyoro, and his nominated counterpart, Minor Commander, drag their dirty laundry into the house of the Lord on Sunday, they turned it into a marketplace, as the so-called Tanga and Kiloweke factions of the Jubilee Party have been doing for months. A desecration which so incensed the Son of God that he took a whip to those who showed no regard for the sanctity of his father's house. President Uhuru Kenyatta's self-appointed crusaders and Deputy President William Ruto's travel companions habitually turning the pulpit into a podium from which they preach not love but intolerance. The warring factions reached a new low when the exchange of words degenerated into a brawl in a clash of egos. Nyoro and Commander jostling for the microphone as they pointed accusatory fingers at each other for breaching protocol.
Haiwezekani unakuja Kiharu ati ni wewe unasema wewe DMP wa Kiharu.
Tumekataa. Kama isipokuwa panapo wazee husemekana hawafanyi nini? Hapa haribiki, tukaona utoto kama huu. Sisi wacha tutulize mpaka tumalize.
The political class turning houses of worship into campaign rallies as the church leadership's silence is sometimes bought for 30 pieces of silver.
We have seen today that you do not even respect church. Na ukweli hapa ni siasa imeingia pahali haifai.
Olive Burrows, NTV.
And of course, following that also we had, as we were earlier stating, that Ali spent the night in Citizen. This was what was happening yesterday. Just take a listen.
Actually, I watched the clip that came from Muranga, and I told Dede, because I saw outside the church, there was already a contingent of police. And it is likely that they were even there for bad intentions. You saw that they were even attempting to arrest Mheshimiwa Dede while coming from the church. And I think were it not for the loyal people of Kiharu, who of course witnessed the mishandling their MP was supposed to be going through, actually they resisted. But I told him, I think that they must be wanting to do some arrest, and therefore he was kind of expecting that they will come here. And for sure, I have come myself here because when I called him after Kirerembe, he told me he has now learned that we have 2 police Land Rovers outside the Royal Media gates. And I have personally witnessed as I drove through, I saw that, and I have advised him as a lawyer, because I'm a lawyer who is in practice also. I've advised him that, 1, the police cannot come to look for him here at night, this particular hour. This is not a criminal It's a person in position of in an elected position. The member of parliament for Kiharu cannot be sought for whatever could have happened, this or anything before then, at night by police without knowing why and what intentions would make Kibichu, the PS, Interior Minister, send police to Royal Media, knowing that in fact there will be cameras outside.
But you have no information that it is the PS who has sent him.
These people work for, you know, there is politics in this thing. And even what happened in Kiharu is actually politics. And the minor commander and his team, led by Wabogo Eskeleweke, obviously were frustrated because the people of Kiharu were not willing to listen to garbage.
So what is your legal advice to your client?
He will stay, he will sleep here. Tomorrow, if police need him, we will present him to the police or even to court, a court of law, but we are not going to present him to people who we don't know. These are people with heinous actions. And sorry, I want to disclose to the public, to the Kenyan public and the people of Kiharu and the people of Murang'a. I am saying this without fear of contradiction, I'm aware of a meeting that occurred in Murang'a last weekend, and it went up to 1 a.m. And it was led by a very senior businessman in Murang'a. The PS is said to have been there, Kibicho, and other two people that I will disclose as we go along in this particular matter. And the discussion was how to stop Ruto from presidency. And they discussed in terms of Murang'a County that Mheshimiwa Dede Nyoro and Mheshimiwa Aris Wahome must be cut off the main branch. The main branch in that manner be a reference of Deputy President William Ruto, but we must be crushed in whatever form, including death. I think there is fear of death.
Those are very serious allegations you're making, Mheshimiwa.
I'm making these allegations, and if I'm pushed, I will disclose the venue and the full details of the people who discussed very serious issues which are a threat to his life and my life. And it is important. I've just disclosed this. This information came to me. And when I heard Dede Nyoro was being sought from here at night, I came with this particular information. So my advice, both legal and, you know, as a Kenyan, that he should sleep here. We want Dede alive, and we want to present him to police daytime. There is no emergency. The police in this country must stop being used politically. This kind of games never win, will never work, because Kenyans under the new constitution have wide freedoms of expression and of movement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Alice says if she's pushed, she will disclose some of his names as well and where the meeting was. Alice, yes, so this is a very grave, allegations that you're putting forward, and of course also putting the names of the PS and other people that were in this particular meeting that you alleged that happened. Was it a week ago?
Yeah, a week ago. I want to say this and repeat what I said last night, that I'm aware. And I got very worried when I heard Dede was being sought for at night. And because I had actually warned him before he went to Kirerebe, having seen the clip and the tussle and the presence of a huge number of police in Kiharu, outside church and inside church. Actually, the county commissioner was inside church himself, like they did in my own constituency. I told him, I don't think you will leave Kirerembe, so I will hang around in town. You know, it takes about 2 hours. I will hang around in town. I'll do a short meeting, and then I'll just check your back whether you are okay. And but I'm aware there was a meeting that took place a week ago.
Where was this meeting?
In Murang'a, in a home, because I haven't made a police statement yet, and I know I should be doing that. Home of a senior businessman in this country, and there were several other people, including the principal secretary, Interior. The discussions.
So why are you mentioning the principal secretary?
Because
you
he was
mention
present,
the businessman?
and he's the Minister for Interior Security. He's the principal secretary Interior Security, and as a right for every Kenyan, security actually is in the hands of the state. We are entitled to protection and security. And because the discussions were around how we can be finished.
What do you mean finished? Finished?
You know, the reference was that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has become very strong. I mean, politically. I think that he's having too many followers. And in Murang'a, they was discussing about Murang'a. They may have discussed even the rest, but what is relevant to me is the fact that they discussed about Murang'a, and their concerns were around Alice Wahome, myself, and Dede Nyoro, and that we must be cut to size, we must be cleared, we must be removed from the main branch, meaning reference to Deputy President, and that it doesn't matter. In fact, they went further to say that, you know, we can clear Dede Nyoro. And really, I must tell the country this, because I don't want to speak when things have gone wrong. They say Dede Nyoro is a small person. And if he's cleared, people will speak, Kenyans will cry or condemn the government, speak for a short while and forget like they have done with other people. Really, those are very serious issues. And it means that either the state is desperate or they have gone back to the old days, the dark days, when politicians in search of freedom and speaking for the people were silenced through death, through intimidation, through taxation, you know, unnecessary taxation, and even, you know, being trumped up charges. How many are they in these courts?
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I don't have, I have no doubt.
Right.
And actually,
Thank you.
The PS sent me a text.
He sent you a text?
Last night, and said I should also know that he actually, that he has also his own rights, and I shouldn't be speaking about him in that manner. But I mean, he is accountable. Him with his minister are accountable to the security of Kenyans. They are accountable to Parliament.
Thank you.
So I'm not speaking about him in his personal capacity. I'm speaking about him in his capacity.
But why would you pick on the PS himself, and you say there were other people who were meeting? Why could you just disclose that this was
because
a meeting?
Because the other people could be goons hired by him. You know, I mean, why would I speak about it?
No, you've indicated that if you push to the wall, you reveal the names. I wonder who
you
you want to push
this is my
to the wall.
These are my strategy. I don't have to release the whole dossier in one whatever, you know, because also I'm worried about my back also. And this is not the first time. Indeed, during the burial of Peter Kenneth's mom, I'm aware that people had been sent to the burial place to be fixed behind me to ensure that I don't disrupt. I don't have capacity to disrupt a presidential function. I mean, they've been following me.
They've been following you?
Yes, and I know that.
All right.
They have even withdrawn some of my security.
Haman, you've watched the clip. You've also been sitting closely to Alice on this particular panel. These allegations that she's putting forward, do you think, you know, they hold any water from your own assessment? Of course, any threat of life really should be taken seriously. Yes, you.
This thing is getting ugly, and I've said repeatedly, it was in the interest of peace and politics and everything else in this country that at some point Uhuru and Raila should tell the country what the handshake was about. I think it's long overdue now. Let's just get to know what it is and move forward. And as for Kibisho, I don't speak for him, but sure, doesn't he have a right to visit Anyang' Nyong'o and they have a cup of tea in his place and maybe a rib or two of a goat? Surely. Must we read mischief every time people meet? Kibisho can go to Murang'a, visit a businessman, wanachinja mbuzi, wanakula, wanakunywa kabia moja ama mbili if there are people who drink. You see, that is, Alice should not read mischief in that all the time when things like those happen.
But Alice seems to have...
As to whether they would finish, you know, you have told us they discussed, but you are not in the meeting.
No,
so you have not told us.
The information was brought.
You have not told us.
I don't have to disclose the source. The person was in that meeting.
What is worrying Debarl is that people come up and say people were in a meeting, not 2 or 3 people. A number of people were in a meeting and they were discussing how to kill people. Have human beings become like gods? You can sit 10, 20 of you and discuss how to slaughter them. I think whenever people really plot to kill another human being. It can't be in a crowd, in a meeting, and then there are people there who will emerge to say, even take photographs, and I don't think we want to go that way as a country. We need to be a little more cautious, especially if you are leaders. Don't talk about killing, because really the people you lead in this country are wondering what are our leaders saying.
Thank you.
But if you ask me also, Debarl, who would gain? What would you gain by killing somebody like Ndindi Nyoro? These are small boys. They are small people. I mean, what would you gain if you? These are inconsequential people. Surely, if you want to gain something, you go for somebody with substance. I'm not saying it's as small as in very small. Small as in the bigger picture of the country. What is Ndindi Nyoro? Why would you kill him? What would you gain?
Right. So let me pose this question to Prof. Prof, we had the Lamada case, of course. We know the same allegations were put forward, and also the name of the PS. Just a moment, Alice. And also the name of the PS was also dropped as well. Do you think the PS himself will remain none the wiser to actually, do the same, sort of a setup that he had in Lamada and discuss the same things, that we want to cut some people down to size?
What was the Lamada case again?
The Lamada case was all about, we want to eliminate, the deputy president and,
I see.
So you remember the Lamada case, the Lamada Hotel.
Let me put in a bigger picture. This is really my whole concern about political systems that work in Africa. So long as you have a political system where presidential elections about the winner takes it all, then this kind of thing happens. People begin preparing very early. To make sure when the contest comes, either you are the enemy or your rival is completely demobilized or threatened or unable to take part effectively in the election. I'm not saying this happened in this particular case, but it's a symptom of this, that really if we had a system where when you go to elections, people compete fairly, and after the results are out, you sit down and say, who has got what? And then the government includes everybody. You won't have this. So let us look for bigger solutions to this problem, not deal with the symptoms. Let us look at the cause. As a social scientist, I'm only looking what are the cause of major problems in society, and go for that. If we keep on, this kind of, like Ali said, this kind of looking for troubles and people and putting fires off here and there, doesn't work. If it happened in this case, it will not work. If indeed, So what I'm saying, I'm not saying whether this person did one, but it is a symptom on the basic malaise in our society that we have had what we call a democratic system, which doesn't work in our context. It doesn't. It does not. And unfortunately for us, a country which has been under totalitarian rule like the DRC has learned the lesson and is going a positive way than we are. And I think we should take that lesson and say, look, let us design an electoral system where we go participate and fairly, you say, Nikal has got so much, my friend Maura has got so much, Prof has got so much, Alice has got so much. Okay, you have so much in your basket. What proportion are you going to get in government? We'll give you 2%, we'll give you 8%, according to your strength on the ground. Then this government becomes a government of everybody. Look, the other day I was watching at YouTube, clip. Tony Blair talking to the Britons. Tony Blair told the Britons, you're a tiny little island. The only place you can feel big in the world is in the European Union. Yeah, let's accept it. In the European Union. If you leave the European Union and then you go to a meeting in Brussels with the US, with India, with China, and with Mexico and Brazil, in 20 years' time, nobody will listen to you. These will be countries with huge population, industrialized and so on. Even in Africa, in the next 40 years, Nigeria is going to have the biggest population per capita in the world. You see what I mean? So in Kenya, for example, if you say Aluo, Aluya, Atugen, or whatnot, you're so tiny in the face of East Africa. You are better off being in an East African Federation, where all these numbers now become bigger than fighting in some place called Muranga or Nyoro. What does it matter to Kenyans? Really? What Kenyans should realize that if you present yourself in the table first in East Africa as Kenya, you have a voice. Then you gather together as East Africans in a stronger community with the DRC in there, And then you go to an AU meeting, you'll be hard. That's why when you go to AU meeting, Nigeria is hard, South Africa is hard. You know, people like Kenya, they come at a poor third, a poor fourth in voice. When you go to the UN, you are even smaller. Then in the UN, you band together under Africa, the African Union. But you cannot even have a seat in the Security Council. You are just going there on a yearly basis. But the others, the big ones, are there permanently. Now, when we have all this, then unity becomes vital.
Right. So is our politics really turning murkier right now? Like we're sinking, to the lowest ebb of, I should say, political tones in the country as it is with this particular clip that we're seeing, right? Tanga and Kieleweke and fomenting tension as it is in the country.
I think our politics is actually retrogressive. When I look at us leaders now, and I look at what happened before independence, about the time of independence, I can still remember a few things clearly. You don't see us now fighting on principles, on the governance that we need, on what we need for our people. We have reduced it to who will be the leader, and then even through parties and other organizations, we actually revolve around tribes. Now, if the fight for independence for Kenya was based on tribes,
yes,
do you think Kenya would have become independent? No way, it wouldn't have. So there was a bigger Kenya that people were fighting for. Now that Kenya is free, what really we leaders should be looking at, our differences should be on policies. What kind of governance do we need? What kind of economic structures do we need? Are we going to have a social structures that support the people are vulnerable? Are we going to look at education system that is actually supportive of everybody, not probably just wealthy people who are taking advantage of the political system? Are we going to have a health system? I mean, if people differed on that, I would actually be more optimistic than I am now. But what you are seeing, I don't know whether because we cannot think deeply about issues so that we make it easy, that we form a group, go around the group, and now it is him or her, and that is what represents us. There is no idea or ideology behind that. And so that's what you are seeing about 2022. 2022, you don't feel that it is about Kenya, how it will be run. It is about who. And then it looks like we have believed that this thing of ours and theirs, if you ask people, who is us, who is them, you just find groups of people who actually are looking at either being in positions of power or being in positions when they're businessmen, when they can acquire everything. The country is not in the picture. And that is why you see this kind of thing, why people feel very, very strongly. Let me just say, for me, this is one of the reasons I think BBI has a point, because when you look at the point they are saying, you see for everybody in it. But so long as we want to go into groups and form groups and go around the groups without thinking, when this group gets into power, what shall we do? You know, Debarl, you can be stranded with power. You can actually get power and not know what to do for the country. Probably you can do something for yourself and our people. This is the problem. But finally, I think when there's so much suspicion, as Ali said, and people are meeting in groups, if we really have information, we should declare that information quickly, openly, to the police so that the matter is discussed without just thinking any group that sits is now thinking or planning some assassination or something. Quick declaration with facts will actually clear this kind of suspicions.
Right. All right, well, Isako back. Of course, we shall hear also from the man who actually came up with this classification of Kieleweke and Tanga on this forum on AM Live, right? So is he the person actually who's pushed these people, you know, from the far corners as well, as far Kieleweke and Tanga is concerned, that has gained also traction in the public lexicon? This is Kieleweke, Tanga now forums that we do have that is polarizing the country, so to speak, right? Don't go away. Much more coming up on the other side of the break.
Now you can get your Uber ride with a phone call. Call 0800 722 000 to ride.
We believe that there's somebody headed to your house right now. Hello?
Reynoso needs to be eliminated before he can expose us.
Anna? What if they really planned it?
That's not true at all!
What have you found
Miss,
out?
please, we need your statement, please.
Excuse me, I just want to get a
Miss,
statement from
what's your name?
I wouldn't give it to you because then you'd have no use for me.
Well, if you're not going to give me anything, then I'll just shut you up for good.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
This has to be an allergic reaction to something.
Ati allergy? Hakuna allergy, ini Ebola. Fair. Nijipate napanda gari ya mtu wale nijipate. Hey, Mungu akuwa mjinga kuniumba na miguu mbili.
By the time I'm done with her, she will not even be dreaming of a wedding.
How many times have I told you to always press the toothpaste from the bottom?
I like it when you're petty. That means you love me and you want the best out of me.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
This is the point, is what you're watching this morning. And of course, I'm holding court with Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, Dr. James Nyikal. We have also Isaac Mwaura with us. We also have Herman Manyora and Alice Wahome. And we continue the conversation apace. This is all about Tanga and Kiloweke and what really happened yesterday as far as the church service that was disrupted yesterday because of political factions is concerned as well. Before we took that particular short break, we promised to circle back with Isaac Mwaura. You're the one who came up with this Kiloweke and Tanga. This is a forum that I had. He's not had his time. Can we just hear from... Yeah?
But I can't concentrate.
You can't concentrate?
Yes, there is something that Manyora said here. He cannot...
No.
There is no small life.
Just hold on. No. It is only fair that I give it to Isaac, then we come back to you.
No.
Yes, please.
Can I please plead with you? Our colleague, Okongo Mogeni.
Yes.
On Sunday, late morning, about 11:30, I was with him at Avenue Hospital in Kisumu. I had gone to see our bishop, Bishop Charles Ominjo, who had an accident in Maseno, but was in the hospital, but he was safe. He wasn't in danger. While I was going to see the bishop, Kongo Mogeni noticed I was passing, so he came to me and said, I also have my uncle here who is in the intensive care unit. So we went there, we talked, saw his relatives. We didn't see the uncle because the doctors were looking at taking care of him inside. And then I told him, okay, let me go and see the bishop and see how things are going. I hope uncle will be okay. He said, well, he's very critical, but we are praying he's okay. So when I went to see the bishop, I had seen him and I was just walking out to go now about, I would say about 11:35. Because I had a meeting in town at 12. Then I met Okongo coming back into the hospital. I think he had gone out, intending to go somewhere and then come back. And then he tell you, Prof, my uncle is passed on. So we went, and of course the whole family was very depressed. So we talked, saw the uncle. And I just want to say that let us pass condolences to the family of our friend Okongo Mogeni.
Thank you.
And so that God can comfort him and the family at this very trying time and our need for our comfort and care.
Thank you, Prof.
So Debarl, I think, while also joining Prof in giving the condolences, it is actually true. It is in this program that we named officially Tangatanga and Kieleweke, where nobody used to talk about it. Even if you Google, you'll see there. And I want to repeat here again on this same program, Debarl, that both Tangatanga and Kieleweke will lose. They will lose. From what I'm seeing, if you trust Maina Commander to be your brigade leader, Maina Commander is a very good man, but sometimes I think he acts before he really thinks through what he does. And I was there many months ago when they were planning how to go and attack Dede Nyoro in his home turf. And I told them, no, I can't, because this young man is my friend since campus days. I know him very well. I've seen him grow. And I think it's totally unacceptable. This hate of intolerance, where people go to fight in a church, it's an abomination. You can't have a situation where people go and make church a theater of the absurd, fighting and pushing over microphones and things like those. I mean, really, we must condemn it. But the net loser in this whole conversation, in this whole debate, is Central Kenya. Because when the mountain has been split, people can pass through. They can get a through pass. And we will continue to see this kind of theatrics. And the question is, what are we fighting here about? What is the spirit? Why? I mean, what is the end game? And I still want to ask again, and they are listening, I'm sure. What is the end game of all of this? Because if it reaches a point where political intolerance would mean that you will be attacked, the police will be, after you. I mean, they will, like now, if we are on your show and we are being waited for by the police outside there. I don't know what happened. I saw Irongo Kangata saying that Dede had disappeared. I think maybe, I don't know through which door in the royal media. I mean, we cannot have a situation where Debarl, we are becoming so petty, so village-like. I mean, if it boils down, this is now, the contest has boiled down to fighting in a church and people chasing after the police because of political disagreements. I think, as the Prof has said, we have better things to do. This Kenya, when I go, like I was going around Ruiru on Saturday somewhere. I mean, I was attending a wedding somewhere. And you see the kind of squalor, the kind of poverty, the issues of injustices. You saw some 77-year-old woman yesterday whose house was demolished because somebody went and got fraudulently her title. Those are the things we should be discussing. When you go to economies that are discussing about nanotechnology, here, when we launch some small innovation, we celebrate, we splash it all in all these newspapers. I mean, what is this all about? And I keep on saying this, and I want to say, if you became president, you will still have your 5 years to serve. We have 5 years now to serve currently. The president is Uhuru Kenyatta. There is nothing magical that is going to happen in 2022, other than the changing of the occupant of State House. But we must obviously say, why do we then seek political power? Do we seek political power for the sake of acceding or assuaging our hunger that Mwaura became president? Mwaura became president, so what? What became of him? What did he achieve for the people? For me, that is more motivational. It is a legacy. And I think, I don't know what to say, but in short, maybe Professor Manyoro, you went overboard by saying that Dede Nyoro's life is, no, he's a Kenyan. Yeah. He deserves to be protected, and he deserves to be heard. And I think it is something that you may want to clarify. It is true.
Actually, I received a text from a very serious friend of mine who tells me, Manyora, you have made bad reference to a honorable member of parliament. The bar allowed me to withdraw my reference to Ndindi Nyoro as a boy. I think we come here so early sometimes. No,
it depends what you've taken in the morning. What did you take?
No. I was thinking.
Or what he has not done.
Seriously, I was thinking in my language, yes, but speaking in English. Really, in our languages, boy, really is. And I've fallen these problems 2 other times. In my language, boy is a very positive thing. Kijana. Really, and I'm very sorry to have made such a reference to Ndindi Nyoro. I know the young man, I've debated him on TV. He's a close friend and former college mate to a nephew of mine. I couldn't have meant something near that he's a boy, no. I just meant young man. So really, me apologize. It's really bad.
Okay.
Now I can think. That's what was frustrating me. Yeah, because there is no small life. There is no small life or big life. All of us are human beings with a life. and small and big in terms of status must be protected.
Yeah. All right.
Both under the law and then, you know.
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to just bring this discussion to a close. But Alice, you know, these are very serious allegations that you've put forward. And people will be bound to ask, where is the empirical evidence? You say, oh, someone told me. And so it is all predicated on hearsay. Do you have any stitch of evidence that your name also was mentioned and you have there's a threat to your life?
When the threat is on you and you say that somebody is planning or plotting the threat on your life, that is the first evidence. What I would be required to do is make a statement and maybe disclose a name or two.
Are you going to do that?
And therefore, let us not, and really, I'm not careless. And I'm a serious lawyer. I understand what I'm saying. But I also know that me and even my family would be worried to hear something like that is being planned. People have even been planned before to follow me and boo me, but they were unable, they did not succeed. So when I talk about threat to life, I'm serious about it. I mean exactly what I said. There was a meeting in a particular house, and there were serious senior people working in the government.
All right.
Yes.
Maybe I should just pick the brains
so
of...
that around that meeting, that's, you know, there is a venue, there is, you know, which becomes almost like a scene of crime.
All right.
Yeah.
Prof, does it also maybe bring a sort of deja vu in terms of, maybe to you, this sort of arrest that we do have? Because I remember also, was it in 2017 or 2016 there, where we had also an interview here, and we had, you know, a member of your party, that is Jeanette, and the flying squad were all over the basement, outside the Nation Center. You were actually here, Professor.
I was with him,
yeah, you were with Junet in this particular forum. And I remember we had a tweet here.
Yes.
And someone was saying, oh, flying squad are outside. Then Junet actually pointed to the tweet and said, you know, Debarl promised me that we're not going to have these security officers around. But he was arrested at the end of the day at around 11. This sort of arrest that we're talking about, them coming and surrounding, do you think they're acting in the wisest of fashion? When we're talking about, you know, a democracy, the country that we are in as Kenya is a democratic country, do you think these are the hallmarks of democracy? Briefly, as we wind up on this.
I don't think so. That's why I'm saying that the use of the police to fight political wars, I agree with Alice, the use of the police or the security forces to fight political wars is anti-democratic, okay? But at the same time, when politics becomes so much a game of vitriol, a game of bile, then you invite that kind of thing. I think I see situations where, like my friend Mwaura is saying, where anger and intolerance dictate the character of politics we're engaged in. It doesn't help, it just makes things worse. You will find that during the second liberation, it was the most difficult time, I remember, but we promised ourselves that we shall always be standing on issues of principle.
Yes.
And Bishop Okulu was very good at this. I think the sermon he issued in Easter of 1991, I remember very carefully, which rang the bell for campaign against the one-party system. And I was partly involved in that sermon. It was very dangerous, but because it was based on matters of principle and issues of constitutionalism, it was very difficult for the Moi government to go against him. So that kind of sermon protected us, because you see, you cannot stop people from working on principle, okay? But once you depart from that and things go personal and vitriolic, I have seen some of them in the paper here, and especially when it is led by people who are senior leaders of political parties or senior people in government, it becomes very dangerous. I mean, I'm sorry to say so, but I've read something here in one of these papers which leads to intolerance of followers. I think the DP Ruto was saying that.
The Daily Nation?
To BBI, I said BBI is meant to, to aid Raila personally. I don't think that's the kind of language you have, because that will just invite invite a similar thing from the other side. Page 5. A similar thing from the other side. And then it becomes a roller coaster. I think in this way, I like Mudavadi's statement in the People. You say what you on a matter of principle, and you raise issues. But when it goes to this, I think we must rise above personal attacks and discuss things on policy and principles, you see. And especially for us senior politicians, because once you do that, you kind of spice up your own followers. And they will do the same, it becomes worse, you see. Your political opponent is not your enemy. Your political opponent is somebody with which you are going to the boxing ring, and you have all agreed on the rules of boxing, and when it is over, somebody is down, but it becomes, you know what I mean, the acceptable thing that is a game that you wanted to play according to certain rules. And you don't go into the ring and you see somebody with one eye,
right,
and you begin abusing them before you start fighting. No.
Right, let's see from Dr. Nyikao.
I mean, Honorable Mwaura said something. As I was listening to him, I thought he was going a certain direction. Then he fell short. That the loser in this game is going to be Mount Kenya. That's where we start. Like, Kileweke will lose, Tangatanga will lose. I was actually waiting for Mwaura to say, the loser in this game is going to be the people of Kenya. If we miss that focus in all this, and we organize ourselves, and there's no guiding principle, if we were fighting in church because there's one group for free education throughout, free healthcare throughout, the support of old people throughout, and those are the principles upon which we are fighting in church, it would be understandable. But what we are fighting is we are fighting that we are organizing ourselves in groups to take power without telling the people what we want to do with power, because that's a better persuasion. And in fact, if that comes an issue, you may very quickly find unity. I've wondered, as leaders, have we found it easy to mobilize people on cheap passion like tribe and so on, instead of going with the hard principle which says whether you are this tribe, this group, what we want is for Kenya to go forward, so that we change the thinking of people.
Thank you.
I think Debarl, there's a very funny, you look at the Daily Nation, page 2, is it page 5 actually. Commander Nyoro Road turns chaotic at church. Look at the age difference between these two people. Honestly. One is a grandfather. In fact, I think Nyoro is almost like the grandson of Commander. And I think sometimes you must also know how to be honorable. It cannot be Commander, who has been known to be a leader in Nairobi, can start fighting with his grandchildren. I mean, let's just face the truth. It looks very bad. And it just goes ahead to show also the generational struggle in this power play.
Right.
Yeah, there's definitely a power struggle around older people. In fact, in the Kieleweke team, the only young person there is Wambogo Ngujiri. So really, it just goes to, I mean, like, what are we telling ourselves? Yeah.
But you know, Debarl, you know, I know you want to wind up, eh?
Yeah, I want to wind up.
I think there was reference to the fact that we need, as leaders, also to agree of what we say and going forward, you know, but look at the background, the fact that what is happened over the weekend, then the threat to arrest, actually the media, I want to thank the media, because I think when this thing went live, I think the two police Land Rovers, within 30 minutes or so were withdrawn. And, but I think there was also a report that Tangatanga MPs will be crushed. You know that statement also did not come from a small person. It came from really and I respect the minority, the leader of opposition. There is media reports associated to that, to himself, that we will be crushed. And you know, if you look at the last 3 months, there have been several MPs, those who are associated or allies. You know, we have all kind of names. That, you know, it is Gojiri Kemani, it is Gekaria from Nakuru town, there have been arrests, and you know when you see these arrests, including for governors, they are skewed towards a certain whatever. Then there is Alice Wahome. Now there is Dede Nyoro. Tomorrow and you know Kimani Ichung'wah has been under threats, including people calling him every day.
Thank you.
That he must stop a certain line of affiliation politically.
Right.
So, you know.
Thank you. I wonder, because also the same church that you're going, if my director may just pick up this, 1 Timothy 5:1. Because I think 1 Timothy really exalts. It says, do not rebuke an older man harshly, but exhort him as if he were your father. Right? Treat younger men as brothers.
Yes.
And we have also here for the older men.
That's very nice.
Old Titus 2:2. He says, teach the older men to be temperate.
Yes.
Right? So this is for Ndidi Nyoro, and this is for Commander. Teach older men to be temperate, worthy of respect, self-controlled, and sound in faith, in love, and endurance. Right?
Like
Even in such
Mandela.
yes. And endurance.
But you know we have a
I wonder what church you go to. If you're going to church every Sunday, then we need to actually to read this Bible closely and man it for all it's worth, right? Because this is an instruction from the Bible. Anyway, we want to move on.
And you see, Commander is not an MP in Muranga, and there is a rule between MPs of courtesy. That when you come to my constituency or I come to your constituency, we exchange courtesy. I'm visiting. If you are available, come and be with us. And when you are there, I become the MC.
Thank you.
I become the MC. And I think that was the main crash.
All right. So we want also to look at this editorial cartoon today in the People Daily. This is Musalia Mudavadi, and you can see everyone is proffering their hand, holding their heart right now. Is Mudavadi now the person to look for as far as 2022 is concerned? So this politics has begun, and we can see that is Orange, that is Ruto. Here is what Ruto had to say, and of course what Mudavadi gave us a rejoinder. Just listen in.
Ya kwamba Omwami Musalia aje aungane na timu hii, tuende pamoja na timu ya Karanga na timu ya kina Washali na hii timu tuunde serikali.
Hawa wametuwekea mzigo ya madeni, alafu anasema niende huko. Ruto and Jubilee are the problem. Hao ndio wametuletea shida. Sasa wanasema I go and become part of the problem. No, ANC is going to provide the solution.
And also People Daily is holding this. Mudavadi, why can't work with Ruto? Back you? No way. NC leader claims DP is one of the chief architects of the economic crisis subjecting country to huge foreign debt. That is in today's People Daily. Let's just begin with Herman Manyora on this as well, because you can see this is also contributing to actually fomenting the political tension that we have in the country so far. And we can peg this as well with what is happening with Kibra. And right now that the nominations have been done, and we are eagerly awaiting to see what will be happening in November. Let's go with you.
Yeah. For Kibra, let's congratulate Koth, Imran, whatever it's called. I finally wouldn't have supported him because of standing by as his brother went up in flames. But since ODM has chosen him, let's wish him the best. I hope what I say doesn't stand in the way. Now, yeah, and for Mudavadi, I think that is his style. It leads people to think he's there for grabs. And there are those who believe that Mudavadi should fight his wars in such a way he doesn't look like somebody who will always be there to deputize other people, or then sends this image of a person waiting to be given. I think he must play his politics in such a way that kind of situation doesn't obtain all the time. That you see, you are there and we want to bring you on board as Ruto, or Raila also wants him on board. But none of them is saying they want him to be the president. So if I were Mudavadi reacting, I would have told Ruto, very good, I'll join you. but not as your deputy, because really, all things considered, all factors considered, then you come and perhaps I'll consider you for deputy. And although the constitution does bar him. But that is how he has played his politics, Musalia Mudavadi. You see, everybody sees him first as a person you can always bring on board as some player in your team, not necessarily the captain. And also, it leads to people having this notion that the Luhya are people who are undecided. They are the people up for grabs. And I don't think it's a good picture, being a person who comes from Western. I think we need our politicians. I challenge Mudavadi, come out strongly in Kenyan politics so that this kind of image, this kind of shame to the community is not there. I think, if we play our politics the way we play, where a tribe is important or ethnic community is important, we have the numbers. It should be us inviting smaller groupings to join us as we form government. So I want to advise him to find a way of playing his politics so that people don't always view him in that manner.
I have two things to say. First, I think the Luhya nation is the most democratic nation in this republic since independence.
The Luhya nation?
Yeah, they're the most democratic nation in this republic. Secondly, I think the politics of either Ruto or Raila or whoever inviting Mudavadi to join them in there is wrong. That's what I've been talking about. That what we need now is for all of us as Kenya and the leaders, to agree on a formula of forming a government which is inclusive. So this kind of thing does not happen. I would appeal, in fact, I'd like to have lunch with Mudavadi. In this regard, Mudavadi's style of politics, he is the person who should lead the struggle for parliamentary democracy. Where, unlike what my friend Professor Manyara is saying, you don't sit and say, Luhya, we are here, who will join us so that we form government. No, he should not play the kind of game Ruto is playing. He said, here we are as Kenyans. How can we form a government which is inclusive for all of us so that we can build this nation, so that we can go to the East African table as one unit speaking one voice. We don't go to the East African table and then the next day somebody calls, sneaks to Museveni and says, you know me, I didn't agree with that. I think I support your stand. That will not advance our cause as Kenyans. So at this point in time, we should not be engaging in this kind of politics of who is joining who is joining who. We should ask, okay, the BBI is coming with these proposals. Ugatuzi is coming with these proposals. The other one, Punguza Misigo.
Yes.
Punguza Misigo is coming with his proposal. Let us put this proposal on the table to the people of Kenya and say, what is contained in each proposal that is useful for building a strong, united, democratic state in a strong, united, national democratic front? I was a strong proponent of a united national democratic front when we formed Ford originally. In fact, Ford was a broad, united democratic front of the opposition, which was ready to welcome KANU if KANU could run away from its one-party mentality at that point in time. Indeed, as soon as Ford was formed, a lot of people had abandoned KANU and came to Ford because of that strong, united democratic front. But then the devil of ethnicity came in again and divided Ford. And we have never recovered from that. Several years later, almost 2 decades later, we should look back and say, where did the rain begin to beat us? And why must we continue this trajectory that every time we're going to elections, somebody is inviting who, somebody is inviting who, on the basis of ethnic fronts? And those ethnic fronts don't work because as soon as they get into government, they break down again. And this is what has happened in Jubilee. Why continue to perform the same mistake year in, year out, and yet our nation is not developing? One of the reasons why China is developing is that after Mao, they realized that this idea of excluding capitalists from developing this nation is not working. That's why they invented something called socialism with Chinese characteristics. Socialism which will welcome capital, because capitalism is useful for us. Let us not be chauvinistic. It's only capitalism that will lead us to industrialization. But we can't invite capitalism with Western characteristics of not recognizing the smallest man in the village is important for governing the nation. So that the party structure at the village must be heard when the Politburo is meeting in Beijing. So these things are there, and I don't think I'm going to join the game of saying, let us now argue, where is Mudavadi going? To this group or that group? No, let's say, where is everybody going? All of us, where are we going? So this constitutional review should help us find how do we establish a broad national democratic front when we form government for building a national democratic and developmental state. That is my submission.
Thank you. Let's say for
let me say, you know, there is a third liberation needed. The first liberation was from colonization and so on. And then when we came in, we found we were not democratic. We've tried to improve that. And Professor Nyong'o and the team were in the Young Turks that said now we must have a democracy, we must change Section 2A. I think we did that, and now we have multi-party. The third liberation that is needed solely is the liberation to unite Kenya. We can't go back and keep having on tribes people organizing themselves in tribal groups and then calling each other, now you come, we have this thing, we as a tribe, we have it, then when you join us, you may get something small. Now that is where we as leaders now, I go back to what I said earlier, are we leading the people or are we following the people? Why do I ask that? Because I feel that we as leaders are looking at easy ways of passionately arousing people's emotions. And all living things or animals tend to be in groups and want group survival. And we know that is what is popular with the people. We are being populist. And instead of saying we are going to have one country, we are going to have tribes are not going to matter anymore, and then you move into the direction Professor is saying. So that when you say, join us, it is nobody knows what you are joining us to do. If you say, this is our party, Ruto says, okay, this is ours, and we come and join us, and then we will form a government. People are perhaps assuming that the Kenyans know what he wants to do when he has formed the government. In my view, that is the first thing that should have been asked. Or if you say it is the Raila side to come and join us, then you say, okay, what is there that is good for Kenya? How we are going to change? What are we joining? Not joining that. So we are deliberately not analyzing what each group stands for so that then people can join. We are just saying we are going to get power. There's this assumption that when you have gotten the power, the rest will be given unto you. I don't think history has proved that. You must come to power with clear agenda. So I think whether Musalia Mudavadi, I wish he would act then come out and say, for me, these are the conditions I want for Kenyans, and if you stand for this, I will join you.
I think Debarl, Deng Xiaoping, who succeeded Mao after the Tiananmen Square, said that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white as long as it catches the mice. And you can see the challenge with the Chinese way of government. Because the Washington Consensus, about 27 countries have succeeded in being developed, but it is not the only way. And that is the problem of preoccupation of the Western democracies. Because then democracy, the way it has been interpreted in Africa, I call it indemocratic. It's in between there. And it has not really yielded the results. In fact, it has made us to be more tribal. And also it speaks to the idea of the fact that we don't have political parties that are ideologies. And also, of course, the challenge of China, that what is really a socialist characteristic of, because the Communist Party's way of governance has not been experimented out of Beijing. It needs to go out there and find residents in other jurisdictions as to occasion an alternative that would be plausible. But let me also say this. I think I must answer the question that you asked Debarl. Because we are analyzing Mudavadi. Mudavadi and Ruto have been at war, even when we were with them in ODM. Because Ruto feared that Mudavadi was a preferred candidate. In fact, when we elected Raila in 2007, I remember Professor Nyong'o holding my hand that time, when Raila stood there, he declared Mudavadi as his vice president. And later on, when Ruto made a lot of noise and Mudavadi was made the deputy party leader, a position had to be hived off that for him to become, also a co-party leader, deputy party leader. But he also felt he should have been the deputy prime minister. Why Ruto is wooing Mudavadi is because Mudavadi has played the politics of safe hands. He looks harmless. He looks like he's a go-to person. And now with the census results, last census results, and allow me to speak the politics as it is, real politics in Kenya. Last elections, Kikuyus were 6.6 million. The Luyas were 5.3. The gap was 1.3 million. And the Luyas are known, and Professor Manyora, as the next governor for Vihiga, is here, are known to give birth to a lot of children. They may have already breached the gap. We'll see the results. Interest? Well, I'm just declaring for himself because I can see his posture. So that then, maybe also Mudavadi looks very attractive, but also a force to reckon with. If at all the Luyas were to be declared to be the most populous in this current census, and also he is the greatest threat to anybody. He could be the alternative between Raila and Ruto, because those two alliances, they are very much of the same character. And if they are trying to outfox each other, if one of the sides were to realize that we can't get it, maybe Mudavadi can be an alternative. So Ruto is very smart because he's playing the politics of analyzing, now that he has about over 80% of the Mount Kenya region, and that's a fact, by the way.
According to who?
No, it's the truth. Go to the ground.
We can't say a
go
fact.
To the ground. I live there. I live there.
When you tell me facts,
I walk there. I sleep there.
Do you have any baseline survey that
if you are to combine,
I need to go over there. Where is the empirical evidence for this? Because Ali says so. You say so.
Is there,
I've never seen it according to
Debarl,
what
I invite you to come with me one weekend, and you'll also come back saying the same. Now, if you combine Kikuyu and the Kalenjin and Luya votes, the game shot, because even in Kibra, majority of the voters are Luya Nation. And that is why you found ANC's Mudavadi chose Owalo, who knows ODM very well. He was the one running the party. And now ODM has also chosen Imran Bernard Otieno. If there was a Luya candidate, then it would have been extremely difficult. But now, because the game has still gone back to where it was, maybe ODM has an upper hand as at now. Though the question that Professor Manyora was asking about the issue of cremation and burying will be a big factor in terms of culture. But be that as it may, political ideologies will only work in Kenya if we are able to supersede these tribal inclinations. Because it's very easy to arouse the passions of nativity, Debarl, and tell people that, see, you are like me, we speak the same language. But how then do we do it? I still hold the view, and this is my final submission on this issue, I hold the view that if we are to de-risk our politics by expanding the executive and making people see that they can see people who are like them in the equation, in terms of the 5 major groupings that would help. And Ruto was trying to disrupt this equation by having one of the people who would have otherwise been thought to be part of the juggernaut around and Raila and Uhuru.
Are we getting an opportunity?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think the Luya community, I think right now, they actually have almost made their decision where they want to go. I think Mudavadi will be left alone. And he has been left alone before with a small number there, which is okay. Because in every community there is, except maybe for the Nyanza people and the Mount Kenya, normally they would vote as a bloc. But I think right now, unless people are not following politics, the Luya community has shifted. And they have shifted. He wants a governor, he doesn't know. I think he should go and do some homework, but they have shifted to the deputy president. Now, on the question of, there is something that people are discussing, and actually Nyikar was in Cherweke. Sometimes back, he was in that team and he realized this is not my kind of stuff. And yes, and quickly exited. And rightly so.
Yes, put the spotlight on him.
Rightly so. He was there. He went 2-3 times and he realized, these people, the gospel they are preaching is not okay. And that's what...
this is after the handshake?
No, just the other day he came to Muranga. I went to somewhere in Kiambu. And so the handshake was last year. We have moved from handshake to BBI. Now we are moving to referendum. And I said on this table that the handshake is one of the biggest political strategy between two people. And of course, now from there, it is supposed to move to other people. I think it is still on its way. What I want to say here is that, you know, democracy in this country, by the constitutional structure that we have, is governed by the vote, the ballot. And with the question of winner takes it all, it has always been there. Are we going to discuss about removing winner takes it all from the top positions? What will happen to the governor position? What will happen to the MP's question? I think people are preaching a confused issue here. We need to change attitude, all of us. That whether it is your person who is in position, whether it is the other person, that person must see the country as Kenya, not as a small nation of where they come from. And I think it is really a mentality and attitude issue here. So I do not support this business of expanding the executive to burden the Kenyan with the 5 positions at top level, coming with offices, with a stream of cars, staff, what personnel, in the name of bringing inclusivity, bringing people. You know what? So you bring 5 communities. What about 40 other communities? I think that will not work. You know, we are trying too many things in this country. Our constitution is it is rated as one of the most progressive. And that's a fact. It has beautiful things in there. We just needed to give it time and let some of these, also we have some dynasties, when some of these things are cleared out of the way by the people. Like Honorable Raila Odinga said, he was a president for the people. I think the people are still going to speak at one time or the other and produce one person who will then be seen to work for them. And I think that time is coming. And that's when Kenya will be Kenya. Because we can never divorce the politics of competition. But competition should not be hatred, shouldn't be ethnicity, shouldn't be now violence after elections. And I support mechanisms of ensuring that our elections are clean, clear, and acceptable to people in terms of the transparency. And that really would be the score. So that everybody feels like
Could you ask one question?
One question, please. To
all of us.
To all of us.
Debarl, you said that when we do these things, we should look at empirical data.
Yes.
Empirical data shows that since independence, it is the presidential elections that cause ethnic tension and violence in this country. Elections of councillors or of MCAs or of governors don't do that. Therefore, if we know empirically that one particular election cannot lead us to national unity, why do we stick to it? At least it's right. There are things in the Constitution which are good. Devolution, for example, is very progressive and has helped this nation. The Bill of Rights that we have now is much better than the one we had during the one-party state. So we don't need to change that. But one thing that causes problems for national unity, for what I call a national democratic front, to build a national democratic and developmental state, is the presidency. That's a fact, proven by empirical experience. So if that is so, why don't we, as scientists said, where, for example, when a doctor is examining you, you're suffering what? The doctor examines you and said, here is the problem, it is the liver. The heart is okay, the lungs are okay, but let's deal with the liver and sort it. Then the whole body will be fine. Here is a case where we have one particular experience in this nation since independence. Like if Kenya had stuck to a parliamentary system at independence and Kenyatta had not become an executive president, the conflict within Kenya would not have arisen. It wouldn't. It would have gone like Botswana or things like those, where you have inclusivity in politics. I'm not saying that inclusivity must mean so many deputy presidents. It's because we are stuck with the idea of a president. That's when you think that if you have inclusivity, you must split it into all this. No. The whole idea of this debate that we are having now for constitutional reform is that, well, we have spotted the problem. Let's everybody come to the table and say, how would we solve this? How would we do surgery on the liver?
Will you take a referendum to actually solve this particular problem?
Definitely, because the present constitution says so.
Right.
Let me attempt to answer.
No, let's say from Haman will come to you. Okay. I think it's fair we give him time.
I think instead of my own thoughts, let me just react to what people have said, starting with Professor Nyang', Governor. You see, it may be true that the presidency is what causes us a problem, not MPs, not councillors, MCAs, senators, and the rest. That is quite true, but it's a mere observation. It is not that if you remove the presidency, you have removed the problem. The problem with the presidency is because in the initial years of independence, those in power, and we have Kenyatta in mind, made it difficult by using state power for there to be competition. And that's what the problem at that time. Later on, through some gerrymandering in law, Jonjo and Moi declared Kenya almost, not almost, a one-party state. I remember how my friend Kingarui, the first African registrar, was trembling when Jaramogi took to him papers to register a political party when Kenya was still a one-party state by law. So that is where the problem is. Then there followed a period when there was a little rigging. After that, and for the past 3 or 4 elections, I think 3 elections, it has not been that there's a problem with the presidency or the voting itself. It is always accepting to move the next level. We have now voted, so-and-so has won. Can we move to the level where we can get the next person to take over power? You know, from 2007, the problem has not been anything else. That's so-and-so has now won. Can we give him the reins of power? That's where the problem is. So I don't think removing the presidency. No, but so long as there's a center of power, whether that power be the prime minister or whatever, unless we sort out our electoral problems, we should not have sorted. The problem is the electoral process, and I've gone through the history.
But electoral problems is just one cog in, in this particular many, moving components that we have in this, reform that we're trying to seek.
The point I'm trying to make is this, that initially, crude methods were used to make sure there was no competition for presidency. Then there was some rigging. Then we moved to the next level, where once somebody has won, it is difficult for us to move to give him power.
But why do we fear that?
So, because
why?
Because of the power associated with it, definitely.
And the winner take all thing, because you are left out.
To answer your question, Professor Nyang', I'm saying this. So long as there will be some center of power, there will still be a problem. I think Kenya's problem that has led to disturbances and whatever you can call even almost war, has been the problem with the electoral process itself. Has it been seen to be fair? The answer is no. If it had been fair, the loser perhaps would have accepted. Right. But allow me to make one observation.
Could we hear from
no, just one more.
Yes.
Just one more.
Briefly?
Because Ali said that the lawyers have shifted, and I'm sitting here. And people will ask me when I go home, because I'm going home next time. Now, I must say this.
All of you are keeping silent, Prof.
I must say this. You see, yes. I must say this. It's like a cow we have slaughtered. And Alice is saying the lawyers should be counted in Matumbo. But we want the good part of the meat. We want that the president itself. We don't want Matumbo. You see.
So the professor becomes the spokesperson of the lawyer.
So as soon as somebody becomes president, I'm minister in charge of interior and coordination of national business.
All right.
I no longer want to be
just a moment. You need to react to what Alice said, that also the tectonic plates have shifted in the western region. That have shifted.
That's what I'm saying. And even Central, I wanted to say it is true, and I made the observation here that about 80%.
No.
Casual observation.
Yes. Next time I need we need a poll.
I think an overwhelming majority.
It's good to accept the reality of the ground.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just need empirical evidence. I mean, that's a fact that we deal with journalism. Just a moment. Just a moment. Let's say from Chicago.
You know, the bigger picture, all of us here say and agree on one thing, and then decline to address it. It is the power, the center of power. Let me tell you, the ordinary person is really not concerned with the center of power as such, per se. How does the center of power make my life better? Because what we are saying, people, whoever is in power, if you actually will do the things that improve my life, and that's what Professor is saying, inclusivity. And inclusivity is not just holding positions. Inclusivity is will I get easy education, transport easy, I can get food, my kids can go to school, and I'm sick, I can be treated. So that center of power, what we have made people believe, well, I'm wondering whether we're leaders, that center of power is the presidency that he was talking about, that therefore make people unhappy and people fight. Because we have said, if your tribe is in the center of power, then you have hope that you will then benefit. What we need to do as leaders is say it does not matter where the center of power is. You as a Kenyan, you will get what you want. But what we are doing here, we are analyzing this thing as political analysts. Political analysts should behave different, should be different from leaders. Political analysts analyze it as it is, the factor as they are. Leaders should seek to change those factors if those factors are the ones that are causing a problem.
Political analysts will also use scientific, method to actually, come up or verify some of the statements they say.
Yeah,
like
agree. They use the factors. What leaders are supposed to do are to change those factors. Like if we know the big thing still is the center of power and tribalism and exclusion.
All right. We need to bring it to
No, I'll finish. I was mentioned that I was in Keleweka and what and not. I've not moved. My position is still very clear. That wherever we are fighting, we must look at the welfare.
You've not moved. What do you mean?
Now,
still in Keleweka.
She was saying I've moved. I've not moved my view in the whole politics of Kenya. Because, for example, if I talk about BBI, let me tell you, there are three things I like in BBI. One, it is addressing the issue of tribalism. Two, is talking about corruption. Three, it is saying the electoral process. Now, in my view, those are the main things that we will address the issue of the center of power.
All right,
so if a group is for that, I will support that.
So, just a moment. So the deputy president, is he supporting the BBI?
No, I think Debarl.
No, I'm asking the question. Is he supporting the BBI?
Before you come to that, allow me to express my opinion on this one. This idea, this preoccupation of dispersion of power is something that also we must also look at it critically. If you look at, for example, at this jurisdiction like China, you have one leader, but the leadership's collegiate. If you look at the Politburo, they have 7 of them, then there are 25, and they move all the way down to the 90 million members of the CPC party. But one of the things that I really want to say, even when you talk about the issue of democracy, if you do not have a situation where a leader, that one leader has got an ideology.
Thank you.
No, let me express, please, because you've given other people airtime. Let me also talk. If they don't have ideology and they do not have the vision to lead the people.
You remember you came late as well.
It becomes an issue. No, but this is not about lateness. It's about also being here. The question is, you cannot have somebody who just occupies power for the sake of it. Because power has an essence of corrupting, absolutely. And we may also need to look at the process through which then somebody becomes a leader. Because you see, I want to postulate here that if Kibaki had not been in power, out of power after being my finance minister, health minister, vice president for 10 years, and then later on in the political cold for 10 years as leader of official position, maybe he would not have been as visionary as he was.
Right. Thank you.
So I think it is important to do so. But also the issue of parliamentary system. It is good if at all we go the party list way.
Thank you.
However,
we need to wind up. We need to wind up.
Constituencies, as long as they're not equal.
Thank you.
Where you have Roiro, which has 160,000 voters, and other people with 15,000 people, it cannot work parliamentary.
All right. So you see that? No, just a moment. You see the reason why I'm reserving this particular debate of a parliamentary is because of this particular also announcement that we have here. Next week we shall dedicate our time to actually be looking at this book by Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. This is they'll have a public lecture, official book launch, and official book launch. This will be at the University of Nairobi. This will be on Tuesday, the 24th. And that is at Chandera Center for Performing Arts at the University of Nairobi. Also, you'll meet the young Turks as well. And each of you will get a soft copy of this book, so that at least we can slice and dice. And, the arguments that you're putting forth here, then we can have, a good time next week to discuss.
We want a hard copy.
They will be autographed here on Monday.
Prof, even
So
me
we
need a
will-
hard copy.
we'll
I
attend.
don't do well with soft copies.
No.
I'll
So soft copies are available now, but hard copies will be available before
At the
launch.
launch, yes.
But
Yeah.
even before, so you'll be
autograph for us.
No, we want to receive there so that we can also get
Okay,
some
fine, no problem.
airtime.
Yeah.
Here.
But I wanted to, I thought, Debarl, you are still going on. From Maura, it is me. And Maura, how come Maura now started speaking before me and he came last?
Who?
And-
Maura?
No, but the
Yes.
procedure we are going
No, you should speak last.
Just a moment. But Alice,
So it's me.
No. Just a moment.
Am I the
We gave
next?
you enough time.
Exactly.
Even that clip from Citizen,
So I'm
right?
the next.
Yeah, thank you very
Back
much.
to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we should be winding up.
So
yeah.
So I'm the next.
Is it you?
I want to
It-
say,
it
I want to
is-
say this. I want to say this.
Let's give our closing remarks, Alice.
I
We'll
think
come
it
to you.
was
I want to say this briefly, that whereas I support constitutional changes, including the introduction of Prime Minister, I must warn Kenyans against the lazy way of doing things. Let's not imagine when you bring a parliamentary system, it will be all rosy. We must interrogate what Maura is saying. Before you have a Prime Minister, Kenyans will want to know how you constitute electoral units in terms of constituencies. Secondly, Kenyans will be apprehensive, given that our members of parliament, it has been alleged, are able to be bribed with as little as 3,000 in a toilet. And that all you might therefore need to bring a government down is perhaps 5 million. And the father, Anyang Nyong, because you are the guru of this, and the father, knowing that parliamentary forms of government are prone to falling every time, Italy being the best example, and the rest of Japan and so on. Are we as a country prepared for that kind of thing? So the lazy option will be, let's move from presidential system to parliamentary system.
Thank you.
But there must be hard questions.
Thank you.
Before we do that.
All right, closing remarks, Alice Ohome?
I think this is the point for me. First, the police must stop being used by political operatives or hands or people with other interests from doing their work. They must stop listening and doing it the way it has been done before. They will get a bad name for nothing, and that route will not work. The other one is that I think changing the constitution at this particular time, if the constitution is not being changed in favor of the people, I don't think I would want to support. You have asked whether the deputy president is supporting BBI. I don't think we should be talking about BBI or Punguza Mzigo by name. I think we should be asking whether there is a constitutional moment to change the constitution and which areas of the constitution should be done and what is the route. The BBI for me is not the route, but I think there is room for Kenyans to speak together.
Thank you.
And agree on whether there is need and which areas what question should go to the referendum.
Right. Dr. Nyikal?
We need a third revolution in this country. The first one was to remove us from colonialism. The second one, to bring us in democracy. The third one is to create a nation, Kenya, through killing the notion of tribalism as a basis of our politics and resource distribution.
Thank you. Isaac?
I think by the end of the day, we need a better Kenya. And it is true that our political contests have not been resolved by elections. We need to ask ourselves why. The political disputes that are ethno-political are not being resolved. What is the problem? And finally, we must speak to the small man, the people of Mwihoko, these policemen who are harassing boda riders. Every time they get your boda, they ask for 3,000 shillings. It's not fair. Those people need to do business without being interfered with.
Thank you. Finally, Prof.
I think we need to give everybody airtime to express themselves about constitutional reform. And we should not prejudge what BBI is bringing. Let us say, let's wait until the results of the BBI is put on the table, rather than say dogmatically that BBI is not the route, because we don't know what to contain in the report they're producing. I think that's rather intolerant, just to say that. We know what Punguza Mzigo is, because it's already on the table. We don't know what BBI is going to bring. Let's wait until it's put on the table.
Thank you.
The governors have said Ugatuzi, and we're working on Ugatuzi. We have given snippets of what it is going to contain. Let's wait until it's put on the table. And I think Manyora has said a very important thing. We should not just take parliamentary for the sake of it. let us explain exactly how it is going to help avoid the problems of electoral intolerance in the past. Those are the kind of things we should move in that direction.
Thank you,
and
Prof.
not assess things dogmatically before we see them on the table.
Thank you. All right, thank you, our panelists this morning for this engaging debate. We promised as well, next week we shall be looking at this book. If Diana may just put it up. This is a presidential or parliamentary democracy in Kenya. Remember, even that particular week, on Sunday or the next week after, it will be the International Day of Democracy. And this is a providential time that also Professor Anyang' Nyong'o will be launching this book. This will be happening at the University of Nairobi. And of course, also you'll have a handy opportunity to meet some of his young turks here. This is Dr. Mukisa Kitui, Itobi Manyara, Yashpal Guy, Senator James Orengo, Joe Aguirre, and you mentioned also Paul Mwite as well, right? So we look forward to, of course, the launch of this book. We shall be slicing and dicing it next week. So each of you, you have to go through the copy of that book for, we know it's a rich repository of knowledge as far as parliamentary and the presidential system is concerned. Thank you for your valued company. You've been watching This Is a Point here.
Discover the all-new Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Lotion, specially formulated with Nivea's Deep Moisture Serum and Africa's natural cocoa for 48-hour deep moisture. Glowing, radiant skin with Nourishing Cocoa Lotion from Nivea. Get 48-hour deep moisture from the new range of Nivea body lotions.
Usinione sina class, naishi kama star, sherehe nyingi kwa himta, kama love na piara, Antibus.
Kwani huku uende mahali leo?
Kuna mahali ulikuwa umenituma unataka nikuwe hapa.
What about his shoes? Why are they dusty? And his feet, they're dry.
Mafuta ya kujipaka pia hakuna. Unaona kama jana nilikuwa nimempaka mafuta ya kupika. Alikuwa ameenda shule akiwa marinated.
Babe, apparently your son has a fever. Oh, babe. Oops. Look how happy he is seeing both of us here together.
Ukifunua tunafunika.
What are you doing?
I'm washing your husband's car.
Chitu na paina songe. Oko nekoru DJ Fraud mwenyewe akiwa ndani ya kizanga.
If you cannot appear or even come close to the Forbes magazine, then just leave.
Kairo, simama hivi. Moja moja kwa mto tumalizane.
Mom, I'm being circumcised.
Hebu nichukulie pesa hapo nyuma.
Nishaudhuba.
We, kwa nini unafanyisha mtu hii kazi kama hizi? Hapa kwa nyumbani akicheza.
Uko na kiwanja kako pahali.
Wacha kupiga honi.
Wewe wacha kupiga honi. Ambiwa ni nini bana wewe?
Mom, me and Jerome to go work. Antibus.
How well does the business world know about your business? You take care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and stand to benefit from an industry benchmarking report, opportunities to network with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
The Three Sides of Anna.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The Three Sides of Anna. Identical and different.
This has to be an allergic reaction to something.
Ati allergy? Hakuna allergy ili Ebola. Fair. Nijipate napanda gari ya mtu valeni nipati. Hey, Mungu akuwa mjinga kuniumba na miguu mbili.
By the time I'm done with her, she will not even be dreaming of a wedding. How many times have I told you to always press the toothpaste from the bottom?
I like it when you're petty. That means you love me and you want the best out of me.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to Living with S. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia, and we are at the beautiful Park Inn by Radisson. It's a beautiful day, and today's conversation is all around e-commerce, which is something that you can't escape. In fact, one of the guests did say before we started filming, hey, did you notice that during the census, that's one of the questions they asked? Like, have you shopped online in the past 3 months? It's something that's taken the world by storm and is starting to pick up pace in Kenya as well. So I'm curious to know a little bit more about my guests and their journey in the e-commerce world. I've got Ayrton Bet, who's a co-founder and product manager at Perpink. Welcome. And then I've got Makena Murungi, who's the co-founder of Mother and Baby Shop KE, right? Welcome. So first I have to say I've bought items from both your shops. With you, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, a couple of years back.
So I'm curious to know a little bit more about your businesses, but before that, I would love to know a little bit more about the both of you. But what did you study in uni, and did you foresee getting into the e-commerce world at all?
I studied BBIT at Strathmore.
BBIT?
Yeah, that's business and IT.
Business
and IT. I think basically the run-through of our course is that they assume we'll probably enter a business and IT related field, but I really don't think I was ever gonna, I never really thought I was ever gonna get into e-commerce at that point in time.
Okay,
yeah.
Even though you were, so what did you think, what were you leaning more towards?
Employment, like getting a nice job maybe in a telecommunications firm and yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah?
That's what it was.
Was that similar for you?
I studied advertising and design.
Okay.
So I had a master's in advertising and design. And at that point, I thought I was going to get into the advertising world, work in an agency.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. I didn't expect that I'd get into e-commerce.
Yeah. So tell me about your journey into starting Mother and Baby Shop.
Okay, so I have a creative background. So I was interested in technology, and so I started off as a photographer, and then
we had a shoot.
We did.
How have we not spoken about this yet?
I know,
guys. I'm gonna ask that we have the picture of me from our first shoot here. But yes, you were. Yeah,
it was like
that's how we first met. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we got kicked out.
Yeah, because.
Someone was like, get out, this isn't your place.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, so, okay, photographer.
So, and even with photography, I got into baby photography. So I was doing pregnancy and baby photography.
Yeah.
And so then when I became a mother 2 years ago, I just found it very difficult to get products that I needed. It was really inconvenient. You had to go to Biashara Street, pay for parking, and then the variety that they had was not very big. There's something I bought, it was supposed to be Fisher's Price, and then I realized it was not genuine.
It was fake. Okay.
Yeah, and I paid full price for it, like not for a knockoff product. So I felt like there's a gap in the market, and that's how I ended up getting into. So I basically brought together now my creative background and my experience in motherhood and my interest in technology too.
Yeah. So, but before then, had you started any business? Well, I guess photography would have been the business that you were running. Was your photography business mostly run through online? Is that how you got most of your customers?
Yeah, it was. It was
Okay.
mostly through. I got my customers through social media, and I used like online platforms to allow customers to view the products, purchases. Right. So technically, that also had some elements of e-commerce then. Yeah. Which just recently I was thinking about the connection.
Merge, yeah. Because everything, all the dots connect. Looking back, at the time you may not see it so clearly. And so what about you? How did Perpink start?
Well, I had an initial stint at trying employment, but I was still in campus. I tried to work at media. That didn't work out so well. So moved over and tried to do something in the communications field. That went a bit better, but during our time at Strathmore, like every time guys used to come and ask me and my co-founder, I want to get something for my girlfriend, I want to get something for a friend. In those scenarios, most of the time it was someone who wanted to impress a girl. Yeah.
Okay.
So everyone would offer a suggestion. I mean, it would be an open. Everyone would be like, no, I'd do this, I'd do this. This would really get her attention. And I think for guys at that scenario, they really, really want to get the best. So we started off with a few friends. I knew some really nice gift shops around. I used to take things, we package for them and give it to them. And actually we used to get very positive feedback. And this was
So what kind of things would you be
It would be bracelets, jewelry, perfumes, just specific items that I knew or I thought would really make a mark. And I guess it was really goal-oriented. It was, if the chick comes back smiling and she's happy at what we've done, then we've done something good. Then through that, we just sort of eased into it, started selling through Facebook, so created a Facebook shop. At that point in time, that's around 5 years ago. So a lot of new Facebook shops were upcoming, and when we opened a Facebook shop, we realized that apart from our student community where we were, a lot of guys outside our community, working people, were so interested in what we had to offer, and we grew from there.
Interesting. So you started off selling your products online, on Facebook rather. Sorry. Was that? Did you go straight into a website for you?
No, we started on Facebook as well.
Oh, you started on Facebook. So why Facebook first? Why start there? What did it provide for you? Maybe you can start off that.
Well, it's free. So being a student and starting a business at that point in time, that's a very, very big factor. Yeah. Also at that point in time, it had a lot of users, and it was a way you could reach the world, reach people. They had these small I'd call them mini groups, which are very big right now. Like one was called Sokoku marketplaces, where you could post your product, and the marketplaces had reach of almost 100,000 followers. And that's something we totally didn't have. You look at, if you were to give a financial value to that sort of advertisement, that would be around a lot of money. Too much for someone who's starting business. So that's the biggest advantage for Facebook at our time.
And looking back, would you do things the same way? Would you start on Facebook, or do you think things have changed now that you would probably take a different approach?
If I had the option, right now things have changed. Facebook is not what it used to be. There are a lot more users and a lot more people advertising. So they also changed their metrics to suit that. So on our days, we used to put up a post on Facebook. Automatically you get like 10 likes, people are seeing, everyone is seeing. But with increase in content, like there's so many shops, there are like 10 people selling gifts, 100 people selling bags and shoes. So what Facebook does, it limits your viewership. So I'd probably start off right now on something like Instagram or Twitter.
Would you do the same, McKenna?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Because Facebook has become a lot more difficult, and that's why there's a lot of people trying to sell as a service. I understand the Facebook algorithm. Let me help you figure out how to do.
Right.
And back then, like as just young university students, we could figure out how to promote ourselves without any technical help from somebody, some expertise. So and I suspect that maybe with time also, Instagram and the rest will also have the same, already, not everything you put up is shown to all your followers on Instagram.
Right.
Like, it's a bit difficult to understand how they work. So even if you start on Facebook or Instagram, it makes sense to have your own platform. no one changing any algorithm is going to affect your...
Because ultimately Facebook is a business trying to make money, and they do own Instagram. So it's only a matter of time. And we've already started to feel how difficult it is to get an audience that you've worked so hard to build, right?
And something else that they do, the minute you like a Facebook page, it suggests to you other people who might like this page. So you see, like, it's giving out your competition. Like, you work so hard to interest these people, and then immediately it starts showing them
all the other options.
You
take your pick. Interesting. So how did you then transition into starting your own website? McKenna, maybe you could share what was that nudge that got you to think, maybe I should, I don't know, legitimize it a little by having my own website?
So I think I liked just like some element of coding. I don't have any technology.
Okay.
BBIT.
Yeah.
But then I always, so when I was doing photography, I made my own website. So
really?
based on that experience that I have, just using templates that are already out there and very basic coding to connect them.
You did it yourself?
Yeah.
Did you, but with what background? I'm just figuring, I'm trying to understand how you, with no background, were able to, Google, YouTube, School of YouTube.
YouTube.
I get you, girl. Yeah, okay.
So there's a lot that I didn't understand what I'm doing, but then, this is how you do it. Watch a YouTube instruction video. So there's a lot of tools out there that have been developed to make it really easy for people who don't have any technological background to make their own website and make it functional and plug in all sorts of different things.
Yeah. But I imagine it's a little bit more layered than having to start your own photography website or a blog, because then there is the commerce aspect to it, and making sure that it's a secure network or website, and that people are able to purchase off of it. Or was that an option at the time, that people could make purchases off of the site?
There are different types of, so there's the more complicated platforms like Magento, where you'd need to have a bit more expertise or somebody who knows what they're doing. And then there are simpler platforms where it's just upload your pictures, put a price on it, and it has all the security backend, it has everything else that you need. So a layman who's able to, just read and understand the instructions.
The basics, would be able to do it. So you did it on your own without having to get a web designer.
Yeah.
Was that your experience as well, Bet?
No. A bit different.
No. Okay.
We had 3 versions of our website. Starting you off with the first one, we started with the complicated system that she says, Magento.
Okay.
Magento was complicated, and at that point in time, we tried looking for people locally who could be able to help us code the system. The truth is, about most of the systems, even if you have a coding background, our curriculum is really old. So
Kenya, or what do you mean? Okay.
Kenya.
Okay.
You look at, they teach us, like, even in the school I was, they were teaching us how to code a website from scratch.
Yeah.
Like the page, you put a name, you create a home page. Okay. But fast forward, the world is not even using that. Right. 2 years later, everyone is running their websites on what I'd call engines.
Yeah.
So engines, we also call them content CMSs, content management systems.
Whew,
so,
okay.
So CMSs change the whole game. Instead of you, if I would put it in a much simpler metaphor, instead of you coding a website from scratch, like building a car, and you get the whole chassis, you get the engine separately, you get everything, and all you need to change is the top, what we call a theme. So you just put the outer look, but all the websites are actually based on specific engines. So it was different for us, knowing we thought we'd code. So what we did is went to the site, looked at there was a website that's called Freelancer. Mm-hmm. So Freelancer offers outsourced services, programmers, designers all over the world, and we posted the job there. So we got a guy from India, and he offered to do it for us, and that's how we got our first website installed.
Yeah. So did you have to buy the template for both your websites, but then you someone to help design, a web designer to help with it?
Yes.
Is that how it worked?
We bought the template.
Okay.
So now the installation process is where you need
Okay.
someone with a bit of proficiency in that. So that's where we got them.
Okay, and I'm curious to know what, on average, what are the costs for buying a template? I mean, I'm sure it varies, but in your experience, what is it?
I think, if I remember correctly, we bought ours for $165.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you did everything then on your own?
Well,
okay.
when you say everything, it makes it sound like, it's just like selecting
in
the
my
colors.
world, it seems like there was a lot. But but then you, essentially that's what you did. You then picked and found and added whatever you needed to add to create Mother and Baby Shop, right? What was yours, Bet?
In terms of the cost?
Yeah, for the template.
Ours was around $80.
Okay.
But that was a while back.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that much. It was like, it didn't have that much aspects.
Yeah.
It was like plain and simple.
Right.
But it looked nice to us then.
Yeah.
It was better than not having.
And cheaper than having to set up shop and pay goodwill and all of that. So, I mean, if you compare $165 or $80 to the millions that you're sometimes asked to pay, yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
But there was, because before we got into this one that we have right now, we were using a combination of WordPress and WooCommerce, which is free.
Oh.
So, and they have free templates. So that's the first version that we had.
Yeah.
Before we decided to take the jump and put in money into it.
Yeah. So I do want to hear a little bit more about the tech side, because I think even though essentially what you're doing is selling mother and baby products or gift items, I think you are in the tech industry and you've had to learn a lot. But we've got to take a break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The three sides of Anna, identical and different.
Rough and tough quality textured coating gives your walls a tough and beautiful finish. Available in over 6,000 shades, it hides surface imperfections. Call us on 0709 887 000 to place your order. Crown. If you like it, crown it.
Nation FM. More music and less talk. Nairobi 96.3, Mombasa 101.5, Meru 93.9, Nyeri 104.9, Eldoret 102.7, and Nakuru on 97.7. Follow us on social media on Facebook at Nation FM, Instagram at Nation FM, and on Twitter at Nation FM KE. Nation FM. And less talk.
We believe that there's somebody headed to your house right now. Hello?
Great Nonso needs to be eliminated before he can expose us.
Anna? What if they really planned
That's
it?
not true at all!
What have you found
Miss,
out? Please.
we need your statement,
Excuse
please.
me, I just want to get a
Miss,
statement from
what's your
her.
name?
I wouldn't give it to you because then you'd have no use for me.
Well, if you're not going to give me anything, then I'll just shut you up for good.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
How well does the business world know about your business? You take care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and benefit from an industry benchmarking report, opportunities to network with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at Parking by Radisson. I've got McKenna and Bet, both of whom run e-commerce sites. And before the break, I was getting to understand a little bit more about your experience in starting it off. And both of you mentioned Magento as a platform that you used. Today, what are some of the options that you would look at? And are you still running your websites off of that, or have you explored others like Shopify? Is that what's popping now for people who are thinking of starting online businesses?
Honestly, we were based on Magento for a year.
Yeah.
It was a very difficult time.
Okay.
Based on, I think it runs through the basics. What Magento does, they don't host for you your website.
Okay.
They don't handle anything. They have two options. They have the enterprise edition where they'll help you, they'll support you, but that starts like at $1,000 a month minimum. Then they have the free community version, which is open to anyone, you can download. Very good when you're starting your store, but not a very good one when you have a lot of traffic.
Okay.
So when you get a lot of visitors, and we had a scenario during the peak holidays, our website would go down.
Oh, it would crash.
Yep.
Okay.
And the problem with these CMSs is that they're so advanced that we let them handle our accounting systems, messaging, order sheets and everything. So if the website does crash, nothing is going on. So
wow. And for like how long would it crash for?
Until the traffic lessens, which is majority of the peak holiday.
Okay.
So
it's a blow to the business.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what are you running off of now?
So we moved to Shopify.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. McKenna, is that you're on Shopify?
We started off with WooCommerce.
Yeah.
And then we moved to Shopify as well.
Interesting. Yeah, it's really completely changing the game for many people and taking away the headache of having to figure things out. And have you had any crashes or issues?
None.
Interesting. All right. So tell me, what else did you need to start the business, to start the online website and get things going? McKenna, were there things or structures that you needed to have in place?
Luckily, when we were starting, M-Pesa was, widespread. So we just got a till number, and then there's PesaPal. So the payment gateway was able to connect to Shopify seamlessly.
Yeah.
And so that allowed someone to come on the site, add to cart what they need, check out, make the payment, and not talk to anybody if they don't want to,
right? Or
reach out if they want to.
Yeah.
So on the technological side, the other things were just, say, add-ons.
Okay.
Like I'm trying to think of
examples.
Accounting systems.
Oh, okay. Did you need to hire people at this point in time, or were you
initially? No, initially.
Okay.
So me and my co-founder. Yeah. So we had at this point we didn't even have an office. We had the things in our house, and somebody would make an order, and one of us would rush out to deliver it. Yeah.
Interesting. And what about you, Bet? What else did you need to start to get the online business running?
If you're looking at Shopify, we're not very many people who use Shopify. I think we're only 3 or 4 in this country. So.
What?
Yep.
I think it's increasing. But
what?
It's very few.
Interesting. And why do you think?
Well, because of the aspects that I would say we were missing at that point in time. Number one, you need a payment gateway. So what happens is that after people have added your website to cart, you need someone who can check out.
Yeah.
Shopify is really advanced in that it's exposed to systems they have abroad.
Yeah.
So even shipping, they don't handle shipping. Like they have things called shipping APIs. So you get a piece of code from DHL, you connect it to your website, and automatically when someone places an order, DHL is alerted, they pick it up, and they deliver. And when DHL is doing that, they're also sending updates to your customers. So your customers know where the goods are. You don't get phone calls of, I placed an order, when is it going to come? How long do you think it'll take? But here we don't have shipping APIs. So we sort of had to have a bit of manual, or let me say, quick fixes to doing things like that. So payment APIs, luckily for us, I think only PesaPal is available on Shopify. So we installed that. But for the shipping, we had to create our own sort of manual thing.
Interesting. Staff, did you have to hire quite early on? Or even when it comes to having a warehouse, or where do you keep the merchandise? What were those elements that you had to consider back then, or was it small enough in your case as well that you were just doing it in your house?
When I started, we started when I was in school.
Okay.
So I didn't have technical in my house. I was living with my parents, so my stock would move around. It would probably fit a bag. It was a small green bag. Was it a Tuskys bag with a zip around? So, and if that left, you'd totally sink my company. So,
one bag,
I used to move around. Like I think at that point in time, my mom was based in town, so she was centrally based. So I used to be based at her office, and then when I get a delivery, move around with my bag and deliver. But that was very early on. Fast forward, we had, as our site and our customers expanded, we had to bring in a lot of different people to help us. So sort of like an inventory manager, an accounts team, packaging team, someone, customer service, and quite a bit of delivery teams.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about that, deliveries and logistics. Do you offer, can people across the country purchase items off of your website and that you'll be able to deliver? Is that an option for both of you? So how did you work around that? The fact that, even through Shopify, that wasn't an option, DHL and whatnot. So how do you navigate being able to take as many orders as possible, but also deliver them within a reasonable period of time? Yeah.
So actually delivering outside Nairobi sometimes can even be easier than delivering inside Nairobi.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Because the courier services offer that quite well.
Okay.
So like you have Wells Fargo, G4S. We have a customer who's based in Lodwar, who were able to charter the flight.
Yeah.
Sorry, not a chartered flight, a commercial flight.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper to take it to her than it is to deliver to somebody, say, within Nairobi through a rider.
What?
Yeah.
That's insane. Why? How is that cheaper?
Okay, so for starters, customers who are outside Nairobi are not expecting same-day delivery.
Right.
So they're willing to wait for the next day.
Yeah.
But customers in Nairobi are expecting, I order it now, and within the next few hours, it's delivered.
And is that a promise you make to your customers, same-day delivery?
It depends on what time you place the order. So if you place your order in the morning, you'll get it the same day.
Okay.
And if you place your order later in the day, you might get it the following day. And it also depends on the product.
Yeah.
So if you're ordering, say, a bed, then it needs to be made for you. So for the customers who want the same-day delivery, then it's on, like, to order today, I'm in Nairobi and I get it today. The logistics is just less. I don't know how to say.
Okay. Okay.
It's less simple.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's more expensive.
Okay. Interesting. Is like experience.
I think we have a tougher job because of the nature of the goods we have.
Okay.
Our delivery timelines within Nairobi is 2 hours.
Within 2 hours.
Yes.
So does that mean you've had to do you still hire out, or have you had your own delivery men and women?
I think we get some advantages because of how fast our country's systems are changing. When we started, which is around 5 years ago, the whole boda culture and bike riders was just coming into play. There were very few, like they were countable, and their charges were crazy. Like from Strathmore to deliver to town, he'd charge you 500 shilling, and there's nothing you could say about it.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward a few years later, from Strathmore to town, you'll get it at 100 bob.
Yeah.
So once the riders started increasing, we sort of started cutting down, having our own, and outsourced to a lot of guys.
Okay, so it made it easier for you to focus on your core business and outsource the rest. So let's talk about changing customer attitudes? I know that unlike, say, the West, where online shopping, you don't even think about it. In fact, a lot of people say, oh, you can't even get me to go into a store. I just want to click on a button and have things delivered. Things here are a little different, and I think for the most part, a lot of people are still a little trepidatious about venturing into online shopping, especially if you're making a bed and it's like, I don't know, 20,000 shillings, and you're like, will they really deliver? Did you have any frustrations or issues, or how did you navigate that, trying to educate the customer and hopefully change and shift their perceptions of online shopping?
I think for us, because our business is younger than Papink, so there've been a lot of, like Jumia, Masoko, like there's a lot of
e-commerce sites.
Yes,
yeah.
Educating people on online shopping. So people are really coming around to it. One of the biggest challenges we face is, or one of the like frequent requests that we get is pay on delivery, which we don't offer.
Yeah.
And
do you think they do that because they aren't sure about it? Is it usually?
I think so. I think it's a trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So getting to trust, because I have bought things online which have not come, like what I expected is not what ended up being brought.
You're telling me let me tell you this one story quick. I bought a pencil case. I wanted to just test and see, will they really deliver? For 300 bob, what I got was a kind of iPad. I was like, this, you're not gonna trick me here. Take this back. But so mine was not, very.
Wait, they delivered like a real iPad?
Yeah, not an iPad. It was a tablet.
Oh, okay.
So not Apple product, but it was a tablet with like a fancy pen. What is it called? Stylus pen. Yeah. And I just was like, you're not going to trick me. No, thank you. But yeah, so I just wanted to share that I've also had those things where what I ordered isn't what comes. Yeah. So how do you end up how do you build trust?
So I think when you have many customers who you've delivered to, who are happy with your services, who come back and give reviews and buy again and tell other people about your services and your product, slowly there's trust that's developed. And so also as your brand grows bigger, then people are more likely to trust a brand that they've heard of and seen somewhere than they are to just trust something that they've not come across before.
Okay. So time and repeat customers and hopefully word of mouth.
And good service.
And good service.
Yeah.
Okay. What's been your experience when it comes to, especially since you've been around for 5 years, so I'm sure you've seen quite a shift in customer perceptions.
Well, I feel that online stores in general get a really rough time when dealing with the customers.
Here in Kenya or worldwide?
Worldwide.
Okay.
But let me speak about our scenario here. Recently, I had a meeting with our customer service guys, and they're all ladies, and they're telling me people have become so rude.
Oh, really?
I can't take it anymore. So that's one of our biggest challenges. So you're talking to your customer service people, and the problem is that once they start losing their morale, they're telling you that they can't anymore. You find scenarios where a customer is ordering a product, they're being very nice and professional, the customer is rude and continuously rude. You don't understand what's happening, but people feel that there's the ability to talk behind the screen rather than face to face, as compared to if I came to a store and you're working there and I'm like, I don't like you, I can't do that because I'll be able to get a reaction. But people are very brave behind the screen. I remember there's once I tried to handle the customer service line and really like selling to people, and I got 2 customers who were very complicated, and I went home early. So I was supposed to stay at the office until 6 p.m. I left at 3. Then I was just speaking to myself the whole way.
So, but why? Is it that they're frustrated about the service, or what brings out that kind of aggression or frustration in customers?
I don't know. I think it's just a lack of, I feel there's this word we use, there's accountability. You see, and a lot, I think it's going to be a trend. I think we need to speak about a lot of online stores. Let's look at something like Airbnb. Even let's go to something as basic as Uber. They've given 2 people the right to review. They've given you, the user, you review the driver, but the driver can also review you. That started becoming a big trend because customers also tend to misbehave. And now we feel that for online e-commerce stores, that's probably going to be the next step, creating a sort of a rating system for customers and a review system that's generally used, such that if the customer can go and review you on Google, then the store can as well review the customer in terms of their behavior.
Interesting. Are there people who don't pay? Maybe they'll like yell and curse you out. Then maybe other businesses should be aware of that. Interesting. But you're right. Yeah, Uber does rate you. And I remember when I found out, I was like, oh, have I been nice? Do I say thank you? Do I tip? What am I doing? All right, we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about social media and how it's affected their e-commerce businesses. We'll be back in a moment.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
The Three Sides of Anna.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The Three Sides of Anna. Identical and different.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
This has to be an allergic reaction to something.
Ati allergy? Hakuna allergy, ili Ebola. Fair. Nijipate napanda gari ya mtu wale nijipate. Hey, Mungu akuwa mjinga kuniumba na miguu mbili.
By the time I'm done with her, she will not even be dreaming of a wedding. How many times have I told you to always press the toothpaste from the bottom?
I like it when you're petty. That means you love me and you want the best out of me.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we've been talking about e-commerce, and I'm curious to know how big or small a role social media has played in the building of your business. McKenna, how important has social media been?
I'd say it's played a huge role because, as we mentioned earlier, it started off on Facebook.
Right.
And what social media is becoming right now is the way in which, say, a rock star can have a huge following on Instagram or Facebook. Brands are also building, they have a personality and people follow them.
Right.
And you have brands which are able to have like a cult almost. Of people who are defenders and loyal and just, so social media and e-commerce stores like any other brands, even B2B businesses, like all business right now. Social media has a huge impact on it.
Yeah. So what strategies have you employed to try and make the most of social media?
So just being there, interacting with your customers, getting to, talk to them, because what social media gives, it gives people a tool to not be talked at, like in the case of advertising where you have billboards and TV and they can't interact with you. So with social media, you're able to interact with them, and that allows you to do develop a community at another level. Right. So that's just being present and talking about relevant things to them at that point.
Yeah. For you, Bet?
I think I'm going to reiterate something she said. First of all, social media contributes to around 60% of all the traffic we receive on our site.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's larger. In terms of what she said, building a community. When we started in social media and Facebook, it was post these shoes, put the price, sell it immediately. You buy this, you get a deal on this. But social media is changing to be much more than that. We're creating a community and telling people not that you can buy this product, but why you need this product. So instead of selling, maybe one of our products we had was a picnic basket. So instead of selling the picnic basket and telling people you buy this product for this X amount of money, what we did is we actually went on a picnic with our team, took photos, showed them what's going on, and we had such an upsurge. Like, people felt that they prefer that product, and that's what we've been trying to do of late and consistently within the last 1 year, 2 years, is create a community. It doesn't have to be that when you're going to Papink you need to shop. It's just enjoy yourself. It's a group of like-minded customers, and we've seen that really has had a big effect on us, because now customers love our brand and they really feel in touch with it, and even get really cool product suggestions.
Right, and feel connected.
And also, with the customers having a voice, it can be very dangerous for the brand if you're not holding up your promises. So whatever, and like for our dealing with baby products, mothers can be very, as a mother, like I want to make sure
very
that
protective
I'm giving
and
the best to my
just
child.
The right
so
thing.
if in the event that you have a substandard product, or you have, there's just something that's not right, then the customers have the tool to call you out in a way that people never used to before. So right now, social media is also keeping brands in check.
Right, and holding you accountable. Yeah. So how do you deal with that if you do get, and I'm sure it happens, because again, like you said, being behind a screen gives you the confidence to say things. So even though before, if I was in a shop and you gave me something subpar, I'd be like, oh, I'll just go home and complain. Now I'll pick up my phone and be like, you guys really dropped the ball here. So how do you respond whenever customers are open and sort of hold you accountable in that sense?
For us, I was reading an article recently, and it's sort of the approach we took about customer service in like big hotels like the Ritz. It's no haggling policy. So when our customer gets a product they're not happy with, like, I don't really like this, we replace it. Okay. No argument. I would like my refund. We give it to you. I would like this. I don't really like this. Would you like to switch it? Even for perishable things such as flowers, where a replacement would mean that we actually don't get to sell it. Money, like for flowers, where we've seen scenarios where they're completely fresh, a customer sends a photo and I just don't like this today. Like, you know what? We're going to send you another bouquet tomorrow. Wow, How has that helped? We've realized that we actually have 0 to no arguments online, very few negative reviews, and it's worth more to do that than to have all the bad clout going around in terms of in the market, hearing people saying this is what you get when you order instead of what you deliver. So we don't have that. We just have more of a positive outlook from our customers.
Yeah. Interesting. So do you then take on a 3-dimensional approach where you've got your online, you've got social media, and any offline activities? Is there anything that you do that steps outside of the internet?
Because the customer's buying journeys is very varied. So somebody might see it online but not actually purchase it online or through social media, but instead physically show up to your offices or make a call. So sometimes there's a lot of offline activity going on, but which at the end of the day is connected to your online and your social media and Google.
So do you allow for customers to come in to because you now have an office space?
Yes, we do.
Also an office / a shop?
No, it's not a shop, it's just an office.
Okay.
So, but we allow for you to buy online and come and collect it.
Oh, but you still have to purchase sales have to come in through the online platform. What about you? Do you have any offline touch points for your customers?
Same for us, primarily shopping online. Although now at our Next Gen Mall branch, we've created a sort of a showroom where we allow customers to come, have a look and check what they like. We usually have some samples and we try to be a lot more interactive with the customers physically as well. Yeah.
What are some of the challenges that you've faced in the 5 years, Bet?
In terms of my biggest challenge, that would be, I feel like the constant change. That's it. I know a lot of people will tell you capital and all that, but when you're in the online market, things change so fast.
Okay.
And everyone is always talking stories about Kodak, box office, the way they got written off, or
Kodak,
MySpace, or the way this technology. So for us, it's more pressure because every day, today we are using a new CMS, tomorrow someone has released another one that's much faster, is better. Currently the website we are on was very fast 6 months ago, but they just released a faster one, which means more cost, more change.
So do you change with every new upgrade that they release? You jump on board?
We've tried to stagger them because once you switch your website, you lose a lot of information and a lot of, I'd say, comfort and what customers are used to. Like when you're checking out, you'll add to cart, move here, then you find I've changed where the cart originally was.
Yeah.
We actually get a lot of complaints when we do system changes to the website. So we try, hold them together and maybe change it once a year.
Interesting. Yeah. Challenges for you, McKenna?
I think it's a bit similar. So keeping up, especially with, because customers are changing, and so customers want things now. And that's increasingly, like if you see anything from music to entertainment to food, the world is changing in a way that before you had to go to your Blockbuster, get, the tape. Now you can get it on Netflix on demand. You can choose what, you don't have to listen to radio.
Exactly.
You can choose what music you listen to.
Podcasts or whatever.
Exactly. And so it's the same with physical goods shopping, that it's changing so that people want you to predict what I want. So I want to log on to Netflix and see, I want them to suggest what I want, to know me before I say.
Yeah.
So keeping up with that. So technology is there, but then there's also now just infrastructure in Kenya logistically, without having, what do you call them, the address systems and things like that, so that we're not doing deliveries, describing places using bumps and a black gate.
Yeah.
So that I feel like we're playing catch up in the physical world to what technology and the customer's demands are taking. Yeah.
You said something that I think is worth noting. How do you have any instruments or structures that help you try and understand the customer better? In the back end, where you're not just seeing a customer is buying this perfume and you're just sending it. That's all you've done, but that you're noting, maybe around this time, this is the amount of product that they need, or this is. I guess I'm trying to ask, how much of your systems and processes include trying to read and understand and anticipate the client's needs?
For us, I think that's where we've spent a lot. What we do, we have our whole client list. So customer A to Z, maybe a total of 15 to 20, 30,000 people who've shopped from you before. But now we start segmenting this list into specific customer traits. So we have customers who shop romantic, always. He'll probably be buying for his wife, his girlfriend, like continuously. Then you have customers who shop family oriented, always buying for your sister, your mom, your family back home. Most of these are diaspora customers. Then you have just the off customers who buy a specific product, like you just can't have enough of jewelry. So what we do from those lists that we've segmented, we try look at the customer lifetime value, how many times have they bought. Then through that, we send them a customized feed, maybe on their email. Even the ads that these customers will see are very different from what a new, the other segment would see. You'd probably always find you're getting flower ads or you're getting jewelry ads. And this helps us increase our conversion level, because you find that if you love jewelry and you can get enough of jewelry, and we start sending you ads on earrings, necklaces all the time, and when you don't buy, we give you a very good offer you're most likely to buy, rather than if I'm sending you an ad on burgers, shoes, handbags.
Right, so it's very strategic that you try to take time to understand your customers, see what they're buying, what they're looking at, the colors, you know, and direct the right kind of ads or products towards them. Ooh, that's also been a little dicey and brought on a little bit of controversy, right? Because you start to wonder, where are these cookies and what are they looking at? I mean, I was talking to someone over the weekend and they said how they were on their laptop. They were about to buy a pair of jeans online and they got distracted. They shut their laptop, got into a cab, was on the back of a cab on Instagram, and an ad comes, hey, we noticed you didn't finish your purchase of jeans. And he was like, what are you doing? How did you? And it's got a lot of people thinking, how much of my stuff are you looking at? Are you concerned ever about like the politics around that?
Yeah, I think it's a very like delicate balance between being creepy and being helpful. Right. Because on one hand, you want to be helpful so that if, say, we have the same segmentation, just for us it's in terms of the age of whether you're pregnant or so for example, if you've already given birth, then it would be irritating to come across an email telling you about pregnancy. Right. So there's an element of it which is necessary for you to have relevant content and have that make it useful. Yeah. But then, as you're saying, I think one of the famous stories about that is somebody who I can't remember which huge retail giant it was. I don't know if it was Walmart or Target, but they discovered that this 16-year-old girl was pregnant even before her dad knew, and they sent her like a coupon, like they sent her something. Wow. I can't remember the details of the story, to her home, and so her dad went to them and he was so mad and he was like, are you encouraging my daughter to get pregnant? And it turned out that she was pregnant, and they knew before he did. Wow. So you see, it's a very
dicey, a very sensitive space. Yes. Wow, interesting. So where can people find you? You've talked a lot about your websites. As we wrap up the show, why don't we do some shameless plugging? Where can people find you, and why should they come to both your sites?
You can shop from our website, www.purpink.co.ke, or just search Purpink. That's a mixture between purple and pink, so P-U-R-P-I-N-K.
Oh, is that how it came about?
Yes.
Purple and pink? Yep. Interesting, because you were trying to get the girls?
No.
Oh, no?
My co-founder's favorite color is pink, and my favorite color at the time was purple. It's changed right now, so.
What is it now?
We would probably call the site Blacker Pink or something like
Black
that.
Pink, Black Pink. Okay, interesting. So Purpink.
Yep. You can come over to our offices at Mall, and if you simply want to, like right now we have this campaign running, how to shoot your shot. Ooh. So if guys who really want to impress someone, a lady wants to impress a guy, I think we have a lot of things, and we're very goal oriented, so we will make sure it performs well.
Oh, yep. Hey, all right, okay. And what about you, McKenna?
So you could shop on our website, which is motherbabyshop.co.ke. So we're all about convenience and variety, because we feel like variety empowers you. Rather than just go to the shop that's closest to you and pick what's the only one option to solve your problem. Having variety gives you choice to pick the best product for your child. And so we want to empower mothers with that variety. Yeah. And the convenience to shop where you are, because these days, really everybody, but especially parents, are time poor. And so, whether it's diapers, all our products all our services are out to help make your life easier. So we have a diaper subscription service where you just sign up, and every month we're going to deliver your diapers.
Good. Yeah. You should get on that. No, that's really good. Okay, noted. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for sharing your stories. I think there's no doubt that online shopping is where it's going and where it's at. I mean, the other day, even Forever 21, with over 600 stores shut down. And I think part of the problem was that they weren't anticipating customer changes and needs quite quickly, and they had physical stores and they weren't. So there's no doubt this is a space to get into. I think I also read that it's somewhere between a 4 and 5 billion shilling industry and growing. So thank you for sharing your insights. Make sure to purchase something. I recently got a toddler bed actually from Mother and Baby Shop, so thank you. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's show. We'll be back tomorrow 8 a.m. sharp And thank you to Park Inn by Radisson for lending us your beautiful space. Have a great rest of the day. Keep it locked on NTV, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Nation FM. More music, less talk.
Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's so free. Taki taki, taki taki rumba. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl.
Nation FM. Nation FM. More music, less talk.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this, access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looked quite repetitive.
Palm oil is the lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading producer of same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
The three sides of Anna.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The three sides of Anna, identical and different.
We believe that there's somebody headed to your house right now. Hello?
Reynoso needs to be eliminated before he can expose us.
Anna? What if they really planned
That's
it?
not true at all!
What have you
found Miss, out?
Please.
we need your statement, please.
Excuse me, I just want to get a
Miss,
statement from
what's your name?
I wouldn't give it to you because then you'd have no use for me.
Well, if you're not going to give me anything, then I'll just shut you up for good.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Aya and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
This is NTV.
How are you this morning? I hope you're not suffering from Monday blues. But if you're watching NTV today, then you've started your week off right. We'll be following up on several stories for you. But first, a bit of drama. You've seen them behave badly in their chambers, at times not only hurling insults but cheers, and in some cases exchanging not only words but blows. Sadly, as evidenced at a funds drive at the Gitui Catholic Church yesterday, the Keleweke and Tanga Tanga factions of the ruling Jubilee Party have reduced houses of worship into battlegrounds. The church no longer a place to find solace or common ground. Here's why.
And God said unto Moses, take off your shoes, for the ground on which you stand is holy. Exodus 3:5. But not only did the Kiharu Member of Parliament, Ndindi Nyoro, and his nominated counterpart, Minor Commander, drag their dirty laundry into the house of the Lord on Sunday, they turned it into a marketplace, as the so-called Tanga Tanga and Keleweke factions of the Jubilee Party have been doing for months. A desecration which so incensed the Son of God that he took a whip to those who showed no regard for the sanctity of his father's house. President Uhuru Kenyatta's self-appointed crusaders and Deputy President William Ruto's travel companions habitually turning the pulpit into a podium from which they preach not love but intolerance. The warring factions reached a new low when the exchange of words degenerated into a brawl in a clash of egos. Nyoro and Commander jostling for the microphone as they pointed accusatory fingers at each other for breaching protocol.
Haiwezekani unakuja ati ni wewe unasema wewe DMP wa Kiharu. Tumekataa.
Kama isipokuwa panapo wazee husemekana hawafanyi nini? Hapa haribiki, tukaona utoto kama sisi wacha tutulize baka tumalize.
The political class turning houses of worship into campaign rallies as the church leadership's silence is sometimes bought for 30 pieces of silver.
We have seen today that you do not even respect church. Na ukweli hapa ni siasa imeingia pahali haifai.
Olive Burrows, NTV.
Well, that's one of the stories, just one of the stories we are following up for you this morning. In that report, we saw his supporters push him into his vehicle and push away the authorities. We wait to see if he is in hiding or will voluntarily turn himself into the authorities, or nothing will happen. Now, from the chaos in church to the disarray over a possible referendum, Deputy President William Ruto says the incessant calls for a constitutional change by ODM leader Raila Odinga should not derail the country's more important needs of development. His allies, who have been on a campaign against the Building Bridges initiative, were also drilling down the same message.
Tuwache kusumbua wananchi wengi, tuwache kusumbuana na wananchi. Wananchi hawa wote, sijui Waturkana, mnaenda kuwasumbua tu bure. Sijui mnaenda Lamu, sijui mnakuja hapa Kirinyaga, sijui mnaenda wapi, ati kuuliza watu maswali. Wale watu wote hawana shida na katiba. Mtu mmoja tu iko na shida na katiba.
Siasa mingi ya kubadilisha katiba. Kuna wenye wanatuambia tupunguze nini? Mzigo. Iko mzee amewatukana wakawaambia ni inaitwa punguza gunia, ati tuachane na hiyo, tungoje ingine inaitwa BBI. Na sisi sababu ni watu waaminifu tunangoja hizo zote. But we want to say, even as we wait for all of them, we want changes to the constitution that will be beneficial to the people of Kenya.
Kwa hivyo hii maneno ya katiba iwekwe yote kwa meza kama buffet. Sisi wananchi wa Kenya tupewe nafasi tujadiliane. Na hii maneno ya kubadilisha katiba haitatufanya tukosane. Na si kwa lazima. Tukiona kwamba ile proposal wametoa haifai, tunasema wacha tufanye uchaguzi kwanza ya 2022, alafu turudi tena tuangalie mambo ya katiba.
No, thank you. That is ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi's answer to Deputy President William Ruto, who reached out to him and asked for his support as he eyes the presidency in 2022. Mudavadi has declined his offer, saying he will not join forces with a party that has overburdened Kenyans with problems.
Hawa wametuwekea mzigo ya madeni. Alafu anasema niende huko. Ruto and Jubilee are the problem.
hao ndio wametuletea shida. Sasa wanasema I go and become part of the problem. No, ANC is going to provide the solution.
Looks like it's all about the 2022 political race as the two leaders were making and declining proposals for the 2022 partnerships. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka was putting his best foot forward. He was asking the church to pray for him and his presidential ambitions.
Kama nimemwagiwa mafuta leo, sitaki kuharibu. Mbele ni sawa, ama sivyo? Mbele ni sawa, si sawa? Wangapi wanaamini 2022 iko sawa?
Conversation in Kenya. So from politics to graft investigations, 3 more people have surrendered to the police in Kisumu over the Lake Basin Development Authority mall scandal. Former LBDA Managing Director Peter Aguko, Nelson Uma-Onyango, a member of the Evaluations and and Teresa Achieng Ochaka, a former supplies officer, were among those brought to Nairobi for questioning. 4 other suspects were also picked up by the police on Saturday and were brought to Nairobi, except the former LBDA board member John Nyera Mango, who is said to be paralyzed and in need of special attention. He was allowed to present himself at the Integrity Center this morning at 7:30. Investigations show that the former Lake Basin Development Authority chiefs pocketed cash and received other benefits from a construction company in a scandal that saw the cost of building the mall in Kisumu inflated by, guess what, 2.5 billion shillings. Meanwhile, a section of Narok residents had a violent brush with rangers manning the Mara North Conservancy as a dispute over use of what they say is community land royaled. The community says it's had a change of heart. The tourism venture was no longer profitable and now want to convert the land back to agricultural use. Sharon Baranga has more.
They had sounded the war cry, and the Mara North Conservancy will be the battleground. The community living near the Conservancy was here to spell out their frustrations. A mission that saw them clash with the rangers manning the Conservancy. The community wanted to opt out of a deal where they had given out their tracts of land for the Conservancy. But now they say tourism was no longer profitable.
Imetunyanyasa kwa muda mrefu na si kama vijana hatupati any benefit kwa Conservancy.
And with that, they drove their cattle inside the Conservancy as they made good their threat to convert this land, teeming with an assortment of wildlife, to agricultural land. Jeff Koya, who owns 80 acres of land here, says he earns 11,000 shillings per month from tourism.
We have tried all resolution mechanism, but it has borne no fruit. Tunataka kuishi shamba zetu kwa sababu hatupati faida kabisa.
Wanakatalia percent yetu kabisa. Tulijaribu maelewano tukashindika kabisa mpaka ikabidi tutoe kampuni yetu ambayo inaitwa Koyak Mara Landowners. Ndio tutoke na percent yetu ya ile mashamba ambayo yameweka kwa hiyo kampuni.
Na kesho tutalima hii mashamba yetu. Tufanye business zitatusaidia. Maana Conservancy tunajua importance of Conservancy, but they are our value. So si kama vijana hatutaki hiyo.
The rangers were overpowered by the angry landowners who used crude weapons to send them scampering for safety.
Brokers nadanganya sisi pana kana kula mali yote na malisa yote.
The community claims that in previous years, the returns were much better than they are now. Sharon Baranga, NTV.
ODM party has settled on the late Ken Okoth's brother, that is Bernard Otieno Okoth, better known as Imran, as the candidate for the Kibra constituency by-election. And as Zainab Ismail reports, the Duggars are already drawn in the race billed as a national heavyweights contest that will overshadow the actual battle at the constituency level.
The stage is set for the Kibra by-election contest after ODM settled on the man who will fly the party's flag come the 7th of November.
To the great people of Kibra,
The battle is ahead of us. We must keep the legacy of the late Honorable Ken Okoth alive.
Bernard Okoth, the late MP Ken Okoth's brother, will now tough it out with Jubilee's MacDonald Mariga, NC's Eliud Owalo and Ford Kenya's Hamisi Butichi.
Agenda yetu ni kufanya kazi ile Okoth aliwacha na tuhakikishe tumefanya kazi yote ile aliwacha ya education, na sisi wenyewe tutaingiza mambo ya sports ndani, tuongezee baadhi ya vitu zile tutasaidia our youth pia.
Najua shida tuko nazo hapa Kibra. Maneno ya moto ya ghafla, ukosefu ya water na sewerage, zile matatizo mko nazo kwa upande ya karo ya shule.
Observers say this election will provide an opportune moment for the big political parties to measure their strengths ahead of 2022. But the face-off between Jubilee's candidate MacDonald Mariga and ODM's candidate Bernard Okoth will especially be one to watch. NC's Eliud Owalo is taking a second stab at the seat.
Owalo, mimi nataka kupitia kwake tuweke ODM kando chini kwa uwanja, tuweke Jubilee chini kwa uwanja. Hayo ndio mimi nasema, na mimi nawaambia huyu jamaa tarehe 7 Novemba kufika saa 6 ya usiku ndio atatangazwa kuwa mjumbe wa Kibra.
For Odinga and his party, the by-election on November 7th is a do-or-die battle. If ODM loses this seat, it could signal his waning influence in the city politics and a DP's Ruto's ascendancy to the helm of his perceived stronghold. Raila, who represented the constituency for an uninterrupted 21 years between 1992 to 2013, enjoys near fanatical support, and with his eyes trained on the 2022 polls, whether he vies or not, this is a seat many say he cannot just afford to lose. A section of Jubilee members, on the other hand, want to exploit this chance to send a message to their presumed arch rivals ahead of 2022.
Leo nilikuwa nimekuja maneno ya masomo, lakini tutarudi kuongea hiyo ingine ama.
A win for the Ruto-led Jubilee faction will give the DP much needed sway as a formidable force ahead of 2022. ODM has lost 3 parliamentary seats so far, reducing the number of its elected MPs from 62 to 59. And at the heart of the contest is the battle for the control of the Nairobi County politics with a possible 2 million voters. Zainab Ismail, NTV.
Well, from Bernard Okoth to another Bernard, this time Bernard Ojwang in Rongo. He'll be bringing us an update shortly from the Hispania Boys High School, where tragically a fire has claimed, according to the authorities, 1 life. Now, this comes after a fire destroyed a dorm housing 350 students at Musingu Boys High School in Kakamega. We'll be joining Bernard shortly. But on to a topic of the day, and that is the politics of division. We've seen that as far as the Mao is concerned. We saw it with the drama in church yesterday. And I invite my 2 panelists this morning to weigh in on the political situation in the country. I'm joined by Gabriel Mudhuma and Bessie Kadhambi. Always a pleasure to host you guys. Bessie, you saw the drama yesterday at in Moranga. What did you make of it?
Let me first start bridging bridges with people of Taita Taveta. I want to apologize. I did not call them wild animals. I hope they can accept my apology. Now, the drama that we had in Moranga, it just shows the kind of maturity we have in our political leaders. It is a shame, let me say it. Even the church should now have boundaries. There has to be no more politics at the pulpit. If I'm asked, minor commander in Njoro, they should actually... Njoro? Yeah, should step down.
Really?
Yes, it's an embarrassment. Total embarrassment. You come and start blowing each other and exchanging. So what are we telling the Kenya, that it is we have to do it our way by force? No.
Okay.
There has to be decorum in what we are doing.
Okay.
If they can't step down, they should be disciplined.
All right. There are no, like, they didn't punch each other, but, you know, they did jostle. Okay. For the or rather their supporters joined in the jostling for the microphone and who should share that fundraising drive. Gabriel, what did you make of it?
Well, at this rate, we should have a boxing ring in every church. So when these guys are invited, they can be put in a corner and gloves are actually provided and they can box one another until kingdom come. Anyway, that was just a banter. Well, you know, Olive, we're expecting to have politics of maturity. I highly doubt we'll get to a point where we can actually be able to discuss and talk mature politics. I hope we get to that point, but at this point, I mean, given what you're able to see, in fact, it is a shock that it's Jubilee on Jubilee. One member of Jubilee beating another member of Jubilee. It is sad, so to speak. The truth of the matter is it should not be happening. But the fact and the element is that, yes, it is happening. So what do we do with it, right? We are 3 years removed from another election. What do you expect? I think if this issue is not arrested, we just are going to expect more. The funny thing is you have one young gentleman who's a first-time MP and a very senior politician. I would have hoped in a place like Murang'a in Kiharu, you are able to lead and groom leaders who understand issues. The politics of division that you're starting to see play, Olive, is actually a precursor of what may end up happening in 2022. Only this time it may actually be bad because you're pitting community against their own community. All right? And honestly, I am not talking about, even if there are two different communities being pitted against one another, right? That's not what I'm advocating for. But if we are not able to sit together and have older politicians and younger politicians be able to marinate and come up with politics of development, politics that are agenda-based, then I think we've lost it as a political class. But more than anything else, what I witnessed yesterday just goes on to confirm that we are heading in treacherous grounds. We are heading in a very undefined future in matters politics. What can solve this situation? For the longest, I thought the church was the sober voice. I am yet to hear what the church said about this incident. Even the church where this was happening. I would have expected by now to have seen a very serious communique from that church.
I agree, it's the Catholic Church.
Yeah, but you see, even the Catholic Church in itself should have by now issued a communication.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Now, we're coming back to that. We have Bernard Ojwang joining us live from Rongo. Oops, dropped my papers. Bernard, what is the situation in the Hispania Boys High School? Unfortunately, we've lost him, but we will be getting an update from him. Now, do you agree with Bessie Gabriel on politicians not being allowed to politics within the sanctuary?
You know, that's not an issue to agree or disagree. You will have to realize each church makes their own rule as we move along. One thing you can't keep away is politicians from coming into church, because many politicians are members. You know, they've actually been probably diehard members ever since they were little. They probably attended high school there, or Sunday school rather. You can't really come and divorce church from politics or politicians per se. But what we can actually be arguing about is the shenanigans that we are seeing happening on the pulpit. That is wrong. But then again, most of these churches, if you will, and these are just factuals, actually built by the very same politicians. Actually, they are the ones, it's the church who invite these politicians because they know they are coming with a bag, you know, full of money. Look at the biggest mchango that was there. The president gave 1 million shillings.
Yes, he did.
What does that tell you? He is somebody who is concerned of development in churches. All right? Many other politicians give money. So to the church, this is good money. All right? And these are the people who drive people, give or take, think if nowadays churches, when they are doing, you know, these major fundraising, you'll find, you know, the people or guys listed on that book on top there, most of them, majority are politicians and businessmen.
Okay. Bessie, let me pose this question to you. Ndindi Nyoro, yesterday was at the Royal Media Services, and he said, you know, Ntalala, he'll sleep on the sofa or the floor if the sofa becomes uncomfortable, gets uncomfortable. And we also saw in the report I filed when his supporters pushed back 2 police officers that I saw, one in blue and the other in green, to, you know, sort of created a wave so that he could get into his vehicle and they wouldn't take him into custody, as it appeared to me anyway when I watched that particular video. Martin Maura was on ground covering that story for us. Do you think he is responsible, that he should be held responsible for what took place?
Well, number one, about the church, let me say with Gabriel, there has to be a clear demarcation when it comes to church and politics. If you want to come and politic, get out the sanctuary. There's a nice parking lot, talk to your people there, blow each other, hit each other if that's what you want. But when you come to the sanctuary, let's leave it a same place. Now, for Njoro, what he did.
Ndindi Nyoro?
Yes. Him running away from the law tells you the kind of impunity Kenya is at. You should have, if you have the same balls to confront each other, then also have the same balls to stand and be arrested. I mean, we have to have we lead by example. If we're going to be the leaders that are at the forefront fighting, be at the forefront also to be arrested. When you're teaching your people that the policeman is someone you can shove, yeah, you can push, that's being unlawful, and we can't agree to such things. Yes, he should have stood there, get arrested, be bailed out like other his colleagues. Yes, so it's not him hiding and saying there's a sofa. A citizen should have even called the police to arrest him live there so that he knows the rule of law has to be obeyed in this country. We can't stand impunity. And for a young person like him, it's a shame.
Okay.
An absolute shame.
There's a word you used, and Gabriel exclaimed by way of his facial expression.
But you see, it's personally, I don't think I'm in a position to call who was wrong or who was right.
But do you think Ndindi Nyoro had a point? He says, this is my constituency, you can't come into my constituency and purport to be chairing or leading a funds drive.
To be honest, when you look at the what you call the political protocol, he has a point.
Really? You know, Maina Kamata was, based on the reports I received, he was the guest of honor.
He has a point to call, what you were saying, he has a point to call the other MPs because that is his constituency. And if you go in all political rallies, if you go to all, you know, areas where, and I would assume Ndindi Nyoro was also invited, right? Unless we do not have the whole clear picture. So he was saying, I'll just invite the rest of the MPs and you can continue if I'm getting things wrong.
Okay,
right?
so apparently he came in late.
Yes. And what I think may have ended happening, we started seeing, you know, a scuffle ensuring when he said he would invite the MPs. And I think that's where this whole thing, you know, came from. But then again, I would have expected the maturity to prevail, all right? Instead of showing a negative or a bad picture, first of all, it would have been easier actually for even Ndindi Nyoro to walk away. Same way it would have been easier for the likes of Maina Commander and company to just say, mchango yetu ndio hii, and you leave, all right? So I think it should not have played out the way it played out, all right? So here we are trying probably to sanctify a situation that went out of hand, you know? But one, no policeman should have been ruffled. No churchgoer should have actually been in the same situation. No, even a politician should have been in that same situation because we all expected, being a Sunday, being in a service, at a fundraising, would have expected common sense to prevail, would have expected people to hold back, would have expected people to actually talk things out. And I know there are ours there, all right?
But you know, I saw the priest in the middle of it all, and he just looked like he was at a loss for what to do.
Olive, you see, when you're in a place where politicians are, it is actually very easy for things to get out of hand because everybody wants to be heard. And everybody wants to show their power and prowess. It has happened. I mean, you've seen two politicians come, and before you know anything, before you say cut and a half, smoke is up in the air. And then you wonder, 5 days later, they are shaking their hands and they're asking for forgiveness from one another. And then you ask, hang on a minute, why didn't the same thing that you people are talking about today, why didn't you not talk about it back then? So this is a very delicate issue, because it happened in a place where it should not have happened in the first place. But also, I believe all these factions should have been able to actually extinguish that situation on that pulpit.
Okay. What do you guys think? You know, the hashtag is NTV today. Should politicians be prohibited from delivering speeches from the pulpit and address their supporters or those gathered within the church precincts outside the sanctuary? Do share your thoughts. My handle is at Burrows, or you can use at NTV Kenya. Either way, I will get your response. Now, Bessie, we saw the former Dagoretti South Member of Parliament, Dennis Wawiru, speaking outside the sanctuary. He was among those who attended that particular Harambee. Now, he said, you know, I know who the dog's owner is. Yes. Was this about more than just who was inviting the members of Parliament to speak?
I think when you play around with the politics that they're playing, it's, for me, I find it very sad because we don't take interest of the people we so say that we are supporting. If we had really come for the fundraising, then the issue we are seeing here of people blowing each other and, you know, talking and that kind of who knows the owner would not, you know, come up. If I came to give funds, let me give my funds and I go. Then we can go to now a political rally and now iron out. We know who the owner or the dog's owner is. It is unacceptable that the people, the congregants, are the ones to suffer when one wants to show their ego. Yeah? You're talking about political protocol. Yeah? If there was really protocol, Minor Commander would have said, sorry, yeah, this is your constituents, as you want to champion it, give me this. But our egos take the better part.
Exactly.
Yeah, so when you hear such comments, they are supposed to incite. That's more inciting than healing, you know? And that shouldn't be. If we came for fundraising, let's stick to what we came to and then go to your business of fighting each other. And they have anyway the platform in Parliament. Yeah.
And totally agree with Bessie when she says, you know, if it was, if really the whole thing was, you know, let's do it the correct way, it's a given. And I go back to what I've just told you about the political protocol. If you go to any county, the governor of that particular county is the one who invites the governor. The MCA of that ward is the one who invites the visiting MCAs, the MPs.
So you agree with Divinyor on that point?
The protocol is right. The actions may not be right, but the protocol is right. And then again, this is about the dog who sent you and blah, blah, blah. I don't think it should be
Gabriel, please allow me to come back to that. I think we finally have Bernard Ojwang joining us. Bernard, what is the situation at the Isbania Boys High School? Tragically, a student died in a fire?
No, not exactly, Olive. We are here in Rongo town at a family of Frederick Oyugi or Remo. There's the family here are now saying that they are demanding to know what could have been the cause of the death of their son from one student at Isbania Boys High School. They are saying that the boy left here on Wednesday last week to school, only to be informed that their son is dead. They are also claiming that they were informed immediately after the body of the boy had been taken to a mortuary and the preservation process had been started. And they are now ones and also demanding to know from the administration of the school what could have been the main cause of the death and why they were not informed immediately after the incident happened. And according to the mother, Rispa Oginga, she's saying that they were when they went to school, they were told by the school administration that the boy fainted in class while the teacher was in class. And currently we're just going to talk to the mother, Rispa Oginga, just to tell us more what she was told there back in school. Join me here, Madam Songa. Hebu tueleze ilikuwa namna gani ulipopigiwa simu?
Nilipigiwa simu tarehe 5. Mtoto nilimshindikisha shule tarehe 4. Wakaenda mwendo wa saa 5:30 kuelekea saa. Mtoto ameenda shule mzuri. Ikifika kesho yake asubuhi tarehe 5 napata simu ililia, lakini nilikuwa nje kufua. Msichana akaniletea simu, mami, simu inalia. Ni nani, inapigwa wapi? Kutoka Hispania. Nikachukua simu, nikapiga, halo mwalimu, habari yako? Mzuri. Alafu nikamuuliza, watoto walifika salama? Ndiyo, walifika salama. Sasa nikaweka break, juu yeye ndiye alipiga simu, nisikia anaelezea namna gani. Akaniuliza, wewe ndio mama ya Frederick Oyugi Oremo? Ndiyo, mimi ni mama ya Frederick Oyugi Oremo. Na alikuwa na shida nyumbani yoyote? Hapana. Nikamuuliza, mwalimu, kuna nini? Wameanguka na gari?
Well, we're hearing from the mother of that student who passed away at the Hispania Boys High School. She's seeking answers over the death of her son, Frederick. And so it was not a fire. The fire that was yesterday, and that was in Kakamega County, a dorm that housed 350 students. Now, as we try and get Bernard back on the line, we go back to our conversation, and that is regarding what happened yesterday in Kiharu constituency. Yes. And Gabriel, I interrupted you as you were responding to...
Yeah, because now you've already started bringing in the Jubilee principles into this mess. I mean, let's face it. The president is somewhere in Mombasa after opening the, was it the agriculture show? He's out there, inspecting development. He's talking about the Big Four agenda. He's talking about moving the country forward in development. The deputy president is the same, doing, what he's supposed to do, right? Development, talking about what needs to be done. But you are starting to pigeonhole these two principles in every little place that you people go. And the brigade of Tangatanga and Kieleweke, they think they are just politicking, but in due sense, they are doing the leadership of Jubilee a major disservice. This is their scorecard. People will not judge Jubilee through Kieleweke or Tangatanga, to be through their principles. We elected these two individuals. What have they brought us back? What is their development agenda that you promised us? What have you done so far? What is left and what have you accomplished? That is the scorecard that they'll have. Anything else that you're saying, these shenanigans, it's who's the owner of the dog, which dog came in, which dog left. But those are shenanigans. So I think they need to be advised properly. Whatever is going on, right? It's actually taking away instead of adding into their development agenda. They should actually, all of them, be supporting their leaders. That is how you win the masses. But now, having created division, I mean, look, everybody, this one wants to be pitted along this one principle, the other one wants to be pitted along that principle. And I think they are doing more damage, that they would think of popularizing, whether it's themselves or where they want to be in 2022. I would actually, if they were to listen, I would tell them, guys, whether you're in Kieleweke or Tangatanga, what will happen is Wanjiku may probably use one scorecard against you. And if you are to realize that, I would put my foot on the metal and work for the common mwananchi.
Okay, Bessie. So you don't think DP William Ruto is the one who sent in his dog, as Dennis Waberi put it, to go and scuttle that particular gathering?
No, well,
Because we had Maina Kamada saying, if I would not go, in his own words, to a changa function, is how he put it. So he was like, Ndinyoro should have stayed away from the Kieleweke faction.
For me, what I look at, I laugh at them because come 2022, as Gabriel has said, the Wanjiko they are playing around with is no longer that foolish woman or foolish man that will just buy and he will give you his votes. Yeah? Come 2022, I will not be shocked to find some of these characters, they will have 0 vote from the Kenyan people. If we go to that Kiharu constituency, where was Maina Kamanda there? To fundraise, and yet you want to be the champion. Yeah? So what have you done for your people? What's your scorecard? Whether in Kieleweke or whatever else they are calling themselves, the Kenyan man will say enough is enough. And 2022, we'll see a number of them going home. So whether they're sent by DP or they're saying they're standing for the president, I think even the president now should start seeing these elements because they're pulling him behind. Yeah,
Okay.
and deal with them properly.
I listened to Ndinyor and you know, this turns out to be Ruto versus Raila, and he was like, you know, wameleta pesa ya Raila. Is it Raila who's causing this division, Gabriel?
Yeah, you see.
I mean, or has he caused jitters? What is it? Is he a boogeyman in central Kenya?
I think for the longest time he has been, but things have changed since the handshake. Like I told you before, there are places, and this is why I think the handshake was good before, you know, people knew Raila as the boogeyman in central Kenya. And also, Uhuru Kenyatta was the very same thing, character, at the other side. But after the handshake, you've seen the president being able to visit places in Nyanza, places probably where he would never have visited. He's talked about the development in Nyanza. Look at the port of Lake Victoria, what is happening. Major development is coming to that area. Raila is able to go in places where you never thought he would be in Central, and still people, you know, cheer him up and they are able to give him kudos, right? So that was great in line of that, you know, particular development. But look at the very same people who are elected. Look at what they are doing. They are now starting to pit you against what you thought or what you've envisioned throughout as the boogeyman. They are now starting to bring those pictures. You see, Amerudu Kufanya. That is not the politics that you should be talking about. The politics that we should be talking about is what Betsy has said. What are you doing? What have you done? What are the people in your constituency? What are they ailing from? What solutions have you provided? What great plans have you put down, and what are you willing to bring them on board as buy-in to be able to implement? That is how you move a country forward. And you see, every place that the deputy president is going, he is going with the mantra of what they are doing, which road, what, you know, the whole shebang. When you see the president, wherever he's going, he's talking about his agenda. This is what we are doing. This is what we will be able to do. This is what, you know, everything in line on the Big Four agenda. And true to the fact, things are actually moving on. So why would you want, even if the president gave you his mchango, or you're going to represent the president or the deputy president, why would you go to an environment of where you want to create chaos? That is why I'm saying we may not know what is happening, but I believe all those politicians that were there, yes, they are young politicians and they are also senior politicians. They should have been able to handle that situation. Stop pigeonholing your principal leaders into your small fightings, right? They have a bird's eye view of where the country should be. Let them deal with the major issues. And in fact, the best you can do is to support those structures. Failure to which, you do your small politics on the sidelines, and let the people who are willing to support the big picture be able to do that.
All right, hindsight on what Gabriel has said. Maybe they are portraying their hidden thoughts, feelings with the whole handshake aspect. So now it has to pop up because one time or another, now we get to see the reality of this handshake vis-a-vis the reality on the ground. So they still, as much as they're bringing down their leaders, there's something not right. And we may want to scamper away from it, but there's something somewhere that needs to be addressed, because they can't, all of a sudden this Raila aspect has...
Because ideally BBI was meant to bring us as Kenyans together, but it appears to have divided us just along different lines.
Yes. Do you remember, was it, what did we used to say? There was a thing we used to say, the enemy of your enemy is my friend.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And in politics, that works out very well, Betsy. Olive, you don't have to hate me if I'm working with Betsy and Betsy is your enemy. All right? There are probably issues that we agree on principle that we need to do. And then again, if you dislike the way I do politics, you really don't have to go with me the whole hog. No. But there are things that are going to be beneficial, not primarily to you, but to the people. All right? It cannot be that every time you have an intuition of losing a seat, the person you think had to blame has to be my enemy. No, it shouldn't work that way. And you see, if you start envisioning that, the only thing that you are going to have is a spirit of underdevelopment.
Okay.
And that is what you're seeing. It is ailing people for the longest. Listen, there's a handshake now. Things are a little bit different. Get on with the program.
All right, Gabriel. Speaking of development, DP William Ruto was in Kirinyaga County yesterday, and he spoke about the BBI.
Yes.
And he intimated that, you know, this whole constitutional change debate is about one man, about Raila Odinga. And he went ahead to say that it will compromise the Big Four agenda. Do you agree with the Deputy President, Bessie?
Well, let me first say, by the BBI people, they missed the greatest opportunity to unite Kenyans. That I will tell you. Whether it is one person or the other, I don't know. But what they should have done is bring Kenyans to a point where I am telling you, I am sorry, Gabriel, I called you 1, 2, 3, and you also express, but we have respect. We get to iron out things and not cover things. Yeah, we are trying to show the handshake has done. Yes, it's.
But you know, after the handshake at the prayer day, we saw them hugging.
Yes.
Yes, they are hugging, but the very people that supported them didn't hug. And I expected BBI to be able to bring people to hug. If they have really found they have done a good job, today would be saying the IDPs would be shifting back to where they were. And that the communities have been integrated and peace is being resolved among those people that had been moved away. So when we talk about BBI, I think they missed the point. Yeah, whether it's one person or not, they missed the point. And for the DP to keep insinuating that it's one person, this country is not one person. Yeah, we are a number. We all play a big part or a small part, but it's not about one person.
So you don't agree with the DP that the focus has now shifted from the Big Four agenda to, which is President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy project, to now about we are all focused on the referendum?
The referendum, they knew all along.
Or a possible referendum.
What annoys me is that someone thinks that we'll just glide along because the DP has said, or maybe the Raila has said, or Uhuru has said that there should be a referendum, then everybody will be, hey, hey, we are in it. No, there has to be a point, even me as a Kenyan, I will say enough. What have you done for me? What is your scorecard? Today, NHIF is going down. Whatever hospitals, I mean, what have you done for me to start asking about referendum? Is it always about politics? So where are you at? So when he says about the one man, I don't think it's one man.
But you agree with him to the extent of development?
In which way?
That we've lost focus, that we're focusing on the wrong things.
Maybe he has, because when you check, there are other counties that are more inched on development than others. So it's actually a divide and rule kind of thing happening, because there are those counties at the forefront saying we want development, they are clamoring for it, they are doing it. Vis-a-vis those who want to sit and entertain politics.
Okay. Gabriel, there was a suggestion yesterday in Kirinyaga that perhaps we should push this whole constitutional change business to post the 2022 general election.
You know, I think there are several things that must happen constitutionally. And I think virtue of that, there has been political talk. And understand me when I say political talk. Political talk is very different from constitutional talk. For instance, we are behind schedule to audit our constitution. That is the law, right? By now, we should have sat down to look at what we need to amend in our constitution, all right? We are actually behind time. It should have happened, I think, you know, the first, I think if not around, you know, but it should have happened when we are behind schedule. So this is something that needed to take place, the constitutional amendment and constitutional review. So I believe what we have done, and this is some sort of a disservice that we seem to be clinching to, is that we feel the people who should bring this change are politicians. The constitutional architects are the people who need to sit down, right, with Wanjiku, with our Wanjiku-driven agenda to see what has worked, that which is not working, that which need to be amended. And we sit down as a country to ratify, all right? But what seems to be happening is that the call for referendum seems to be taken by the politicians. And we are going to lose it, by the way, if we go that way again, all right? Because we have a constitution. We thought so many things should have worked. When you look at things like Agenda 6, you know, when you talk about the people we need to bring into office, there's clear demarcations in our constitution, the leaders that we need to elect office, and what they need to have achieved, and that which the vices that if anybody has done any of this, then they are automatically kicked out. Such are actually provisions that we've not even lived up to. So here we are talking, and I agree with the president when he said this. During the campaigns, he kept on calling, we must have agenda-based politics, development-based politics, where this country should be in the next 20 years. And you may recall, he changed actually his mantra, and he went to 45 million strong. You remember? When he said, when I'm elected, I will bring everybody on board. And I believe that's why we saw the handshake. So there has been a deliberate attempt by certain individuals not to buy in to what the president promised. Okay. But you see, the president realized one thing, and actually this is a good place to be. When we talk about a referendum, what will the referendum change? Will it actually overtake his development agenda? Because if it will, then he is going to lose. All right? I mean, in a record time, Olive, in a record time, we got the SGR. In a record time, we've done many kilometers of road. In a record time, electricity has been connected. These are facts. These are facts. Who in their right mind would stop that particular ascent to start doing politics? You'd be very foolish, all right? So anything that is curtailing that trajectory, all right, Kenyans should fight it.
Okay, but when we talk about the BBI,
yes,
it's not just the political, some politicians from certain quarters that are saying this process was not inclusive. We had Yashpal Guy say the same thing. Do you agree? I mean, like, so what does it mean for BBI? you
are trying to define a document that we've not seen. The Punguza, we can actually, me and Betsy, on the Punguza, we can sit down and discuss and see, what is that? What do you mean? There will not be MPs. And you know, we can engage with that document. And by the way, I've read it. I read it back to back. It is a good document to engage, but I don't think for the longest it will sustain. That one I can tell you off the deck. The BBI we've not seen, and we are actually waiting for it. Will this be the document that brings the country together? If that's the thing, so be it. We rally behind it. But for now,
it's another rumor mill.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I see the CSAs are being asked to, you know, promote it, and
as well.
You know, and we don't know what it looks like. Is it a goat, a cow? What is it? Because, you know, when you're dealing with Kenyans, I want a Kenya where people understand the Wanjiku who was being told, panga laini hapa, you're given 50 bob, and you sell your heritage, is no longer there. You're dealing with people who will get technology, get to read and say, no, this is not what we want. This is it. But where is that report? I don't know how it looks like. So for me, I'll take the negative bit and say that's money down the drain. So let's look ourselves as Kenyans, how we want to do the bridging ourselves. Because if truly we will rally behind each other, there is strength.
So how do we get there?
You see, by the way, Olive, there's something we also need to define. When the BBI was actually, the team was being, when it was being arranged, people brought together who will sit in that particular committee, and the initiatives, they were given the 9 points that we'll look into. I would like to believe the president had the goodwill of each and every Kenyan. And I remember in particular when he said, and he spoke so emotionally about it, and it was in parliament, he said, we cannot be going for an election every 5 years. And every time we get into that zone, we are almost tearing this country apart. All right? So I would like to believe the goodwill was what preceded the actions or the coming together of the BBI initiative.
Goodwill.
So every person who was buying into the BBI came with the knowledge that must stand the test of time is a country called Kenya. Anything else should follow suit. So the country is what must be the point of discussion. And what country are we talking about? It is a country, very quick, it is a country where every individual counts. It is a country that is open up for business for any person willing to do their best. It is a country opened up for a school child who has nothing, all right, is able to get free education until where he can, the level where he can master his knowledge. It is a country open up that any patient walking to a county or at any public hospital is able to receive first-hand healthcare. So that is hence why it actually made the Big Four, okay, become a game changer. To me, that is what I believed preceded the knowledge as to the president putting this team together. So what we are expecting, Olive, is nothing short of an agenda that will continue with the trajectory of what the president and his deputy had for this country.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so basically, let me just check if I understand Gabriel correctly. You're saying the president knew that unless we resolve the paralysis that usually surrounds general elections or elections in this country, then the development agenda can't go very far.
Of how? Olive, do you remember every time we were coming to an electioneering, even our own money would take a hit, the dollar would rise, all right? People would actually be ready to exit. It was chaos. And so any person coming in, whether you're coming in as a governor, as a president, whatever seat you're looking at politically, it would mean it can only work when the environment is peaceful. And I believe that is what led to the president doing
so Bessie she was like, you questioned the goodwill aspect of things.
Yes, the goodwill, I think when people are called for these initiatives or they are brought in, there's a tendency to work in silos. Yeah, we don't think outside the box because this, like I said, it was a wonderful golden opportunity to clear out the kind of environment that happens when it's election. Right now, I've expected this BBI team to have helped with the census, brought in a way that when we are going to the boundaries, because there are going to be issues on that, they are at the forefront. We're not just paying people to come and give us a document. It has to be practical.
Correct.
Yes, you have to bring them on board on telling us these security issues. There are people who are being killed. They can't leave to go and do business. So why? It is one warring community against another. So the goodwill he's talking about, yes, the president may have had it. But the people he elected, maybe he didn't take time to tell them this is a do or die for Kenya. It's not just some materials you're coming to pass on here so that we adopt. Yeah, they are saying we should implement it in every government office. So I'll ask, the injustice that has been, there has been a certain tribe being employed. What have they done about it? You're asking and you're coercing your CSAs to adopt it. What have you done to make sure the injustices that have been there in any of these government organizations there is no suspicion?
So you're not convinced of his sincerity?
The people he put, I don't think they were, maybe they were brought in and never thought outside the box. But maybe the president had, I say maybe because I don't know, maybe he needs to speak on it. But I don't see the goodwill, because you bring people who will bring out the injustices and people talk about it. But now we are only seeing a report that will be passed on. We don't know how it looks like. And they have not been seen to bring the peace. Yes, the handshake is just the two principles, telling their people, please.
So at least you agree with Yash Guy as far as that is concerned, a deal between two people.
Two people, yes. It is Uhuru telling his people, calm down, we don't go like this.
Has he lost control of central Kenya? And I want us to come in and discuss that after this break.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on Star Times, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
This has to be an allergic reaction to something.
Fair. Nijipate napanda gari ya mtu wale nijipate. Hey, Mungu hakuwa mjinga kuniumba na miguu mbili.
By the time I'm done with her, she will not even be dreaming of a wedding.
How many times have I told you to always press the toothpaste from the bottom?
I like it when you're petty. That means you love me and you want the best out of me.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Every day, NTV News Team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital.
It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs.
Moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this,
access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looked quite repetitive.
Palm oil is the lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading producer of same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Just as you'd study for an exam, study up on the field that interests you and the position you hope to achieve. Knowing the ins and outs of your preferred career path will help you enter the job market with eyes wide open.
At Amboseli Institute of Hospitality and Technology, we take your future seriously. We produce highly skilled graduates in hospitality, tourism, fashion, and design. Think quality, think future, think Amboseli Institute. Enroll today.
Good morning. You're back on the home of news, and this is NTV today. We're now joined by Javas Bigambo. Caught up in traffic? Sure. Okay. We'll cut you some slack. It's a Monday, and schools are now open. So
with
hey,
friends like this, I need no enemies.
Well, I see all the primary colors are represented: the red, the yellow, the blue.
Yes.
Looking good, looking good. My panel looks good this morning. Monday blues. Well, Javas, we started off with what happened yesterday in Muranga County at the Catholic Church. There was a fundraising drive, and of course you saw that scuffle between the two sides, and that is Ndindi Inyoro, the Kiharu Member of Parliament, and nominated Member of Parliament, Maina Kamanda. Now, to cover that event, we had Martin Mora on ground. Martin, what are the reactions this morning?
Well, thank you so much, Olive. As you have rightly said, yes, there was a scuffle yesterday at a church, Getui Catholic Church, here in Muranga, actually, to be specific, Kiharu constituency. And the ugly scene was brought by the two leaders who are actually just jostling for who is supposed to MC or take over the event. Now, the area MCA, and as you can see, I have some leaders here and some residents. I just want to get their view of maybe why they think what happened was not justifiable and is not supposed to happen anywhere in this country, more so even in a church. Welcome to NTV, Bona MCA. Now, the scuffle that happened in your area, in your church, and you are among the people who were invited in that church. Maybe give me your views about nini ilifanyika na wewe maoni yako ni yapi juu ya vita kama hiyo?
Kusema kweli, mimi naitwa Kamota Wasiama na ndiye MCA wa ward hiyo inaitwa Wago Ward, na tulikuwa na hiyo harambee ya kuchangisha pesa ya kumaliza mjengo wa Getui Catholic Church. Na kama inavyojulikana ni ya kwamba viongozi wengi sana walikuwa wamekuja katika hiyo harambee wakiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Maina wa Kamanda. Na wakati mimi nilikuwa na introduce MCA wenzangu, ndio MP wa Kiharu akaingia, na wakati aliingia nikamkaribisha sana kwa sababu mimi nampenda kama MP wangu. Na wakati nimkaribisha kakaa kwa kiti na nikimaliza, Mheshimiwa Maina Kamanda akachukua microphone, na ndio sasa pia na yeye akakaribisha Mheshimiwa Dede Nyoro na akamwambia wako hapo na sasa ile kazi wako nayo ni kuchanga pesa. So Mheshimiwa Maina Kamanda akamwambia Mheshimiwa Dede Nyoro yeye ndiye ataintroduce MP wote wale wako huko. Lakini wakati MP alichukua microphone alianza vita na akaanza kuleta maneno kali sana. Kwa hivyo naomba kusema ya kwamba Mheshimiwa alikosea sana kwa sababu yeye kufanya vita katika kanisa ni mbaya sana, hata kwa Mungu, hata sijui yote itakuwa namna gani.
Mheshimiwa, umesema kuwa wewe ndio uliintroduce MCAs.
Yes.
Na kama the area leader.
Yes, sir.
Unafikiria ni kweli Ndende pia angekubaliwa kufanya hivyo? Sababu yeye ndio mbunge wa Kiharu. Unafikiria yeye ndio angekubaliwa aweze kuintroduce area the other leaders MPs?
Kusema ukweli, nimesema ya kwamba wakati nirudishia Mheshimiwa Maina Kamanda hiyo microphone, alimkaribisha Mheshimiwa Ndende Nyoro na akamwambia ako nyumbani na kwao na hapo Kiharu. Kwa hivyo yeye ndiye ataintroduce ma MP wenzake. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Maina Kamanda alisema ukweli kinaga ubaga ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Ndende Nyoro ndiye atakaribisha ma MCA wenzake. Yes, sir.
Asante sana. Wacha tu nizungumze pia na wananchi waweze tu kunieleza mawili matatu hao wanafikiria vipi. Karibu sana kwenye NTV, na ningetaka tu uniambie wewe, kulingana na vile uliona jana as a resident of Kiharu, unaona picha hiyo ni safi ama ni picha ambayo inachoma CV ya Murang'a?
Sasa kwangu mimi sikufurahi venye mheshimiwa alifanya. Sisi kama viongozi ambao ni katika umri yake, kitu ya kwanza tunamkasifu, because there is no way a leader, a well elected leader, anaweza simama katikati ya kanisa aanze siasa, because yeye ndo alianza hapo. Kwanza we agree. So ambao wanasema mwingine ndo alianza, Ndende Nyoro ni yeye alianza. Kwa hii Kenya, kwa hii Kiharu kuna vitu zinafanyika. Ulisikia mtu amejichimbia barabara kilomita 4. Hao watu anawasaidia aje? Lakini badala asaidia hao, he using more of his time, anakuja kwa kanisa kukuja kuharibu. Again, anasema that hao watu wametumwa na Raila. Actually, Raila hakuna mahali alikuja. Raila hakuna pesa alitumana. Uhuru alitumana shilingi milioni 1 asimame na watu wake ambao ni watu wa Kiharu. Badala akuje to welcome those guests, wasaidiane walete maendeleo katika constituency yake, he's going against what was happening. Now we are saying this in general. Ndende Nyoro, whatever he did, it was not good. We are not recommending it, and he should stop. All visitors who are coming from anywhere in this country who have been sent by Uhuru to come and support Kiharu, we welcome them all and we are ready to support them. So he should stop, and as youth, we say no to that.
Yes. Thank you so much. There's another leader over here. Mheshimiwa,
yes.
What is your view about politicians taking to the podium in a church and causing the mayhem? Just your views, kama Mheshimiwa hapa Murang'a.
I think we need to respect the institution. The church institution should be respected. The moment we are doing politicking in church, we are causing disharmony, and in fact even causing disharmony, even respecting the Jesus Christ, who is a pillar of the church and the reconciliations. So to myself, and what I noted even yesterday, I do really condemn about the thing, because I have already noted about it, that what have been happening within the Murang'a County, most of the politicians going to hire the goons and bring the goons to the church, that will be condemned and should not be analyzed anyhow. Yes.
Do you think this is setting bad precedents? It's a show of maybe what may happen if this is not curtailed between now and 2022.
I think some of the people are trying to see how the muscles in politics are. What I also noted about that, if this trade may continue without being condemned, it will be a disaster for 2022 politics, and that's why we are saying that for the time being, we need to forget about the politicians and we work in the way which is supposed to be in a harmonizing country, and how we can even motivate people to have a peace. But at the moment, we are starting the politics in very early points before we come to even the time we are supposed even to come over. So to myself, I really do condemn the politicians for the time being late at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Thank you so much for your time. Olive, as you have just heard, those are some just of the views from the people of Murang'a, specific who come here from Kiharu constituency. And they are giving various reasons, some depending on which side one is supporting. Others are saying Ndende was right, others are saying Ndende was wrong, others are saying it is very bad for politicians to be taking the center stage in a church. And those are just some of the views that I've managed to get from the residents here of Murang'a constituency, Kiharu constituency. Back to you, Olive.
Thank you, Martin. That must have been an exciting Sunday. Now, let me take a look at some of your responses. We have Safariant, who says, my father's house of worship has become a den of thieves. And Gitwa Gishuki says, most churches are condoning such grave and shameful behaviors of our shameless leaders just to siphon money, some of which is dirty. Gone are the days when such leaders used to weigh each other's political strength in places of worship. Shame on everyone involved in the scuffle. Then Njenga MD says the irreverence and desecration of the church, unfortunately, is primarily fueled by some clergy. If they do not allow politicians on the pulpit, this would not happen. And then we have Shiro, who says, churches, please, are politicians addressing congregants to earn political mileage? Ban them. Why should anyone... okay, basically, that's the essence of her tweet. And Pauline Mwangi says, total shame. Now, another story we're following up on is with regard to the Lake Basin Development Authority. We've seen several members of the management taken into police custody, and we are presently covering live those proceedings at the Milimani Law Courts. Those are the pictures that are on your screens. We expect Onyango Olo, that is the Speaker of the Kisumu County Assembly, to be among those arraigned in court. And it is over the 2.5 billion shilling mall scam, or suspected mall scam. Once those proceedings kick off, we will be bringing them to you live. As always, NTV staying on top of the story. Now, Javas, you haven't had a chance to say anything. Let me first get your response to what transpired in Murang'a County yesterday. Do you agree with Pauline? Was it a total shame? Or are we blowing things out of proportion?
As a practicing Christian, I am bewildered by the happenings yesterday. First, of course, like somebody has tweeted, a recorded infants in scripture teaches that Christ, in fact, lamented that his father's house has become a den of lions. Now, this one has become a den of dirty and bad politics. You see, example upon example and precept upon precept, when you look at the politics of this country, you realize one hard fact, that politicians are choreographers of bad manners and bad values in this country. In fact, if at all they are jostling for the use of a microphone in church, not even struggling to go there and beat their chests in repentance and humility. And then now they want us to see how benevolent they are with their gifting of the church, with Harambe, offering whatever. I think it is something that we need now to re-examine in this way. One, the church leadership in this country should stop with or come to an end with their appetite for big money, political money. Two, we need to see how the church restores morality. You see, if at all the salt has lost its savor, scripture even teaches it's better for it to be trampled upon. Now the church leadership today must rise to the occasion and be looked up to. For example, guidance by politicians and by the populace altogether. Two, it is important that now politicians also get to have some respect for the church and have absolute respect for God. This issue of each trying to demonstrate how good they are, how wealthy they are, etc., by their giving in church, I think it's trying to reduce the giver of goodies, who is God himself. Now, the times of the late Alexander Muge, the times when bishops such as Korir would speak without fear or favor. We need the kind of leaders like retired Bishop Desmond Tutu, who will not fear anyone and will call out any politician for their bad manners. We are taught by one of his books that God is not a Christian. Indeed, he's not. If at all our politicians could just get time to read and see how to socialize themselves, orientate themselves new with the church and the word of God, or even the mosque, you will not find such a thing happen. You will not. The imams cannot allow or permit such a thing to happen. A place of worship is a place of worship. The extent to which our church leaders are letting the salt in them to lose its savor it's time for them to be trampled upon.
Okay, but are you saying the church leadership should not accept their money, or are you saying if the politicians are going to offer up some money, the left hand should not know what the right hand is doing?
Let's face it. You see, is it not even in the Bible when God rejected that certain leaders should not build a temple for him? Who said that every politician should build a temple for God? And who said that when you're coming to bring your donation to the church, you must get the biggest loudspeakers and declare it from the mountaintops that this is what you've brought? How about if you went and just inquired perhaps what is it that is needed for the completion of the church, or maybe if it's a question of furnishing the church, and then give it? Because it's even written that he who watches you giving in private will reward you publicly. Now, for you that want to give publicly, in fact, even the reward will not even come, not even privately.
All right, I'm reading Bessie's facial expression. It's like she's saying, preach.
But let me even support what he's saying. What he has said is scriptural, because God has said, if you give it showingly, you've already been rewarded because you have shown it. Give in secret so that he who rewards in secret will do it publicly. Now, he has said the very things I said at the beginning. We need to know the sanctity of the church. Yeah? He talked about Desmond Tutu. I talk about someone, I think we've let him go to oblivion, Reverend Njoya. That guy would speak with the Munges of the day in Korea. They knew there's a place for politics and there's a place for God. So if we keep entertaining this kind of nonsense, the church has no place. Yeah? If you are from church, I believe that priest must have said, the fruit of the Holy Spirit is self-control. I didn't see self-control there. So what are we also teaching in churches? Yeah? Are we not implementing the very person we are coming to give money to? Yeah? He would not have jostled. Yeah? Pride comes before a fall. It is clear. So why not respect the sanctuary? Yeah? And then take your politics outside. For me, is you take that political beetling and bickering and whatever you want to call it outside the church, but not inside the church. Let people come and find peace, solace, some solution of some sort from the church. But again, character is revealing itself.
Okay, I want to. Okay, Gabriel, the last thing on that, because I want to talk about DP William Ruto's offer to Musalia Mudavadi, what the nation described as overtures.
I think we have to get this thing right, and I've had people actually carry not incorrect narratives of what happened yesterday. First of all, it was a fundraising. And a fundraising, it's almost as if politicians felt as if they've bought that space. It is for us to show you what we have brought. What actually is bothering me today, as it did yesterday, Olive, is that the church has not come out, that particular church has not come out to condemn the events of yesterday.
Yes.
I would like to believe two things. One, that the church at this point should be expressing their thinking and their level of endurability at a particular level, which is totally different from that which is being expressed by the politicians. But as now it seems they are thinking and engaging on the same wavelength, which is very wrong, right? The church should stand to condemn the actions that took place yesterday. So it does not matter who was on the right or who was on the wrong. The church, that particular church, where all this happened, because I honestly believe all these issues should have ended there. We should not have been treated to all the nonsense that we are saying. All right? The issue is not about losing $1 million. The issue is continuing to maintain credibility. You see, the church today, what they require more, and actually I'm pointing the church that I saw, because that's where the shenanigans were, Olive. To me, there is a credibility issue. All right? The fact that this is the talk of the nation, you have not stood to condemn this matter in any way, shape, or form, speaks a lot of volume. So, whether it was the Kielewekes, we are told, or the Tangatangas, that is immaterial. What is of consequence is that it was happening in a church, on a pulpit, a house of God. In fact, this topic should not be a discussion in a country where we say we value or we are a country that respects God and, you know, what have you. It should not be happening. Not in a church. Outside can be understood if not condoned, but not on the pulpit.
But let's give them some time. Maybe they're meeting and discussing possible measures to put in place in the longer term. But okay, but what policy suggestions do you have? We've seen a comment here, somebody saying ban them, but then, you know, that would be infringing on their right to worship. What policy do you suggest we should adopt?
End worship and leave it at that. Because the church is not a political podium. It will never be, it has never been. So why do we want to entertain principles that don't exist? So if you want to entertain politics, then stop calling it church. Yes, have your people come worship, come and do what other worshippers are doing. When you leave now the sanctuary, you are at liberty to address your people. I see it at All Saints here. When the president comes, they give him time, but he knows. You can't start talking about your own political warfare out there. You know you have to respect the house of God. Yes, even the pastors and the leadership of the church should be very, very, very clear on that. You will not stand at our pulpit. That's an altar. Okay.
The policy that I will give the church. The policy that I will give the church before I give Mr. Preacherman.
Let me give the opportunity.
When a people who are called by my name will turn their ways, it's written, didn't read the Bible. We need to turn our ways as a people, as a church, and as a nation. But is this the only country where churches are and churches need to be built? How come we never hear of this in the West? How come we never hear of this in West Africa? How come we never hear of this in South Africa? Why only here? Politicians are desecrating the church.
Okay. Gabriel, the absolute last word on this.
They wanted me to say what policy I would give.
Yes.
It is very simple. Let the church conduct the harambes. Let the pastor stand in front. And you know, I mean, when you're talking about building the church, everybody is welcome. And I agree with that. To an extent, you know, the church must be built. And so if it's harambes, so be it. But let the church run that program. You bring your money, you know, he's the pastor, he's the one controlling everything. You give the money, Mungu akubariki. Next. Even, you know, you get the microphone, start abusing one another, no, take that shenanigans out of the church. So actually, it's a very idyllic way that they actually can run these harambes. Let the church, let the provost, let the pastor, or let that bishop, let him run that program. Okay. Don't give it to politicians.
All right. Now, I want to talk about Musalia Mudavadi. And he said yesterday, no thank you to Deputy President William Ruto. Now, it was described as cheeky. Do you agree with Musalia Mudavadi that Ruto's offer was cheeky, Bessie?
I think it's a mockery. And I feel sad for Musalia Mudavadi because, well, it's two-way. It's a mockery from the DP because if really he wanted Mudavadi to work with him, they would have had, there's a better way of inviting someone on board. Yes. So that you don't feel you're the one who is already, there's a pre-assumption that he's already in it. So I need you, I may not need you, but I think you will be of value to me, that kind of attitude. So I think it's a mockery to Musalia Mudavadi. And then on the other side, Mudavadi says, he is saying no thank you, because this whole mess Kenya is in, the DP and co are architects. And I say, look at the kettle calling the pot black. Yeah, you are
the pot calling the kettle black.
Both of them are black, either way. So you're busy telling Kenyans that you're this angel saint, yeah? And all along, we start with where? Golden bag. You are quiet. Have you returned our money? So who do you think you're fooling? Yeah, he may be reinventing himself, but don't point the finger when you are part and parcel of this country being taken down the drain.
No, okay, all right. Yeah, I know he said he cannot join a party that has, you know, plunged the country into an economic crisis. Now, another big story we are following up. for you this morning in a very important story, and that is to do with the Kenyatta National Hospital. Now, they announced that they would be starting a strike today after the 14-day notice period expired yesterday. Let's listen in to what is transpiring at the hospital now.
Wangekuwa wameanza kuwekwa wapi? Ndani. I will also leave my fellow colleagues pia waongee. The social media, look for us, take our numbers, we will be in good relationship with you people. If they dare trying to victimize us, we will call you so that you also bring this to where? Sawa sawa? Because for this to be generated and to come out, and for the voiceless like me to come out and to speak before people, it is not a joke anymore. Ile kitu iko kikwetu tunasema ukichokosa nyoka make sure umeiua. Hizi nyoka tatu lazima ziue, otherwise tutakuwa na wasiwasi. DCI, hizi nyoka tatu mimi nitakuwa nikiteremusha ugali yangu na sikuma nikisikia wako ndani. Hapo naye nitafurahia. Lakini kama bado wanatembea watatuuma, tafadhali. DCI come. Hawa watu watatuuma live. Sawa sawa. I still have a young family. Wakiniuma, where will be my kids? Where will be my wife? Hao watu wakae ndani. Thank you very much. In addition to that, inaomba management leo hakuna kitu ya subject tu ambao tutakubali kwa karatasi. Anything ambao itaandikwa kwa karatasi ya return to work formula ambao iko subject tu. Kama wafanyikazi wa Kenyatta tukataa pamoja, hiyo kitu iko na implications baya sana kwa any document ambayo inahusu sisi kama siku ya leo. Kwa hivyo kama kitu yoyote inaandikwa lazima tukubaliane kama wafanyikazi na ambayo haina subject tu. Na anything itakuwa subject in ili tuweze kufanikiwa. Another thing, hatutaki any compromise kutoka kwa management. Mtu yeyote tukitoka hapa tunataka anything anything ambayo inahusu wafanyikazi ikubaliane ya kwamba mtu yeyote ambaye yako hapa arudishwe kazi. Kama ni victimization hatutakubali. Tunasikizana? Kwa hivyo tuko hapa legally na hakuna mtu atajaza na wafanyikazi wa leo. Asante. 7A. Moja kidogo mheshimiwa. 7A. Haya, wimbo weka hivyo. Wacha wimbo hivyo kidogo.
Eunice Omolo is back from leave and is at the Kenyatta National Hospital. You will be hearing from her probably on NTV Sasa, which comes up right after NTV today. Now, Bessie has responded to my question about the offer Deputy President William Ruto made to Musalia Mudavadi of them joining forces. Do you agree with Bessie Gabriel that the manner in which the Deputy President went about it betrays
but then, you know,
the real, I mean, rather betrays, what we call it, the genuineness of the offer?
You know, this is actually not the first time the Deputy President is saying this to the two leaders from Western. That's Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. There was the last time in one of the political rallies where he said, you guys, I was with you in 2007. We tried this thing, it didn't work, right? But I mean, look, in kujipanga, my friend, look at how I jipanga, look where I am, and you guys, I mean, look where you are. So in other words, he's trying to tell them, you boarded the wrong bus, all right? And politically, he gets to set the tone right now because he is the Deputy President. So what he actually insinuated was, my friend, again, if you do not jipanga yourself, you'll find yourself on the wrong bus. Do this. Come join me on this side of 2022 and probably we can plan things better. All right. It could have been said with a, you know, with a slight pinch of jest, But I think if you look at it, the deputy president may actually be sending a message to Musalia.
Are you saying it's a serious offer?
It could actually be. It could actually be. Let me tell you, we are still several years removed from serious campaigns. What I can guarantee you here, Olive, there's going to be a lot of movement between parties, between coalitions. That one you can expect. And right, everybody will be looking to be in a platform where they can be assured of a win. And if not a win, you're assured of a good placement. That is how politics work, all right? Nobody goes into politics with the thought of losing. So it will be for deputy president to sit down and see who really would add more value to my presidency when, you know, I'm running for president come 2022. It is also going to be the very same thing for Musalia Mudavadi. He has to sit down and see, if I'm to give this another shot, my best, my all, how do I need to arrange my ducks? How will they swim in a row? Same thing with Kalonzo Musyoka. Same thing with Raila, Honorable Raila Odinga. Everybody right now, as we speak, they've already started, you know, eyeing possible, you know, coalition partners. And that is just politics. That's how our country, you know, has been apparently formed politically. And so when you hear a politician actually sending a word or emissaries, they're actually laying their ducks in a row for the politics of 2022.
Javas, you know, what makes me doubt the sincerity of the offer is the way he went about it. Like Bessie said, okay, at least on the surface, it does not appear like he's made any effort to reach out to Musalia Mudavadi behind the scenes. He said it, I imagine, maybe to play to the public gallery on account of his being in its Sabatia constituency, yes, Musalia's home turf. And even talked about, you know, what was it, making sure that a road a road leading up to Musalia's home is constructed. So the way he said it, I think is
Did you know why he said it? Because the previous day,
sincerity.
Musalia's car was actually stuck in mud. You saw that picture? It was carried in one of your dailies. So, albeit the fact that it has an element of banter, Olive, it is actually as serious as they come.
Javas, do you agree?
Well, you see, the chips haven't fallen. The stakes are not yet high. So that invitation, I think, is an attempt to chide at Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, if you ask me. I may not have the clearest of lenses, but I'll say this, that politics has its place with carrots and sticks. And we know very well that while the Honorable Deputy President wants to see how he can gather various heavyweights and every person with whatever weight, even paperweight, on his side, to see how he can now galvanize the campaign momentum for 2017 and see how he can clinch the prize. It is obvious that various arithmetical issues need to be looked into. Now, if at all he invites, and if at all the invite is serious, the invitation is serious to work with Musalia Mudavadi, well, in what capacity? Is it second fiddle again? And what will that spell to Musalia Mudavadi? In fact, if at all Musalia Mudavadi would have just demonstrated that the taste is in his mouth to take that offer, I can assure you one thing, he would have fallen on a sword under his own weight.
It's the same thing that Francis Atwoli said, actually.
Politically. The thing is this, Musalia needs to demonstrate, and he's got the wherewithal.
Correct.
He needs to demonstrate that he's shaping his own path, that his goal is clear, and that he's going to the finish line, and that only what he needs are good shoes, good speed, and prepare for the marathon. This is a marathon.
Yeah.
The other thing is this. If you look at Musalia Mudavadi comes from Western. Yes, the Luhya nation has got the numbers. I don't want to act prophet right now on matters census, but the numbers are going to be very impressive and surprising. So yes, the numbers will be there. But of course, it does not go down that the entire Luhya nation will support Musalia Mudavadi or does support him. But the other thing is this. Will, for example, the son of Jaramogi be on the ballot? If Samoei will be on the ballot and Musalia himself prepares to be on the ballot as well, What about other persons from other areas? So it's a question of arithmetics. How can it be then, if the president or presidential candidate is going to be from Rift Valley and then a running mate from Western, while even though the numbers may technically want to work in their favor, what about the other persons, other key politicians? And the other thing is that it will have locked the door already. Now these others could coalesce, and whatever then will be formed after that will hit even Samoei like a thunderbolt. So this is no time for making coalitions. It's too early.
It's too early.
It's too early. In fact, it's even no time to start preparing our eyes to
so
see the white
would
smoke.
be committing political suicide if he took the offer.
Suicide is another understatement. Suicide will be an understatement. In fact, in capital letters. In fact, that itself would, in fact, why would he even want to find himself in such a situation where he quickly takes an invitation of, of that nature? He should not just perform a decapitative exercise on his politics and his political career, one which it is deemed he has worked for a very long time.
All right, so it was the right move for him not to show interest in, right now anyway, in joining forces with the
In fact, what he should do, beyond just, say, turning down the offer, he should move and see how to court other key leaders from other regions to show that actually he's got the muscle, and that if they need to work together, then, well, that is something that he cannot just take it over the media. Another thing, look, an invitation. If you want to propose to a lady, do you propose like that?
All right, so we've used a lot of boxing terminology this morning. So staying in that vein, he did take it lying down. He jabbed back and said, he took credit for the construction of the Eldoret airport.
You see, also in 2013, I think he stood his ground, which I really liked, right? We saw Musalia, who was actually saying, well, it did not go my way. And many people actually credited him in building Jubilee, if I'm right. He's the one who came up actually with that phrase, Jubilee. And actually he stood his ground, went for all the presidential debates, if you may recall, and went to get the votes that he got. But at least what he did during that time, he was seen as his own man. So question is, as we move towards 2022, will he still be his own man? And like Javas is saying, has the time come for him to start looking for other partners in different areas? Because that is how you build a serious political outfit. Secondly, how you end up getting what you call a national outlook. Is he able to master, the political, I call them the political machinations of creating yourself, creating your own man. And once you're able to do that, in fact, that's how now you attract value from other heavyweights, all right? Because if you look at it, right now, and Javas would tell you, the person who seems to be doing a lot of groundwork, again, politically, is Dr. William Ruto. So I know a time will come when Raila will also, hit the ground running. And where will Musalia be? Where will Kalonzo be? It's a game of wait and see.
All right, Bessie.
Let me first start by saying 2022 will be a game changer.
In what sense?
In the sense that if Kenyans will wake up and really stand with the Constitution, a number of those who are calling themselves big weights and I don't know, paperweight, will have no place at all in the ballot paper, because he said something that we hold chapter 6. We've not seen the birth. We need to know that chapter 6 can be implemented. Right. Yes? So I don't see how you will tell me in 2022 I'll be voting Mudavadi. Excuse me, no. Neither will I vote Ruto. No. Because if we are going to follow the Constitution, they don't fit. They're actually not fit for office.
Bessie, you're not mincing your words this morning.
No, I'm not. Because you see, look at the Kenyatta National Hospital strike. This is our decision. We voted the wrong people, and we are reaping our fruits. Java said it. Don't cry for them. It whips my heart that they're on strike because of pay, right? But you know what? We went in tribal cocoons and we voted for that person. That person who will not care for the nurses, the doctors in the Kenyatta National Hospital. So if we are going to use Chapter 6 to disqualify people, Kenya will be on the new path. And it will be no longer, he's saying, get new shoes with speed. It's time he put his shoes down and says, I have done my bit, I have ran the race, wherever I got it, now let someone else take up. We have a problem with succession. Yeah, we still feel we have it. You know, he's an old man, for crying out loud. And we have young men like this one who should be at the forefront telling Kenyans.
Are you suggesting I should run for president? Are you suggesting?
Yes. I'm going to ask, how young are you anyway?
Olive Kenyans really need to wake up. I honestly want to tell Kenyans, wake up. That constitution, we queued for hours to vote for it. So it can't be that we are still hanging on to be led by a few people, a few individuals, to think Kenya is theirs. Kenya is mine. Whether I have 2 million or 2 shillings in my account, Kenya is mine. So we cannot be voting for people who've ran down the economy just because you want to feel. No way. I refuse. That one I refuse.
Oh, okay. And you brought up Kenyatta National Hospital, what's happening there. Yes. So we've caught up with the reporter on the ground, that is Eunice Omolo. Eunice, what does the Kenyatta National Hospital look like now? Are people receiving services?
Hi, Olive. I'm at Kenyatta National Hospital, and the staff have done their tools. They have raised concerns of lack of increment or implementation of remunerations and salaries. And this is after the State Advisory Committee reviewed all the parastatals, and the Kenyatta was among the parastatals, and it was upgraded from a PC 3C level to a PC 7A level, which means that it had to get more of budgeting, more of the budget allocation, in order to incorporate the payment or the increment of payment and remuneration of the staff. But according to the staff, this has never been implemented since 2012, and that's why they are raising their concerns, and they've complained that it could be that the money that has been allocated for the budget of paying and remunerating all the workers is not being put in the for the right purpose. And they had issued their strike notice yesterday, and today they have offset their strike, and they say they'll not go back to work until their grievances have been heard and have been sorted by the management of the hospital.
Eunice Omolo stays on that story. Now, I want us to have the final word before I make way for NTV Sasa. Another big political event that took place this weekend was the ODM nomination exercise. And we saw Imran, as he's popularly known, receive the ticket from the Orange Democratic Party movement, Orange Democratic Movement. Was the process free and fair? Javas, in your opinion?
Well, first, I think we must give the devil his due. For the first time, we have seen some sanity and good manners in the manner in which the nominations were conducted in ODM as a party. As I've said on record, I think it is impressive that ODM has pulled its socks from around the anklets to near the knees in the manner in which they have conducted the nomination. When politicians reduce their appetites for certain preferential candidates, when they try to hold their deeper feelings from being pedal pushers for certain candidates that they prefer, whether those candidates have given some good financial support to the party or they are related in whatever way, blood, whatever kindred relations they have. I think the essence of democracy is that a people should freely participate in choosing whomever they want to be represented with, and that also any person who feels that he has or she has got the sterner stuff in them for political leadership should have a fair chance. Political parties should and are engines of democracy. But when the political parties choose to be bad engines, then we don't get to have the actual spirit of democracy being celebrated, especially in a young democracy such as ours. So I give all the accolades to ODM, but in fact, I add a serious but. is it not a general expectation that political parties should conduct clean and fair political nomination exercises? If at all the premise is true, then we must not see and complain and continue with lamentations about electoral injustices. Because if political parties are purveyors of electoral injustice, they must not and cannot demand of IBC to be just.
Totally.
So for us to make sure that we have got electoral justice, something that is very clear, if at all we were to embrace the laws that we have, then political parties must demonstrate serious respect for the rule of law, fairness, justice. Then we can see also other actors, other players, and even other institutions created by the Constitution and other enabling pieces of legislation make sure that we have got electoral justice. Because as a matter of fact, in fact, I was irked when I read that there was no violence in the ODM nominations. Violence. So we sit.
It's become an expectation.
In fact, it seems to be a political good. Really? We must shun political violence.
All right. So when you're talking about how can political parties demand of IEBC free and fair process if their own processes are not free and fair? I read Gabriel's face. You know, I have the power.
Of course.
yes. And then you are thinking preach. But do you think the die was already cast?
No, on this one, I don't think it wasn't, because I saw two things. First of all, I saw Honorable Raila coming out to say nobody will get any preferential treatment. So please don't expect. Even those guys that were kneeling before the Honorable Raila realized that, you know, that was not going to sell.
This is how he was raised.
Please. You know,
why so?
Anyway, I saw something, and I totally agree with what Jabal has said. That, even though to us it seems very abnormal, that should be the norm. All right. I'm glad that ODM finally realizes two things: that democracy starts at the grassroots. So this one comes, you know, at the backdrop of what happened in the Bakassi South and Ugenya. You know, when your nominations are not done, somebody can actually cross over the other side and win. You know why? Because they have the blessing of the masses. And that is what you need. If you are going to curtail somebody's democratic rights of running through your party, and after you've done some shady nominations, you know, they feel as if they are not well represented. They actually went out on the other side, got a very unknown party, and still, you know, won that particular ticket. That actually should send a message. And I'm glad the likes of my good friend Edwin Sifuna, you know, and the entire ODM brigade realized that fact. It is good that the nominations for the first time was done. And by the way, we should not actually beat ODM much. Many other parties that I know, including Jubilee at one point, their, you know, party nominations were not all that. But is that something good that you're learning?
Okay, so the issue with Jubilee
are you forgetting there was a time?
Mariga, this interview process.
Yeah. That to be honest, and I saw the party constitution. It is actually there. They can actually decide to do it in 3 ways, you know, and actually they chose one, which is how Mariga ended up being selected. It is actually within their party constitution, so that I won't beat them with that. It's something written, and it's something that they went for. The fact
that it's written, the fact that it's written does not make it right.
No.
The fact that it's legal does not make it right. Even the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Was it not legal? Was it right?
No,
it was not.
Yes, so the fact that
this is what I want us to agree.
The fact that it's in the Constitution does not make it right.
It was not something that was out of the party constitution. Right? It is therein. So as you're coming in, you are told this is how we are going to engage with the people who want to run for this particular seat, and this is how we are going to choose. Whether there was any, you know,
okay, but you know, but if you look at the two processes, and this question is to Bessie, if you look at the two processes, based on what I read in the Daily Nation this morning, the ODM process has not been contested this far, but the Jubilee process has been contested. So you, Bessie, you know, I saw you and Javas gang up on Gabriel. Say just because if the Jubilee constitution does not make it right, why do you say that?
You know, cherry picking is not for politics. Yeah, I would have expected Mariga to say, yes, you've interviewed me, but there's someone else who is on here. Let's go to the primaries. So that you're legitimately seated there. You don't look like this, you're a political appointee or dressee for the, Jubilee Party. No, it should have been, he should have also gone out there to look for the people of Kibra to give him their blessing. Those who are in Jubilee. And I can tell you for free, the results will speak for themselves.
No. You know what I'm saying is,
Gabriel,
let me allow Jamas
as a
to
matter of
weigh
fact,
in, and then
yes, you are right, because you are defending what's written.
Yes.
All right? But the fact that it's written does not make it proper. Look, we
why should we choose one over the other?
We must stop political top dressing, using, in fact, bad fertilizer.
Thank you.
This approach of denying a people involvement and participation in choosing somebody who is going to represent them is denying a people their voice. The essence of democracy is participation. Participation. Now, of course, you may argue that there was participation in a boardroom. Would people of Kibra or even members of Jubilee from Kibra fit in that boardroom and see that actually Mariga is the best candidate for them? Now, is this Mariga to serve the leadership of the party or to serve the people of Kibra? The answer to that question gives us direction or a pointer as to whether it is right or wrong. Where is the true north?
Well, but you see, what I'm saying very quickly, very quickly. You see, they said in their constitution, and it's good to read these things, and as much as I agree with what my good friend is saying, the first one is going through the nominations like we saw with what ODM did. The second one is actually through going, the NAP or delegates, if you will, what they did now with Mariga. And the last one is actually to point at somebody and say, we have directly nominated. That is according to that party constitution. What needs to be seen is what will they do when they come on the ground, right? This will be a very, serious, I can guarantee you it's going to be maneno chafua.
And we waited.
For the Kibra. For the Kibra, you have ODM, you have ANC, and you have Jubilee, and you have other
MDG. Okay, so I now want to make way for NTV Sasa. We have Harith and Salim Swale here for you. They will, of course, be taking a lot of these conversations and stories forward from what happened in Murang'a to the Kenyatta National Hospital situation. We'll stay on that, as well as the arraignment of the Lake Basin Development Authority management. That's it for me. I will see you tomorrow on NTV Today.
This is NTV.
The second phase of the InterSwitch Spark competition has just been completed. The qualifying test determined the best 54 students who will proceed to the next round of the InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition to be aired on NTV. Overall, 1,498 students from across the country registered for the competition, with secondary schools in the Rift Valley registering the highest number of students at 372. The competition has reignited the interest in STEM subjects across the country. InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition will award the winner a scholarship worth 1.5 million shillings, a laptop, signage for their school, while the first and second runners-up will get cash and laptops. Who will be crowned winner at the end of it all? Come with us on this exciting ride. Powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on.
The Three Sides of Anna.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The Three Sides of Anna. Identical and different.
Are you looking for property solutions? Would you like to sell, buy, or build? Please join us on 13th and 14th September 2019 at KICC for the 3rd edition of the 254 Realty and Homes Expo. You will be able to directly interact with property developers, realtors, contractors, roofing solution providers, ceramics and furniture dealers, landscapers, interior designers, insurers, financiers, and other stakeholders in the property industry. For more information, call 0707-871-198 or send an email to projects@ke.nationmedia.com. Entry is free. See you there.
This has to be an allergic reaction to something.
Ati allergy? Hakuna allergy ili Ebola.
Fair. Nijipate napanda gari ya mtu waleni nipati. Hey, Mungu akuwa mjinga kuniumba na miguu mbili.
By the time I'm done with her, she will not even be dreaming of a wedding.
How many times have I told you to always press the toothpaste from the bottom?
I like it when you're petty. That means you love me and you want the best out of me.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever want to, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could. Larger than, bigger, bigger than, living hopes and dreams. Every boy and girl, higher, higher than, brighter, brighter than, all you wanted. You know, you could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever wanted, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could.
We believe that there's somebody headed to your house right now. Hello?
Reynoso needs to be eliminated before he can expose us.
Anna?
What if they really planned
That's
it?
not true at all!
What have you found
Miss,
out?
please, we need your statement,
Excuse
please.
me, I just want to get a
Miss,
statement from
what's
your
your name?
father. I wouldn't give it to you because then you'd have no use for me.
Well, if you're not going to give me anything, then I'll just shut you up for good.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Aya and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this, access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looked quite repetitive.
Palm oil is the lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading producer of same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news, and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on Star Times, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Every day, NTV News Team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital.
It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs.
Moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you. This is NTV.
Na marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, ni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 9 mwaka wa 2019, Jumatatu ambayo dunia inaendelea kuadhimisha siku ya kimataifa ya kujua kusoma na kuandika. Sherehe hizo au hafla hiyo inaadhimishwa kila tarehe 8 ya mwezi huu wa 9, lakini kwa sababu jana ilikuwa ni Jumapili, nchi nyingi zinaendelea kuadhimisha siku hiyo, na kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu ni kuhakikisha kwamba pamoja na kwamba watu wanakumbatia swala zima la kujua kusoma na kuandika, lakini vile vile wanajifunza lugha tofauti tofauti ili kufanikisha swala hilo. Lakini hayo ni baadhi tu ya yale ambayo tunaendelea kufuatilia. Kumbuka hili huwa ni jukwaa lako. NTV sasa inakupa fursa ya kuweza kufahamu mambo mengi yanafanyika wapi ndani na nje ya mipaka ya taifa letu. Shajara inakaa hivi kwa mukhtasari sana. Katika hospitali ya kitaifa ya Kenyatta tayari mgomo umeanza kupitia chama cha wafanyakazi walio chini ya muungano wa Kudheiha, ambao wanalalamikia kile ambacho wanadai ni kutotekelezwa nyongeza mishahara pamoja na marupurupu kadha wa kadha. Eunice Omolo yuko katika eneo hilo, lakini vile vile tunaye Bernardo Juan Kuradhi ambaye yuko katika eneo la Hispania, ambaye naye anafuatilia kifo tatanishi cha mwanafunzi wa shule ya sekondari. Lakini pamoja naye vile vile kuna kesi mbalimbali ambazo zinaendelea katika maeneo mbalimbali. Hapa Nairobi kuna ile kesi ambayo inahusisha maafisa wa ngazi za juu katika mamlaka ya maendeleo ya Lake Basin, na vile vile kuna wale ambao wanahusishwa na zile fedha ambazo ziliibwa katika kile ambacho kinaonekana kama ni filamu ya aina fulani, fedha ambazo zilipotea kupitia magari ya G4S takriban shilingi milioni 72. Tunaarifiwa kwamba washukiwa wasiopungua 20 watakuwa wanafikishwa mahakamani leo. Lakini moja kwa moja bila kupoteza wakati mtazamaji, ni kupeleke kwake Eunice Omolo ambaye yuko katika hospitali ya rufaa ya kitaifa ya Kenyatta. Eunice, nini kinaendelea? Tunaarifiwa kwamba mgomo umeanza tangu usiku wa kuamkia leo.
Shukran sana Salim Swaleni. Iko katika hospitali ya rufaa ya Kenyatta ambapo wafanyakazi katika idara tofauti wameandaa mgomo wao na wameshikilia kuwa hawatarejea kazini hadi pale ambapo matokeo ama matarajio yao ya kuongezwa marupurupu na mishahara kuongezeka. Hivi basi nikikupatia historia kidogo ni kuwa katika mwaka 2012 kamati maalum inayoangazia mashirika ya serikali iliweza kuorodhesha Kenyatta kutoka daraja la 3C hadi daraja la 7A. Hivyo basi kumaanisha kuwa miundo misingi katika hospitali ya Kenyatta ilipaswa kuimarishwa, na hii ni pamoja na kuimarika kwa mishahara na marupurupu ya wafanyakazi, jambo ambalo wafanyakazi katika hospitali ya Kenyatta wanasema kuwa haijaweza kutekelezwa, na niposa wakaagiza ama wakafanya kufanya mgomo huu. Niko hapa na mwenyekiti wa muungano wa wafanyakazi wa Kenyatta ambaye ni Pius Cheboy. Ataweza kutuangazia ama kutuelezea zaidi yanayojiri katika hospitali. Asante sana Pius. Katika NTV sasa, labda tujuze ni yepi ambayo yamesababisha wafanyakazi wa Kenyatta kuamua kufanya mgomo huu? Ni yepi ambayo yanawakera?
Asante sana. Siku ya leo tumeamua kukoma kwa sababu ya jambo moja tu. Mnamo mwaka wa 2012 mwezi wa Septemba, shirika ambayo inaangazia mambo ya parastatals iliweza kuinua hospitali ya Kenyatta kutoka daraja ya 3C mpaka daraja ya 7A. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Inamaanisha kwamba kwa welfare ya wafanyakazi kuanzia CEO mpaka mtu wa mfanyakazi wa chini, inamaanisha kwamba welfare yake inaenda juu kwa upande wa mishahara, marupurupu tofauti. Na hata hivyo shirika hilo ilipeana amri, ikamwambia CEO ya kwamba mishahara yako ni yapi hii, na ikaonyesha kwa wasiwasi ya kwamba mishahara ya CEO ni hii, au allowance ni hii, marupurupu zingine ni hizi. Na akawaambia kwamba bodi la Kenyatta National Hospital liweze kutumia mishahara ile SCAC, State Corporations Advisory Committee, ilipeana ya CEO, ili wengine wafanyakazi wengine waweze kupata pia sawa. Na nataka kuambia Wakenya ya kwamba tangu mwaka huo ambayo ni miaka 7 imepita, hakuna jambo lolote ambayo imewahi kufanyika katika jambo hilo. Hivyo basi tuko hapa kwa sababu ya jambo moja. Tunataka kutetea maslahi yetu kwa sababu ni hujuma ya hali ya juu. Kwa sababu wafanyakazi wa Kenyatta wamevumilia ya kutosha. Hata hivyo CEO ameendelea kupata mishahara yake ya hali ya juu, ila wafanyakazi wanaendelea kupata mishahara ya hali ya chini.
Na labda tujuze namna hali ilivyo katika hospitali hapa. Wagonjwa nani anawashughulikia sasa wakati nyinyi mko katika mgomo?
Hata kwa sasa tumesema wagonjwa, jana tulipeana ilani tukawaambia Wakenya wote ya kwamba siku ya leo tutaanza mgomo, na tujui huu mgomo itaisha siku gani, lakini tunaongojea bodi la hospitali ya Kenyatta, nasikia watakuja kuhutubia sisi. Lakini tumesema ya kwamba wale ambao wataleta hospitali wangependa kuleta wagonjwa leo, tunawaambia hatutapeana huduma kama vile tulikuwa tunapeana kwa kawaida. Hata hivyo wale wagonjwa ambao tuko na wao tunaweza kuwachunga na tuwatunza kwa ile hali ambayo tunaweza.
Na labda ni yepi ambayo mngependa itekelezwe ili mkaweza kusitisha mgomo huu?
Sisi hatuna mambo mengi ya kusema, tunasema tu tunataka tulipwe pesa zetu na tupewe mpaka arrears ili turudi kazi. Mengi za kusema. Tuko tayari kufanya kazi wakati wowote, kama vile mnajua kwamba hospitali ya Kenyatta ni hospitali kuu katika taifa la Kenya. Na sisi tumesema ya kwamba tungependa kuhudumia wagonjwa wetu, lakini hujuma ya kutolipa wafanyakazi kwa miaka 7 ambayo zimepita ndio imetufanya tukawa na hiyo mgomo wa leo.
Asante sana Bwana Cheboy. Naomba niregeshe mawasiliano katika studio, manake tena wafanyakazi hawa wameitisha mkutano mwingine. Kwa hivyo naweza sikia kelele hapa nyuma, wanakongamana ili kuweza kupanga mikakati na kuona vile ambavyo wataratibisha mgomo wao. Kwako Salim.
Naam, shukran sana Eunice Omolo. Mpenzi mtazamaji, ndivyo hali ilivyo, taswira hiyo kutoka hospitali ya kitaifa ya Kenyatta, ambapo wafanyakazi walio chini ya muungano wa KUDHEHA wanafanya mgomo wakilalamikia kile ambacho wanasema ni kupuuzwa utekelezaji wa mapendekezo ya kuongeza mishahara yao pamoja na marupurupu mengine. Sasa moja kwa moja nikupeleke kwake Bernardo Juang ambaye anafuatilia kama nilivyosema kifo tatanishi cha mwanafunzi wa shule ya sekondari katika eneo la Hispania. Bernard, wanazungumza nini? Tumeona vile familia wametoa kauli yao.
Naam, asante sana Salim. Ilikuwa siku ya Jumatano wiki iliyopita wakati ambapo mwanafunzi huyo Frederick Oyugi Oremo, mwanafunzi wa kidato cha kwanza katika shule ya upili ya Hispania, alitoka hapa akiwa salama salimini, na ilipofika siku ya Alhamisi mamake mzazi alipokea simu kutoka shule hiyo na kuarifiwa kwamba afike shuleni, na alipofika pale la kushangaza alielekezwa hadi katika chumba cha kuhifadhi maiti cha Akidiva. Hapo ndipo alishangazwa kupata mwanawe aliyetoka nyumbani akiwa salama salimini, akiwa amelala kwenye chumba cha kuhifadhi maiti tayari akisha pasuliwa katika paja lake la kushoto. Na alipouliza kwa nini kimefanya mwanawe hakuelezewa, na kwa sasa tuko katika boma lao Frederick Oyugi ili familia watueleze ni nini walipofika pale, walielezwa nini. Utaanza kwa majina. Waitwa nani?
Naitwa Agnes Nyaga. Wakati tulifika huko, tulipata ndugu yetu amewekwa kwa hiyo kitanda katika mochari. Kufika huko, kapasuliwa mguu moja, amedungwa mashindano, hawakutuelezea. Juu inafaa mtu akikufa, lazima familia ifike, ndio hizo vitu zifanywe. Tulipata tayari wamefanya kila kitu. Wamemaliza kila kitu. Hata saa hii ukienda lazima upitie kwa mwalimu ndio uende kumuona. Sasa tunataka serikali iangalie hiyo mambo. Naomba Profesa Makoa aingililie kati. President Uhuru aingililie kati. Deputy Ruto aingililie kati. Tunataka kujua ni nini ilifanyika hasa huyo mtoto akakufa. Juu alitoka nyumbani akiwa sawa, hakukuwa mgonjwa. Hata wakati yenye wanatoka Wednesday, mama aliwaambia wacha niwasindikize. Yeye mwenyewe mtoto mwenye amekufa akaambia mama saa hii sisi ni watu wakubwa, hatuko form 1. Tumekuwa wakubwa, uwezi ukatusindikiza kwenda wapi? Shuleni.
Na je, pengine mshajaribu kuzungumza na wasimamizi wa shule hiyo wauliza nini kilifanyika, kilisababisha kifo chake mwanao?
Hawatuambii, wanasema ati tu mtoto alikuwa kwa class, walikuwa wanafanya maths, mwalimu wa maths alikuwa ndani. Alikuwa anafanya exam, akaita huyo Fred na deskmate wake wasimame. Ati wanasema mtoto vile alisimama, ati alianguka tu akaenda hivyo.
Na kwa sasa mpangilio iko namna gani?
Mpangilio bado mashishi hatujapanga, but tumepanga, tunaongojea tupate ukweli ndio tumzike.
Na asante sana. Salim, nitazungumza na mamake mzazi. Ulipofika pale ilikuwa namna gani?
Nilipofika hapo tarehe 5 nikapata mwalimu vile aliniita. Niliwauliza wanichukue nione mtoto wangu, wakajaribu kunidanganya ako hai, lakini niliposhikwa na hasira walinipeleka, nikampata amelalishwa hapo kwa meza. Mtoto ametolewa uniform, ako uchi, amedungwa sindano hapa. Nikauliza na hii damu ni nini kwa kitambaa? Wakaniambia walidunga dawa, lakini haikuchukua, ndio hiyo sindano walitoa. Hapa tayari wameshaandika Frederick Oyugi Oremo kwa pacha, amepasuliwa, ati amewekewa formalin. Sasa sina ukweli. Mimi ninaomba serikali, nalilia serikali. Mimi ni mama mjane, sina uwezo, sina njia ya kufuata. Uhuru Kenyatta ni president wetu, atoke nje. Deputy Ruto atoke nje. DPP Haji atoke nje. DCI Kinoti tokeni nje munisaidie. Mimi ni mama mjane, ninalilia serikali. Mtoto ni wenu, niliweka kwa shule yenu. School fees nilikuwa nalipa, hata hii term nilikuwa nimelipa yote. Nimebaki mkono tupu. Serikali msiniache, munisaidie nipate haki itendeke, vile mtoto yangu amekufa peke yake mimi sijui.
Naam, asante sana. Naam, Salim, umeweza
Naona mawimbi kidogo yamechachaweza upande wa pili, lakini ujumbe umefika na tunatumai kwamba haki itatendeka na ukweli utabainika. Kutoka eneo hilo la Hispania, mpenzi mtazamaji, ni kulete katika kaunti ya Nairobi, ni kupeleka katika mahakama ya Milimani. Kumbuka kuna ile kesi ambayo inahusisha maafisa waandamizi wa mamlaka ya maendeleo ya eneo la Ziwa Victoria maarufu kama Lake Basin. Takriban washukiwa 27 wanafikishwa mahakamani baada ya tume ya kupambana na ufisadi kuafiki kwamba wana kesi ya kujibu. Kwa sasa wanaendelea kusomea mashtaka yao, na miongoni mwa wale ambao wanahusishwa na kesi hiyo ni pamoja na spika wa kaunti ya Kisumu Onyango Oloo, ambao wakati shughuli ya kesi hiyo ambapo mazingira ya kesi hiyo fanyika alikuwa ni mwanamemba wa bodi ya mamlaka hiyo ya maendeleo. Tusikize kinachoendelea katika mahakama hiyo ya Milimani.
14th accused person.
Yeah?
I shall be appearing together with Mr. Oyuko.
Yes.
For the 14th accused person.
Yes. Who is for accused 15? Joshua Odhiambo Dache. Yes.
My name is Nyawara.
Nyawara.
Appeared
for accused 16, his name is Dennis Mula Sebastian. Yes, accused 17 is also present. That is Joash Okumu.
Your Honor.
Yes.
My name is MJ Okumu.
MJ.
Yes, you appear for Okumu. Your Honor, for records, Okumu has just arrived from your home. He has not presented himself for the process. But he is.
Yes, for accused 18 is also present, who appears for Henry Ogwang Odindo. Yes. Yes. Who appears for accused?
We are four people acting for the 19th accused, Your Honor.
Yes.
I appear together with with Honorable Shadrach Mose, Honorable Ben Momanyi, Harun Dubi without Honorable, and myself. And myself, Your Honor.
Yes.
My name is Katwa.
Who is for accused 20? Oscar Ogunde. With? Teya, yes.
We also appear for number 26.
So both of you appear for accused 20 and 26.
Na mtazamaji, nikupe tu historia fupi sana kuhusiana na kesi hiyo ambayo inaendelea mahakamani. Mamlaka hiyo ya maendeleo ya maeneo ya Ziwa Victoria maarufu kama Lake Basin ilikuwa inaendesha mradi wa kujenga jengo la maduka, na mradi huo ulikuwa umepaniwa kugharimu shilingi bilioni 2.5 kwa mradi, lakini baadaye gharama ya mwisho kabisa ikawa ni shilingi bilioni 4.1. Sasa washukiwa wanakabiliwa na mashtaka ya kukiuka zile kanuni za ununuzi na uuzaji bidhaa kama maarufu kama procurement, pamoja na makosa mengine. Wanaendelea kusomewa mashtaka yao. Tayari zaidi ya washukiwa 10 wamekanusha mashtaka hayo. Ni kesi ambayo tunaendelea kufuatilia, na mwandishi wetu Brenda Wanga atakuwa na tupasha mengi zaidi katika taarifa zetu zijazo. Kwa sasa turudi hapa studioni na ni sukume pasi ndefu kabisa kwake Yoshua Makori. Makori, katika shajara la spoti ni kwamba Rafael Nadal anaendelea kutamba katika tennis.
Amefanya mambo yake, ameshinda taji la 19 la Grand Slam katika ubingwa wa US Open, na jana usiku alimshinda huyu ambaye ni Mrusi anaitwa Daniil Medvedev. Alimbwaga katika alama ama seti za 7-5, 6-3, 5-7, 4-6 na 6-4, akakomba maandiko ushindi wake muhimu na taji la 19 ilo kumradhi la Grand Slam. Alafu kiachia mbali tuanzuga gaibuni tu kabla kurejea nyumbani, ni kwamba timu ya taifa ya Italia ambayo haikushiriki dimba la dunia huko Urusi mwaka uliopita, safari hii inaonekana dhahiri kwamba wamejipanga, wamesimama wima na tisti, manake wanaelekea kufuzu dimba la Euro mwaka ujao. Jana usiku walishinda timu ya Finland mabao 2-1, mabao yaliyofungwa na Immobile na Jorginho, alafu bao la Finland lilifungwa na Poki Temu. Sasa tayari wanadhibiti kundi la J, wana alama 18, Finland 12, Armenia wana alama 9. Kwa hiyo tayari guu moja ndani kwenda dimba la Euro mwaka ujao. Kirejea hapa nyumbani ni kwamba timu ya taifa Kabumbu Harambee Stars ilikuwa imepangiwa michuano mitatu ya kimataifa kirafiki, tayari imefuta mchuano mmoja. Jana ilitoka sare ya bao moja na timu ya taifa ya Uganda Cranes katika uwanja wa kimataifa Moi Kasarani. Bao lake Emmanuel Okwi dakika 22 lilifutwa na yule kiungo wa Gor Mahia Kenneth Muguna dakika ya 51. Kocha mkuu Francis Kimanzi aliridhisha asilimia kubwa kwamba vijana wake walionyesha mchezo wa kuridhisha, hasa katika kipindi cha pili walionekana kutamba na hata zaidi na kuwapunga mashabiki waliojaa uwanja wa kimataifa wa Moi. Faida ya kutupia jicho mechi hiyo na ngarambe hiyo muhimu katika harakati ya kujiandaa kushiriki michuano ile ya kuwania tiketi ya kushiriki dimba la mataifa Afrika makala ya 33 na ambayo yatafanyika huko Cameroon. Kumbuka Cameroon walikuwa waandae makala haya ambayo yamepita kule Misri, lakini kwa sababu kutokuwa tayari safari hii wanajipanga kuimarika kabla ya mwaka 2021. Kenya itakuwa inakipiga dhidi ya Libya, ugenini Morocco, alafu hapa nyumbani itaikaribisha timu ya taifa ya Msumbiji kabla ya kuanza heka ya kundi la G kuwania tiketi hiyo muhimu ya kwenda AFCON mwaka 2021. Iko katika kundi moja pamoja na miamba na mabingwa mara 7 timu ya taifa Misri Mafarao, Togo na timu ya taifa kisiwa cha Komoro. Hapo ndo shughuli nzima. Halafu kukufahamisha tu ni kwamba hii leo katika NTV mikiki jioni itakuwa ni shughuli nzima na kamkao na ambaye ni katibu mkuu wa wizara ya michezo hapa nchini Ambassador Peter Kirimi Kaberia atakuwa na jaja ndani kutuambia mawili matatu yanafanyikaje katika wizara ya michezo, masuala ya malipo na marupurupu ya wanariadha. Ametuibia siri awali kwamba yatakuwa yanatoka wiki mbili kabla ya timu yoyote kwenda mashindano yoyote makuu kuipeperusha bendera ya taifa. Kwa hiyo weka mkao katika NTV jioni mikiki ndio itakuwa shughuli nzima. Kwa sasa nimetema tu madini ya muhtasari, alafu saa 10 alasiri itakuwa ni shughuli nzima. Kwa hiyo kwa sasa tena nairudisha ndefu hadi kwake Salim Swale.
Naam, shukran sana Yoshua Makori. Mtazamaji, leo ikiwa ni siku ya Jumatatu, kama kawaida huwa tuna mjadala hapa studioni. Tunaangalia swala zima la siasa, sera na uongozi. Kama utakumbuka hapo jana kumeshuhudiwa timbwili katika kanisa Katoliki la Gitui katika eneo bunge la Kiharu, kaunti ya Murang'a, vita vya mafahali wawili, na wengi wanajiuliza nini kinachoendelea katika makanisa yetu siku hizi. Siasa zimekuwa kuaje, zimepenyeza mizizi yake katika makanisa na kuvuruga kusudio muhimu au lengo kuu la kanisa, kuhubiri amani na kuwaleta watu katika zizi la muumba wao. Na swali letu kuu leo tunaliuliza ni kwamba je, nani wakulaumiwa kwa fujo za kisiasa makanisani? Je, nani wakulaumiwa kwa fujo za kisiasa makanisani? Zungumza nasi kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii @harithsalim_81, @salimswale001, @NTV Kenya. Hashtag yetu kama kawaida ni NTV. Sasa tayari hata kabla mjadala hujaanza, naona mengi sana yameanza kuzungumzwa, wengi wakiwakosoa viongozi wa makanisa. Kuna huyo hapa ambaye ni Sharon Atieno anasema kwamba yeye anaamini kwamba kanisa ndilo la kulaumiwa. Anasema kwa nini wanaendelea kuhakikisha ama na kusisitiza kwamba viongozi wa makanisa au viongozi wa kisiasa kunradhi wapewe majukwaa kanisani. Kuna huyu vile vile Dr. Buyema anasema kwamba yeye vile vile anaamini kwamba uongozi wa makanisa unafaa kulaumiwa kutokana na kile ambacho ni kukanyaga chechele katika swala zima la kuweka mbali malengo ya kanisa na kuruhusu wanasiasa na pesa zao kuingia na kuchafua pamoja na kunajisi ule utakatifu wa kanisa, na ni mengi zaidi ambayo watu wanaendelea kuzungumzia. Tutakuwa nasoma hayo baadaye kidogo, lakini kwa sasa nikurushe moja kwa moja mtazamaji katika jukwaa letu la mjadala. Harith Salim yuko na wageni. Harith, kazi kwako.
Asante sana Salim Swale, bila shaka ndio mambo ambayo tutakuwa tunajadili leo, vile vile na mwelekeo wa kisiasa na uongozi na sera zilizopo. Je, ni sera za kibinafsi au ni sera ambazo zinatungwa na kubuniwa kwa manufaa na maslahi ya mwananchi wa kawaida? Wapo wageni wetu studio ambao tutakuwa tunazungumza nao, na kutokana na yaliyojiri hapo jana katika kanisa huko Murang'a, pia tunaye mmoja kati ya wageni wetu ambaye ni viongozi wa kidini ambaye ni kasisi katika kanisa moja hapa jijini Nairobi. Bila shaka atakuwa anazungumzia hayo na mengine mengi ambayo yanahusu viongozi ambao wanahudhuria ibada kanisani, na badala ya kufuata kilichowaleta, mambo yanabadilika na kuendeleza yao ambayo bila shaka yanatoa taswira tofauti na ile ambayo inatarajiwa na mwananchi. Vile vile tunaye Profesa Hezron Mogambi ambaye pia tutakuwa tunachanganua naye mawili matatu kuhusiana na mwelekeo, hali ikoje katika siasa na maongozi kwa ujumla ya nchi. Lakini kabla ya hapo kidogo tutupie jicho yaliyojiri hapo jana ya kanisa huko Kiharu, kaunti ya Murang'a.
Ibada iliyotarajiwa kuwa ya kuombea amani na kuchangisha fedha za maendeleo katika kanisa hili la Gitui haikuwa na lolote lililoashiria amani. Mbunge maalum Maina Kamanda aliyekuwa akiongoza zaidi ya wabunge 20 wa mrengo wa Kileweke katika harambee hiyo alijikuta pabaya baada ya mbunge Ndindi Nyoro kufika na kutaka kudhibiti shughuli hiyo, na fujo hizo hazikuishia ndani tu, kwani hata nje ya kanisa hilo hali ilikuwa si hali tena.
Hapa Kiharu watu wanajua tunafanya kazi, na Maina Kamanda hata kuja kupiganisha watu wa Kiharu na viongozi wa Kiharu. And I want to tell them forthright, if you are selling Raila Odinga, mumeleta hata mchago yake, tutakubali pesa, but don't fool the people of Murang'a.
Na mimi nataka kuwaomba watu wa Tangatanga, tafadhali wawe wakifanya mambo yao na wasiwe wakienda kufuruga mambo ya watu, na tungetaka serikali yaangalie hiyo.
Baada ya patashika hiyo, shughuli ya harambee iliendelea huku takriban shilingi milioni 7 zikichangishwa kwa ajili ya upanuzi wa kanisa hilo. Maina Kamanda anaongoza kundi la Kieleweke la wabunge wa Jubilee wanaopigia chapuo mwafaka wa kisiasa kati ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga, na kupinga kile kinachodaiwa kuwa ni kampeni za mapema za naibu Rais William Ruto za kutafuta urais mwaka 2022. Mbunge wa Kiharu Ndindi Nyoro kwa upande wake ni mmoja wa wabunge katika mrengo wa Tangatanga ambao wanampigia debe naibu rais kuchukua hatamu ya uongozi mwaka 2022 baada ya kumalizika muhula wa pili na wa mwisho wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Salim Swale, NTV.
Naam, ndio patashika ya hapo jana katika kanisa, na ni moja kati ya mambo ambayo tutakuwa tunazungumzia hii leo hapa studio, na vile vile kabla ya kuendelea pia tunamtambulisha Joy Mdivo ambaye tutakuwa pia tunachanganua naye masuala haya, kwa sababu ni mjuzi wa mambo ya kisiasa, vile vile mbali na wanasheria anajua mengi tu ambayo yanajiri, na upepo unapovuma unavumia upande gani na watu wakijikinga wajikinge upande gani. Lakini kabla ya kuanza, nafikiri ishara tosha ya tunachokizungumzia ipo nyuma yangu, kwa sababu kikawaida kijuujuu picha inakuwa tofauti na mambo yanavyokuwa nyuma. Kwa hiyo nyuma yangu nafikiri picha inaweza kuonekana hapa kwa usafi kabisa, kanisa na picha mbili za miongoni mwa wanasiasa ambao walikuwa wanazozana hapo jana. Kwa hiyo moja kwa moja tukianza na Profesa Hezron Mogambi.
Naam.
Picha mbili za wanasiasa na kanisa, kisha tunaona kwamba picha zao ndio kubwa. Sijui ni sadfa picha hii ilivyotengenezwa mavipi, lakini je, kanisa limetekwa na wanasiasa?
Kulingana na jinsi picha hiyo ilivyoundwa au kutengezwa, inamaanisha kwamba mwanzo wenyewe wametawala, wanasiasa wametawala kanisani. Na kulingana na yaliyojiri jana kanisani kule Kiharu, ni kweli kwamba kwa kiasi yamkini makanisa maeneo ya kuabudu sasa yametekwa na wanasiasa. Michango na shughuli nyingine zinavyohudhuriwa na wanasiasa hawa huwa wanapeleka matakwa yao, wanapelekea matamanio yao ya uungwaji mkono kanisani, madhabahuni. Sasa ni sisi wenyewe tujiulize, iwapo kwa kweli wanakuja pale kama viongozi au wale ambao ni waumini kama tulivyo sisi wengine, mbona waingie kanisani, wachukue hatamu na kuvuruga hali ya utulivu na kule ile sherehe ya kuabudu pale kanisani? Nafikiri ni swali muhimu ambalo sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya.
Lakini kwangu mimi naona kulaumiwa pale ni mchungaji. Manake yeye ndiye ambaye ana usukani katika kanisani. Mbona akakubali watu wakaleta vurugu madhabahuni? Ni kitu ambacho hakistahili. Wao wenyewe pia kama waumini wanajua kwamba kanisani ni mahali ambapo unaleta uvumilivu, utulivu, na kuja kama ambaye umetulia, kwa sababu si nyumbani kwako, si kwa mamako huko, si sokoni. Ni mahali ambapo tumekuja kwa kusudi fulani. Sasa watu wakitoka kanisani, badala kusema leo niliingia kama nina mzigo, nasikia kwamba dua langu limesikizwa, naona kwamba Mungu atanitembelea, mnatoka hapo mkizungumza aterere kamanda, aterere nyoro. Ni makosa kabisa. Lakini aliyestahili kuchukua usukani na kukomesha upumbavu huo ni mchungaji pia. Maanake mimi ni muumini, na hili lingelikuwa linatendeka kanisani kwetu, simama kidete niseme hapana, hiyo microphone izimwe, watu waweke pambio, hawa watu watolewe nje na security, tuendelee na ibada. Manake kazi gani mnaleta siasa katika madhabahu? Haifai, watu wawili wa kukashifiwa.
Naam, tukizungumzia hilo swala, unaona kweli makasisi au viongozi wa kanisa wanaweza kufanya hivyo na ilhali wanapokea michango kutoka kwa wanasiasa hao, jambo ambalo tutapeleka kuzungumzia michango kanisani?
Wajua, mtu hata akikuletea mchango kama wewe unahitaji, lazima ujiheshimu kufika kiwango ambapo unasema kama hii ndio gharama ya mchango wako, basi nayo ikae. Manake tangu jadi kanisa limejengwa kwa kuchangisha hapa na pale na pale. Si lazima tutoe pesa kutoka kwa mtu mmoja. Wewe kama umekuja na upumbavu wako, wewe na hela zako mteketee, mwende jehanamu. Manake wale ambao wamekuja kanisani wamekuja kwa nia fulani, na hizo hela kwani zitafika hadi wapi? 1,000,000 sitazungusha cost 3 za mawe imekwisha. Kwani ni pesa ambazo zinastahili mpaka tunaharibu madhabahu? Kwa hivyo mwenye kutoa pesa na pesa zake wote nje.
Mimi nafikiri kabla tujaenda, nimesema kwamba shauri itakuwa kwetu. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu baadhi yetu na wengi wetu, ukiangalia hali ilivyokuwa pale kanisani, waumini pia walikuwa wakishabikia. Na ndio nikasema wamechukua nafasi katika kushabikia. Ndio nikasema ni sisi kwetu. Kwa sababu hata yule kiongozi ambaye dadangu anasema hapa, angejaribu kutoa sauti, ingekuwa moja ama na mwenzake au watatu. Lakini wale waliokuwa wakishabikia walikuwa wengi na ni waumini. Na wamechukua mirengo yao tayari ambayo wamekuja nayo kutoka kule nje. Na uliona baadaye hata walipotoka nje ya kanisa, uliona ushabiki uliokuwa hapo. Kwa hivyo ni sisi wenyewe kuamua kwamba tutatofautisha mahali ambapo shughuli kama hii ipo, au tutaendelea kushabikia. Na kama ambavyo picha hiyo ulivyouliza, makanisa sasa yatageuzwa kuwa sehemu ambapo wanasiasa wanakuja kuonyesha tofauti zao na kutuchanganya sisi kama waumini. Badala ya kuwa ni kuabudu, tugeuze iwe ni sarakasi za kisiasa. Lakini nafurahi baadhi ya makanisa yamechukua hatua. Nimeona hatua ambayo imechukuliwa na kanisa Katoliki kwamba wao hawatakubali wanasiasa kuchukua hatamu makanisani. Nafikiri ni hatua.
Tutakuja tunazungumzia hayo baadaye kidogo, lakini hapa studio pia tunaye mmoja kati ya viongozi wa dini ambaye ni pastor au kasisi Simon Kariuki. Hebu tuelezee wewe kama kiongozi wa dini, hiyo taswira ambayo umeiona hapo, unajisikia vipi ukiona kitu kama hicho?
Kwanza kabisa nilipoiona jana niliumia sana kwanza, kwa sababu inaonyesha aibu kubwa sana kwa nyumba ya Mungu, ya kwamba inaonekana kanisa na wanasiasa wote ni kama wamekosa dhamana, heshima ya nyumba ya Mungu. Maana ile nyumba sio nyumba ya mchungaji, sio nyumba ya kasisi, hapana. Kwa Biblia ni nyumba ya Mungu. Maana hata Yesu wakati alipata wafanyabiashara kwa nyumba ya Mungu, kwa hekalu ya Jerusalem, aliwafukuza wote, kwa sababu hii nyumba, wacha kwanza hata kasisi, kuna heshima ya nyumba ya Mungu. Hata ukiingia kotini tu huwezi enda upige kelele wala ucheze kwa koti. Ni mimi nimeona, nilikuwa nasoma juzi, nasoma kwamba katika marais wa Kenya wote, Rais Uhuru peke yake ameingia kwa msikiti, lakini hakwenda vya vitu kama zile. Nafikiria wachungaji na kanisa lazima liwe na kanuni na sheria ya wanasiasa wakiingia kanisani. Wasikuje kuteka madhabahu, kutawala. Hata kwa nini wasipange sherehe kama hiyo hata nje ya kanisa? Waweke hema mahali. Maanake madhabahu si mahali pa siasa. Ni uchungu sana. Ile ya Murang'a iliniuma sana.
Naam, tutazungumzia maumivu ambayo ulipata kutokana na hilo swala ambalo lakini sasa hivi tuelekee huko Murang'a. Tuzungumze na mwanahabari wetu Martin Mwaura atujuze ni yapi watu wanazungumzia kuhusiana na swala ambalo liliibuka katika eneo hilo la Kiharu, kaunti ya Murang'a. Martin Mwaura, wewe kama mkazi wa Murang'a,
asante sana Harry.
Naam, endelea zungumze, nataka kusikia.
Pole. Asante sana na pole sana kwa kukatiza Harry Salem. Na kama unavyoona kuwa hapa niko na vijana ambao pia ni wakazi wa kaunti ya Murang'a hapa. Na kama mlivyosema kwenye studio, kweli jana kulikuwa na kizaazaa katika kanisa la Gitui Catholic Church, kanisa la Kikatoliki ambalo liko katika kaunti hii ya Murang'a. Na jana mbunge wa Kiharu ambaye ni Ndende Nyoro na Maina Kamanda walizozana nani anastahili kuendesha kipindi cha kanisa ambapo walikuwa wameitwa kwenye harambee. Na ningetaka tu kuzungumza na vijana hapa, wale ambao tunasema vijana ndio viongozi wa kesho. Na ningetaka wanieleze kuwa kizaazaa hicho maoni yao ni yapi, nani mwenye wa kulaumiwa, na wanaona kweli hizi vita za kanisa ambazo sasa zimekuwa kwa wingi. Kule unakumbuka kule Kandara kulitokea jambo kama hilo, na sasa tena jana ilikuwa katika kanisa la Kikatoliki. Ningetaka tu kuzungumza na kijana aliye hapa pande yangu ya kushoto. Ningetaka unianzie kwa majina na uniambie wewe tukio hilo kwako maoni yako ni yapi?
Asante sana. Kwa jina naitwa Charles Karondo, na kwanza kabisa nitaanza kukukosoa jambo ambalo umesema pengine ndio linaleta shida, kusema ya kwamba vijana ndio viongozi wa kesho, kwa sababu pengine hiyo ndio kitu ambayo inafanya Maina Kamanda adhanie kesho haijafika. Kwa sababu kitu tunataka kusema ni ya kwamba wakati wa vijana umefika, na tuongee kuhusu matukio ambayo yalitokea jana. Na nitaanza kwa kusema watu waache excitement ya media. Hii wanaona ya kwamba, unajua, tumeona sarakasi ambayo kieleweka wamezoea. Wanakuja wanafanya maneno kwa kanisa, wanaleta vita mahali wanaenda, wanaleta vurugu, kisha wanapost vitu kwa social media zao, na wanaita media, wanatuma watu wao waite media to come and twist the narrative. Na ukweli wa mambo ni ya kwamba Wanjiko amejanjaruka, na vyombo vya media vimesaidia sana, kwa sababu unajua watu walijionea kile ambacho kilitendeka siku ya jana pale kanisani, na waliona vizuri ya kwamba ilikuwa ni mambo ambayo ilikuwa ya kuaibisha sana. Kwa sababu tuongee ukweli, tuseme kila eneo iko na ratiba ambayo mambo yanafanywa, na kila mahala kuna viongozi wake. Na nitaanza kwa kusema kwa ile kanisa, Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro alikuwa amekaribishwa pale na kamiti ya Nairobi, na anakaribishwa na kamiti ya hapa mashinani, kwa sababu yeye ndiye mbunge wa Kiharu. Na wakati mheshimiwa ako hapa Kiharu akizunguka, ako katika eneo bunge lake, ako kwa wale watu ambao walimchagua, watu ambao wamempa mandate ya kurepresent pale katika bunge. Na ni vibaya sana mtu atoke eneo lingine ajaribu kuonyesha Wanjiko ya kwamba yeye ndiye ambaye amechaguliwa kuliko mheshimiwa. Kwa hivyo wakati mtu anatoka eneo lingine na kuja kusema yeye ndiye kiongozi wa watu wa Murang'a ama Kiharu, ni mambo ambayo hatuelewi. Kwa sababu kama ni kiongozi wa Murang'a, hatukumchagua kama governor, hatukumchagua kama MP, hatukumchagua, yeye alichaguliwa na nani? Kwa hivyo jana tuliona Maina Kamanda ambaye ni nominated MP, na ni nomination ambaye tunamuomba rais aangalie hiyo maneno, kwa sababu sisi kama vijana tunaumia. Maina Kamanda sio youth, Maina Kamanda sio mwanamke, Maina Kamanda hauna ulemavu ambao tunaona. Aliteuliwa alete vita ama namna gani? Na tunaomba Maina Kamanda na kieleweke, wasikuje kuharibia rais hapa Kiharu. Sisi tunajua rais anapenda amani, tunaheshimu rais. Na wakati wanakuja kwa mchango, wanasema wametumwa na rais, na wanakuja kudisrespect the area MP. Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro alisema kitu rais. waheshimiwa wabunge wenzake wamekuja, na tunajua protocol inasema hata kama rais yuko pale, area MP anasimama anakaribisha MP wenzake, na walianza protocol vizuri. Area MCA alisimama akakaribisha MCA wenzake, lakini ikifika kwa mheshimiwa wanataka nominated MP kutoka Nairobi akuje akuwe ndiye MP wa Kiharu. Kwa hivyo sisi kama watu wa Kiharu tunasema hatutakubali. Wale vijana ambao wanakomboa wanakuja na wao, wasituletee watu kama sasa. Nitasema ukweli, watu wa Kiharu wakiangalia hata mahali tuko sahi, watu wa Murarandia wakiangalia hapa wanajua watu wa Murarandia ni wagani, na wanajua wale watu wameletwa ni wagani. Watu wa Wango wakiangalia wanajua watu wa Wango ni wagani.
Haya, asante sana. Ningetaka tu unieleze wewe kama kijana, vita hizi ambazo tumekuwa tukiziona kila Jumapili makanisani, unafikiria ni wakati wa kanisa sasa iingilie, isimamishe mambo ya siasa ama hizi harambee ndani ya kanisa?
Hapana, hakuna vile tunaweza sema ati kanisa yambie wanasiasa wasiende kwa kanisa. Juu wanasiasa hata wenyewe wanahutubu katika hizi kanisa. Lakini ni kanisa ijue kuna wanasiasa ambao wanaenda retirement. Ati siasa ikifika 2022 hakuna mahali wataonekana tena, wanajaribu kujitafutia nafasi. Baina Kamanda alikuwa amekuwa mbunge miaka mingi Nairobi. Akafukuzwa na kijana. Na akafanya hiyo kijana aliye sana pale kwa Jubilee akiwa amemnyang'anya certificate. Baina Kamanda ametoka hapa tu Mathioya. Sasa anataka juu ile siasa ya Nairobi sasa imekuwa ni ya vijana, imemlemea, akuje hapa. Na kitu kingine tujue, Baina Kamanda kama serikali haitaingilia atakuja kufanya hii nchi iingie kwa vita. Kwa nini? Lazima usikize maona. Kwa nini? Juu hiyo lazima tujue. Kwa sababu vile ukienda Kiambu Baina Kamanda ako na shida. Ukienda Murang'a ako na shida. Nyadaro ako na shida. Tunajua na hiyo lazima ieleke. Baina Kamanda sio harabi, alikuwa amekuja pale Getoi. Alikuwa amepata kajia ya kuigiza siasa yake akieleweke, lakini alijua sio hapa Kiharu aliona tumeteleza zaidi. Hapa tumeteleza zaidi na ndio alianguka hivyo.
Haya, nipatie tu kwa dakika moja tu, maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu vita hizi ambazo zimekuwa kwenye makanisa?
Naam, kwa majina naitwa MD Maina Muturi, kiongozi wa wanalika, na naongea on behalf ya wanalika. Sasa ningetaka kuongea niambie Dede Nyoro, ile kitu alifanya haikutufurahisha sisi kama wanalika. Ukiangalia wale viongozi walikuwa hapa awali, watu ni watu wanafanya kwa ofisi yake. Watu ukiwaangalia, ni watu wameshiba. Ule Wanjiko ni yeye akupatiwa chance. Ukiangalia viongozi wote walikuwa hapo, ni wao walikuwa wanavutana, ni wao walikuwa wanavuta wana polisi. Sasa mimi langu ni moja tu. Niambie Dede Nyoro, hiyo siasa anajaribu kuleta hapa Kiharu, hatutakubali sisi kama wanalika. Tena nilisikia katika TV akisema kwamba aliona polisi wakipewa pesa. Ningetaka tu kama polisi walipewa pesa, because anauliza kwa nini anadhulumiwa na serikali. Dede Nyoro adhulumiwi. Anaambiwa kama anataka aulizwe kama uliona watu wakipewa pesa kama ulivyosema hapo awali, au tuletee footage venye tunapata footage zingine za ile mambo ilikuwa inaendelea katika hiyo kanisa. Tena ningetaka niambie vijana, hii nchi tukiachilia vijana peke yake hakuna mahali itaenda. Wacha pia wazee tuwavute karibu na sisi kama vijana, tukue tukiwauliza maswali ambapo inahitajika. Then tukijiamini sisi kama vijana, sisi tunaweza hii nchi, hatutaiweza. Tena katika mambo ya kieleweke na tangatanga, mambo ya Kiharu, sisi tunataka maendeleo. Na wale ambao walikuwa wamekuja jana, hawako wametumwa na Raila ama Ruto ama nani mwingine, walikuwa wametumwa na kingpin wa Central ambaye ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na tuko nyuma ya Uhuru na hapo hatutoki. Asante sana. Yes.
Sawa. Harith, umesikia tu maoni ya wananchi hapa hivi katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Na kweli kuna mvutano, hata vijana wanasema kuwa kuna wale wanaegemea pande ya Ndende, wanasema Ndende alifanya vilivyo, na kuna wengine wanasema alikosea, wengine wanasema Kamanda alifanya vizuri, wengine wanasema Kamanda alikosea. Hayo tu ni baadhi ya maoni ya vijana kutoka kaunti ya Murang'a. Na kurudisha kwenye studio Harith.
Asante sana Martin Mwaura. Bila shaka kuna hoja 2-3 ambazo bila shaka tumeweza kuzipakua kutokana na maneno yaliyozungumzwa. Kwa hiyo tuje kwako Kasisi. Je, kwa sababu tumesikia alivyozungumza, kuna wale wanaonyesha wazi kwamba sisi tuko upande wa huyu kijana, na kuna huyu mwingine alizungumza asema bana, vijana peke yake, ngoma ya vijana haikeshi. Lakini tunaona kila kitu kinarudi pale pale kanisani, na siasa zinazoendelezwa kanisani, na mchango wa wanasiasa kanisani unaowapa nguvu wao kuwa kama washirika wakuu na wadau katika kanisa. Kuna vile tunaweza kutenganisha kanisa na siasa. Inawezekana kweli?
Unajua siasa sio mbaya na kanisa ni nzuri, lakini mahali napatana ndio kuna shida ya kwamba kanisa inakuja kila mtu, uwe mwizi, uwe kiwete, mwanasiasa, mweusi, mweupe, kila mtu. Lakini ukifika kanisani uwe na heshima ya kanisa kwanza. Heshima kwamba kanisa ni mahali pa kuabudu, ni nyumba ya Mungu. Na pia hata kama wanasiasa wanachangia kwa maendeleo ya kanisa, si ati watawale kanisa. Haina maana kwamba wakija sasa watoe mamlaka ya kanisa, mamlaka ya mchungaji. Inabidi wakija wanyenyekee kwa mchungaji, manake pia wao ni washirika wa kanisa. Wamekuja kwa kanisa kushiriki. Kama ni pesa atoe, si mahali pa siasa. Maana kanisa ukiangalia venye inakuwa, ina watu aina yote. Kuna mtu kama jina sikia hapa, kuna mtu wa Kieleweke ndani, kuna mtu wa Tanga ndani, kuna mtu wa ODM ndani, kuna mtu wa Jubilee ndani. Mchungaji pia naye aelekeze kanisa lake, sio mahala pa siasa. Ya kwamba kuna vikundi kanisani ati huni wa chama fulani, wacha aongoze kanisa. Na mchungaji pia kwa madhabahu asiongee mlengo wake wa kisiasa. Asiseme mimi kwa madhabahu na support huyu. Hiyo ndio shida inakuwa kwa anakuja ana support hivi. Ila kwa hiyo kanisa kuna washiriki wengine si wa mlengo ule anataka. Kazi yake ashike Biblia, ahubirie watu. Ahubiri kuhusu Mungu, ahubiri upendo, siasa ikue nje ya kanisa. Kanisa yenyewe ikijipanga ikue na ile kuheshimika, itaheshimika na nje. Wakija tunawapea microphone kwa madhabahu. Hasa madhabahu si mahali pa siasa. Si waongelee chini pale hata nje ya kanisa.
Joy, umemsikia kasisi alivyozungumza.
Ni makosa.
Sasa ni sisi kama Wakenya wa kulaumiwa kwamba tunakubali matukio yanayotokea ya kukirihisha na ya kuudhi, tunayatizamia hivi bila ya kuyakemea na vitu kama. Ni sisi wa kulaumiwa kwa sababu tukiangazia pia masuala ya mazishi, utakuta wanasiasa ndio wanapewa kipaumbele mpaka yale mazishi yanasahaulika, kunazungumziwa mambo mengine. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wanafaa kubeba mzigo kiasi gani wa lawama katika masuala haya ambayo wanasiasa wanaonekana kuja kuchafua kila mahali?
Wajua, kila mtu akiamka Jumapili usubuhi ama Jumamosi au Ijumaa, siku ambayo unaenda ibada, tunajipeleka katika mahali petu pa ibada bila kuitwa na mtu yeyote. Tunaketi chini, tunanyamaza, tunatulia, tunasubiri tuhutubiwe. Kila Jumapili, kila siku tukienda ibada, unapata kuna watu ambao wanakusanyika na wametulia na wanasikiza. Wanasiasa wamekuwa kama nzige. Hawalimi, hawapalili, lakini wanatafuta mahali ambapo tayari chakula kiko tayari. Wanaenda hapo ndio wanatulia, wanakula, wanatoka tu wakishamaliza. Ukiangalia sasa hiyo dichotomy vile umejaribu kuonyesha, si kanisani tu, pia kuna mali tu watu wamekusanyika. Hawa wanasiasa ndio wanakuja kama nzige. Sasa shida ni kwamba kama Wakenya tunashabikia sana maneno ya siasa. Sisi hatukatai wanasiasa kufanya siasa round the clock. Tumefurahia, tumefika mahali imekuwa national pastime. Kama tumeboeka tunachapa siasa. Ukitaka kuona news, kama nikupatie mfano kidogo tu, jana tulikuwa tukiangalia news za Tanzania, za Zanzibar. Kwa runinga na lugha nashindwa ni maendeleo, sijui mikarafu imfanya nini, au sijui corruption. Tuko hizi news zao zimeboesha. Maana sisi wa Kenya tumefika mahali siasa ni kasumba yetu. Tusipopata kasumba hiyo siasa tunaona ni kama
hatuoni kwamba kuna mipaka ambayo tunafaa kuiweka.
Ndio nakwambia sasa, hata tukiwa kanisani unaona vile profesa alisema, mashabiki walikuwa waumini walibadilika wenyewe wakaanza kushabikia. Ina maana sisi wenyewe maana wangeingia wazomewe, wafukuzwe, kesho hawangerudi, ama waende mazishini waambiwe maneno. Maana kuna mazishi ambapo wameambiwa leo hakuna siasa na hakukuwa na siasa. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Wakenya pia nakubaliana nawe, sisi pia ni wakulaumiwa. Manake tumekubali wanasiasa wakija watupeleke hivi hivi. Kama sisi kanisani kwetu tuna mbunge ambaye anakuja kanisani kwetu, akija hata aketi viti vya mbele, yeye na mke wake na watoto, mahali watapata nafasi, wataketi chini, waabudu, wakimaliza waingie gari lao waende. Hakuna hata mtu anajua kwamba mbunge alikuja kanisani leo. Lakini ukikubali mheshimiwa yuko hapa, njoo hapa kiti cha mbele, shika uhutubia watu, mtaabudu siku gani? Kwa hivyo sisi pia ni wakulaumiwa.
Na mnaona kwamba labda katika makanisa sasa hivi watu wanawafadhilisha viongozi zaidi kuliko muumba. Watu wanasahau kwamba wanakwenda pale wakupewa ni huyu ama wakupewa kipaumbele ndio huyu. Kwa hiyo hili linatupeleka katika hii michango kanisani. Unajua kila kitu kinachofanyika labda kinafanyika na hikma zake. kuna wisdom behind it. Baadhi ya makanisa walikataa, walisema wanasiasa wasilete pesa za michango. Naona kwa sababu inakuwa ni kama kuna strings attached. Makanisa mengine wanasema hapana bwana, hata kama pesa zikiletwa hazihusiani na kanisa. Lakini hivi msimamo ukitolewa kwamba hatutaki pesa za wanasiasa kwa mfano kanisani, unaona kwamba watakuwa na ushawishi mkubwa pia katika makanisa katika kuzungumza, ama inakuwa vipi? Ni pesa ndizo zinazopelekea mambo haya kufanyika, ama ni ile tu heshima kwa wanasiasa? Profesa Mugabe.
Mimi nafikiri kwamba kwa kiasi kikubwa siasa za Kenya zimefanywa biashara kubwa mno. Kwa sababu ya hali hii, siasa hizi sasa zimeanza kupenya kila mahali, ikiwemo kanisani. Mwanasiasa yoyote hutafuta uungwaji mkono. Uungwaji mkono ni muonekano. Yaani mwanasiasa ataonekana wapi? Kwa hivyo mwanasiasa yoyote anahitaji na angependa kuwa mahali watu wapo. Mazishini, kwenye kanisa, kwenye hadhara zozote. Wewe hebu jiulize, mbona mwanasiasa ikiwa kweli haja yake ni kuabudu, atakwenda kanisa 5 Jumapili moja? Kweli anaabudu, anaketi chini kuabudu?
Makanisa mengine labda sio dhehebu lake.
Hata utakuta leo ameanzia asubuhi kanisa Katoliki. Saa 4 anasema poleni sana, naondoka, nataka kutoa mchango wangu, muendelee. Hilo ni kanisa la PCA. Saa 4:30 huyo ameelekea kwenye kanisa lingine na kadhalika. Jioni atamaliza kwenye Akorino. Kwa hivyo ndio nakwambia kwamba mbona kweli kama haja yake ni kuabudu, atatoka makanisa ama ingie makanisa 5 siku ya Jumapili. Usisahau Jumamosi kwamba atakuwa kwenye Seventh Day Adventist na labda atatafuta njia za kuingia msikitini au kupeana mchango wake kwamba ataje kwamba ametoa. Kwa hivyo mimi nafikiri tatizo ni kwamba kama alivyoeleza dada Joy, tumependa siasa sana, na siasa hizi mimi navyoona zimepigiwa upatu na kuwekwa katika viwango vya juu sana. Na ikawa kwamba ndio biashara ambayo na kazi ambayo mtu yoyote Kenya hii anapigania kuifanya. Kwa sababu kuifanya kuwa mwanasiasa siku hizi ni kazi ya hali ya juu mno. Unaweza kushawishi tenda, unaweza kushawishi hata, ndio sababu mheshimiwa alipofuatwa alitetewa na nani? Alitetewa na wananchi, hakushikwa, sio? Kwa hiyo imemweka katika nafasi ambayo kila mtu angependa kuwa katika nafasi hiyo. Na sasa hiyo inaifanya kuwa katika hali ya juu ya kazi na biashara ambayo kila mtu ana. Na kwa sababu ya mvuto huo, wale ambao ni viongozi na kasisi yuko hapa, wale ambao ni viongozi wa kanisa wanapata matatizo sasa kuongoza kanisani. Kwa nini? Ndio nimekuambia kwamba yule kiongozi akija kanisani atapigiwa ushabiki, hata huyu kasisi akijaribu kuwaelekeza kondoo wake hawatomsikiza. Manake atasema watasema huyu asipe tunataka. Mimi nimekuwa kanisani kwingineko ambako mwanasiasa ameambiwa asipige siasa, asizungumze. Umati wote kanisani ukalalamika,
akasema
muachie. Akapewa nafasi na akazungumza kwa dakika zake 10, siasa tupu, hakuna kingine ambacho amezungumza pale. Kwa hivyo ndio nasema kwamba sisi wenyewe, kwa sababu ya jinsi ambavyo tunapiga siasa zetu na tumefanya siasa zikuwe sehemu ya maisha yetu ya kila siku, basi itabidi tukubali kwamba hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo na tufuate yale ambayo wanasiasa wanataka. Na wanasiasa wanataka nini? Wanataka binafsi yao na makuu yao ndio yawe mbele.
Naam, kwa hiyo makanisa yamekuwa makanisa ya siasa. Joy, hebu tuzungumzie kilichotokea pale. Tunafahamu kwamba ni pande mbili za kisiasa ambazo zinavutana. Moja inavutia upande wa naibu rais William Ruto na upande mwingine unaunga mkono masuala yanayoongozwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Hawa wawili, je, inawezekana kwamba wanapigana vita vya watu wengine? Kwa sababu hatujawasikia wakubwa wakizungumza mpaka sasa. Kuna uwezekano kwamba ni vita vya watu wengine vinapiganwa na watu hao?
Mwanzo ningelipenda kumpongeza ripota wako Murang'a, manake alitafuta watu wa kutoka mirengo yote miwili akaleta angalau kulikuwa na kabalance fulani pale, kwa sababu ilikuwa imeegemea upande moja sana mpaka tukaanza kuulizana hapa huyu mtu kwani alipewa kitu alafu akatoa huyu mwingine. Lakini kitu ambacho ningelipenda pia kama Wakenya tusisahau ni kwamba si la kustajabisha ukiona mtu amekuja akijidai kwamba amekuja kwa jina la Joy na Joy hana habari hata huko. Unatumia hii jina la mtu hapa kujijenga, kujikweza, kujileta, kujilimbikiza kwa watu ukisema by the way nimetumwa na Joy. Na Joy mwenyewe mali alipo hata ukimuuliza anasema fulani wapi? Ndo alisema. Basi sawa, wala unamwachia tu manake ni mwandani wako, lakini huku katika hiyo nini ulisikia kijana akisema kwamba wametumwa na Kingpin. Mimi ukiniuliza hata tukimuuliza Uhuru Kenyatta bana ulimtuma Maina Kamanda akalete fujo kanisani, hana habari. Lakini jambo ambalo lazima tukubali kama wa Kenya ni kwamba wanasiasa wetu wenyewe wamejipasua, wamejigawanya. Mrengo huu. Na kila mtu anajulikana yuko mrengo upi. Wao wenyewe hawana ile maturity ya kusema kwamba hata kama tumetofautiana mahali fulani, ikifika vitu vingine lazima tuwe na kama Ndindi angesema okay sawa ndio wao wamenikosea heshima manake mimi ndo mbunge wa hapa, lakini maana tuko mahali patakatifu tutatatua tukifika nje. Maana Kamanda naye pia ni mzee, ni mtu ambaye ana yake hata kama umetumwa ndio na rais. Unakuja na utaratibu.
Tuseme mimi nimeelekea sehemu za Makueni nikamwona mtu maskini. Nikitaka kumsaidia mpaka nimtafute mbunge wa pale niseme mimi njoo uone nitaka nimsaidie huyo maskini. Kwa sababu rais mara kwa mara anasema Kenya ni ya kila mtu na kila mtu anaweza kwenda sehemu yoyote bora hafanyi uhalifu. Kwa hiyo
mimi naelewa Kikuyu kidogo. Maana nimefanya kazi Murang'a na nimekaa na Wakikuyu kiasi. Unajua kishi Nairobi Kikuyu lazima utakielewa. Na niliona hiyo clip ya Ndindi Nyoro. Na kwake alikuwa akiteta si kwamba mumekuja, alikuwa akisema kwamba mimi ni mbunge wa hapa na kama kuna mtu ambaye anastahili kukaribisha wageni ni mimi ndo nastahili kuwakaribisha. Si nyinyi mje mnikaribishe kwangu. Ndio nilikuwa nakwambia ilikuwa ndio tulikuwa akisema off nini ilikuwa maneno na ego. Ilikuwa kusema mimi hapa ndio niko mbele mimi. Watu wanatafuta ubabe. Si kwamba hawatachanga, walichanga wote mwishowe. Lakini ilikuwa mimi ndo nazungumza kwanza, mimi ndo nasema hapo ndo kulikuwa na immaturity iliyokuja kutoka upande wa Nyoro. Vile yule kijana alisema lazima tuwavute wazee karibu tukitaka kwenda safari ya kubeba Kenya. Maana alisema vizuri tukijaribu kubeba Kenya kama vijana tutaanguka. Lakini vile manake eneo bunge hilo lilikuwa na mbunge na mbunge alikuwako. Maina Kamanda haingestahili afanye vile alivyofanya. Kwa hivyo wote wawili walikuwa na makosa. Na ndo nasema wote wawili katika mahali hapa walikuwa kushutumiwa. Manake walikuja vibaya. Lakini national politics ndo napenda vile wanawake wanafanya. Inua ikienda upande huu, Embrace inaenda upande ule mwingine.
Kuna kipindi walikwenda wakapambana huko.
Si mara nyingi. Na kwangu mimi naona wanawake ndo wanaonyesha sasa they're showing the way. Kama mnataka kufanya siasa, hata kama mnatofautiana, pelekeni aina hii, ikue aina hii. Mimi wamama nawapa pongezi. Manake raundi hii tumetofautiana kisiasa lakini tunafanya siasa zetu kwa njia ambayo kila mtu hata kama tutatusiana kwa jukwaa hatuko mahali ambapo tunapigana kidete.
Joy kidogo mimi nitatofautiana na wewe kwa sababu Kilifi tuliona watu mpaka ikapelekea wengine kukamatwa, wengine kufurushwa, lakini hayo tutakuja tuendeleze baadaye. Kwa sasa tunakwenda mapumzikoni. Kumbuka ni siku ambayo tunazungumzia siasa, sera na uongozi katika taifa hili. Tunaona mambo ambayo yanasisimua wengi kama walivyosema wazungumzaji hapa, mpaka mataifa ya kigeni sasa hivi macho yote yako katika Kenya kuangazia yanayojiri katika siasa. Kwa hiyo usende mbali. Yapo mengi ambayo tunarejea kuyazungumza. Mbali na hayo, yapo mengine ambayo pia yatakuwa yanauana na hayo kwa njia moja au nyingine.
Nation FM, more music, less talk.
Something that me love it when you do that. Wait them on, ahuda. Tell them
Nation FM.
Nation FM. More music, less talk.
The three sides of Anna. My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The three sides of Anna, identical and different.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this, access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looked quite repetitive.
Palm oil is the lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading producer of same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news, and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever wanted, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could.
Naam, karibu tena mpenzi mtazamaji, kama ndio kwanza unafungulia runinga yako na kujiunga nasi, unatazama NTV. Sasa ni jukwaa ambalo linakupa fursa ya kufahamu mengi zaidi yanayotokea katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini na vile vile katika rubaa za kimataifa. Mjadala wetu leo unazungumzia swala zima la siasa, sera na uongozi. Leo tukizamia mzima swala zima la siasa kanisani, na ni siasa ambazo sasa zimeanza kuchukua sura za fujo kama ilivyoshuhudiwa jana katika kanisa la Gitui katika eneo la Kiharu, kaunti ya Murang'a. Wengi mnaendelea kuzungumza na sisi kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii. Hapa tulikuwa tumekuuliza swali letu la siku kwamba je, una maoni gani au nani wa kulaumiwa kuhusiana na fujo za kisiasa makanisani? Wengi wanazungumza. Charles Mwabili anasema wakulaumiwa ni makasisi wenyewe tu walipoanza kukaribisha kila kabwela kwa altare ya heshima kanisani. Hapo ndipo unga ulipoanza kuzidi maji. hii tabia ya kuona wanasiasa kwa jicho la pesa ikome kanisani. Huyo hapa ni Wambua, anasema ningependa, anasema anahisi kwamba wakulaumiwa ni waumini wenyewe, maana jana anasema niliona waligawanyika waumini kwa kile kisa cha hapo jana, na ikawa ni kama kuna makundi mawili, waumini ndio wakulaumiwa kwa kuwa na kiwango cha ukaragosi kiasi hicho mpaka kanisa kuna migao. Haya, lawama inaendelea kuwashukia na kuwaandama viongozi wa kanisa. Huyu hapa anasema ni wakuu wa kanisa hilo la hapo jana. Mwingine zaidi hapa ni huyu Subael, anasema those self-styled heaven investors, bila shaka akiwa anakusudia viongozi wa kidini. Huyu hapa Ahmed Moyo anasema wakulaumiwa ni hao wahubiri wanaowapa nafasi wanasiasa kuendesha siasa katika makanisa yao. Na mwisho kabisa nina huyu hapa Dennis Sampana, anasema viongozi wa kanisa ndio wakulaumiwa, kwani wanawapa wanasiasa majukwaa ya kueneza uhasama. Viongozi hao wanafanya hivi ili wanufaike na pesa zinazomwagwa makanisani na wanasiasa. Na maoni yako hayo mpenzi mtazamaji, na wala sio maoni ya NTV, lakini yanakubalika. Pamoja na hayo, unaweza kuzungumza na sisi vile vile kupitia nambari zetu za ujumbe mfupi ambazo ni 20686, lakini pamoja na hayo tutakuwa tunafungua line zetu za simu baadaye kidogo uwe sehemu ya mjadala huu moja kwa moja. Kwa sasa na kurusha kwake Harith ili kuendelea na mazungumzo yetu.
Naam, asante Salim. Bila shaka ni mjadala ambao unaibua hisia tofauti. Imekuwa gumzo mitaani katika maeneo mengi, watu wanazungumzia kilichojiri jana, na ndipo hatukuweza kuepuka pia kugusia hapa studio. Na mmoja kati ya ambaye tumemwalika leo ni kasisi, na tumemwalika mahsusi kutokana na kilichojiri jana kimetokea kanisani, na kuwa mmoja kati ya viongozi wa kidini. Bila shaka ana kauli nzito sana ambayo tunataka kusikia kutoka kwake kuhusiana na hayo ambayo yaliyojiri. Kwa hiyo tukija kwa Kasisi Simon tena imeshawahi kutokea, kwa sababu inavyoonekana kijuujuu ni kwamba ni vigumu sana kuwaepuka wanasiasa kuzungumza katika makanisa. Je, vipo vitisho ambavyo labda unaambiwa wewe kama kiongozi wa kanisa usipokubali mwanasiasa fulani azungumze utapitia shida fulani? Ishawahi kutokezea, ama vipo vitisho ushawahi kusikia katika makanisa? Sio lazima liwe kanisa lako, makanisa mengine.
Nafikiria sijasikia kitu kama hicho, maana yake hii au kuja kanisani na au kuongea ni wachungaji ama wa kiongozi wa kidini wanawapea microphone. Kuna makanisa wanakuja, wanakaa, hata amesema dada yangu, anakaa, anaabudu, anaenda. Lakini shida inatokea hapa, wahubiri wengi ama viongozi wa kidini akiona mwanasiasa kuna kitu anaona nyuma. Maana kuna kuja watu wakubwa wa makampuni, lakini akiona mwanasiasa anaona kitu kingine nyuma. Matokeo yake unapata kwamba anampatia nafasi aongee, kisha baadaye labda atatoa kitu baadaye. Sasa kile kinakuwa tuelewe kwamba mtu akija kanisani, uwe mwanasiasa, uwe mtu nani, umekuja kama mshirika. Na ikibidi uongee, unapewa masharti ya kanisa. So hakuna vile atakuja kanisani mwanasiasa na aongee bila kupewa na mhubiri. Sisi ndio tunawapea microphone, wanaongea kisha wanaharibu. So nafikiria kama viongozi wa kanisa tuwe na sheria kwa kanisa ya kwamba kiongozi wa kidini akija anafaa aongee na apewe masharti. Una kama sheria kama ya rais, pastor akiitwa kuomba, sasa ingine inabidi uandike maombi yako na uonyeshe maombi utaomba. Kwa nini sisi wakija hata atasema nini? Akuja aongee hii. Sasa maana akitoka anakwaza washirika nusu, wengine wanafurahia. Na ndio na Murang'a kama jana kuna wale walishangilia na kuna wale waliumia. Manake washirika wenyewe hawajaelimishwa kwamba kwa nyumba ya Mungu si mahali pa siasa. Siasa ni nje ya kanisa. Nafikiria hawezi kaingilia kanisa tusiporuhusu. Manake ukiangalia kama sasa ushaisikia kwa msikiti kitu kimetokea kama hiyo.
Kule waruhusiwi kwa sababu
sasa mbona msikiti hawaendi? Si wachungaji wanafungua milango? Na wachungaji wenzangu, si tuwe na heshima ya kanisa na tuwapatie mipaka. Si mpaka ukubali pesa yake kama anataka kuharibu kanisa.
Bila shaka umezungumzia wachungaji wenzako, mpaka sasa hakuna kauli yote ambayo imetolewa na baraza la makanisa. Sijasikia kiongozi yote wa kidini akizungumzia tukio la jana. Hii inaashiria nini, Prof?
Mwanzo kabisa nafikiri ningependa kukosoa kwa sababu najua kwamba uongozi wa kanisa la Katoliki, kanisa Katoliki wametoa mwongozo kwamba wametoa taarifa leo kwamba hawatakubali wanasiasa kanisani tena.
Yes.
Nafikiri huo ni mwongozo wao. Hata hivyo kama ambavyo nilivyokuwa nimeeleza ni kwamba makanisa yamegeuzwa kuwa sehemu ambazo sasa siasa zinaenezwa kuliko Injili, masuala ya Injili na kumwabudu Mungu. Na nafikiri dada yangu Joy alikuwa ameshataja hili kwamba jambo hili kwa hakika tunaweza kuwa tunaona kwamba ni geni sana. Lakini mchungaji atakwambia kasisi kwamba hata katika Biblia kuna wakati ambapo kanisa la mwanzo watu ambao kwa hakika wengine walikuwa wanasiasa walichukua nafasi zao na kuzipeleka kanisani. Hata Yesu mwenyewe alikuta watu wakifanya, wakati mmoja alikuta watu kanisani wakifanya biashara zao na ilibidi awapige na wengine awafukuze kutoka kanisani. Kwa hiyo mambo haya yamekuwepo, sio wakati huu tu. Lakini sisi kama jamii, kama Wakenya, je, tuko radhi, tuko tayari kukubali makanisa na maeneo mengine ya kuabudu kubadilishwa kuwa majukwaa ya siasa? Hilo ndilo swali ambalo mimi nauliza kila wakati. Na kama hatutakubali, basi makanisa yetu na viongozi ambao wanahusika watakuja pamoja, watoe maelekezo ambayo yatatumiwa na wale ambao ni wanasiasa na ambao wangependa kulete siasa katika sehemu kama zile. Je, mwanasiasa akiingia kanisani utampa mwelekeo kwamba ukija hapa kama ni kuwasalimu watu uwasalimu? Kwa sababu kile ambacho natahadharisha ni kimoja, kwamba ninavyojua huwezi kumkataza mwanasiasa kuja kanisani.
Huwezi,
manake jukumu la kanisa ni kuwahubiria wote, kila mtu mwanasiasa akiwemo. Kwa hivyo yeye aje kanisani, lakini mwongozo wa kanisani pale uwepo kwamba hapa tukija dada Joy ataweza kuongea, lakini ataongea yale ambayo yanatuhusu humu kanisani. Na watu huja kanisani Harith wengi na upewa nafasi za kuzungumza, sio wanasiasa tu. Na huzungumza masuala ambayo yanaendeleza masuala ya kanisa, masuala ya kidini na maendeleo ya kanisa na kwingineko. Kwa hivyo nafikiri ni viongozi wa kanisa kuchukua jukumu lao na kutoa mwelekeo unaofaa ili sehemu zile za kuabudu zisigeuzwe na kuwa sehemu ambazo badala ya watu kufikiria na kungojea Jumapili, Jumamosi au Ijumaa waone ni mahali ambapo ni hasi, ni mahali ambapo hawatamani kuingia, manake ushabiki umeingia pale. Kama ambavyo amesema, wengine wataudhika, wengine watafurahia. Kanisa sio mahali ambapo mtu ataenda kwa chuki ama kuenda kumchukia mwenzake. Kanisa ni mahali ambapo mtu kwa hakika, wakati ambapo kama Yesu anavyosema njooni nyote mnaosumbuka, basi wale ambao wana chuki na nini wakiingia pale wanatoka wakiwa kidogo baadhi ya mizigo yao imetwaliwa na imechukuliwa, lakini sio kuongezewa bana, kwa sababu ilivyo sasa ni kuongeza.
Prof, umezungumzia kwamba si ya leo, yalitokea hata enzi za Yesu, lakini kipindi hicho ndio dini ilikuwa ndio inaanzishwa, watu wanaelekea. Lakini sasa hivi dini ipo, ni anatokea wakati dini kila mtu anaijua, sio kipindi kile ambapo ni kipindi cha ujinga ambapo dini ndio ilikuwa kwanza inaanzishwa. Manabii walikuwa wanawafunza watu dini kwamba sehemu ya kuabudu ni sehemu ya Sasa hivi watu wanajua kwamba sehemu za kuabudu na dini ipo, imekuwepo tangu watu wafunze. Kwa hiyo sidhani kama inaweza kuwa ni labda wanasema wenyewe excuse kwamba si ya leo, yameanza kitambo, kwa sababu mambo yamebadilika na sasa hivi watu wanajua hapa ni sehemu ya kuabudu, inafaa kuheshimiwa na mambo kama. Lakini haya yote tukiyazungumzia na kuyapiga darubini yanaletwa na siasa za 22. Na tukizungumzia swala hili hatuwezi kuepuka kuzungumzia huu mradi wa BBI na huu mwingine wapunguza mzigo. Sasa ndo tunaingia hapa kwenye BBI kama yule kijana Muranga alivyosema, lazima watu wavutane pande zote. Kama rais alitoa kauli yake kuhusiana na BBI, kwa hiyo hebu tusikize kauli kuhusiana na BBI zilizozungumziwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, vile vile baadhi ya viongozi wamezungumzia, halafu tena tutaweka 2-3 zetu tuone ni wapi tutakapowekea uzito na ni wapi ambapo tutajaribu kupatengeneza kidogo. Tusikize kauli za viongozi kuhusiana na hii BBI na punguza mzigo.
The essence of handshake is not about who shall be where and who shall have what position, who shall do what. But how can we as Kenyans together not live in the past, but learn from it? not plan for today, but live in it, but plan for our future. Because that is what we can give as a gift to this country. Kila mmoja wetu kujipiga kifua, kusema mimi ndio mwenyewe na mnaona mimi ndio nilitokea. Ama kuna barabara nyingine tunaweza tupite pamoja. Tuseme tuashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu kati ya wale wote wengine sisi ndio amechagua.
Watu wengi wanakosoa hii handshake na BBI kufikia mwisho. Watu wapunguza mzigo wanasema hii BBI ni ya kuangusha mtu fulani asikuwe rais. Wanasema punguza mzigo sasa ndio itasaidia hawa. Mimi nataka kuuliza hawa watu wa Tanga wasome vizuri katiba. Hawasomangi, wanaongea. Ndani ya punguza mzigo, na hapo ndio napendea punguza mzigo. Inasema nini? Na mwiba wa kujidunga hauambiwi pole, na usikie leo. Kama unafikiri BBI ndio itaangumisha huyo jamaa, punguza mzigo ndio inaenda kumzamisha. Ndani ya punguza mzigo inasema nini? Kama umewahi tajwa kwa tume yoyote, kama ni afisadi, kama ni ya unyakuzi wa ardhi, kama ni mambo ya post election violence, hauwezi simama kiti ya urais. Mimi sijawahi tajwa kwa unyakuzi wa ardhi.
Naam, ni siasa hizo ambazo zinaendelea kupamba moto, na bila shaka kama tulivyozungumza hapa, Wakenya pia wanashabikia, baadhi yao wanashabikia masuala mpaka makanisani. Kama tulivyoona hapo jana, kuna kila mtu ambaye anavutia upande wake na anashabikia upande wake, kwa sababu waumini pia wana mahitaji yao ya kisiasa na wana mirengo yao ya kisiasa. Kwa hiyo huwezi kuwavua kutoka katika siasa. Vile vile naibu wa rais William Ruto jana alizungumza akiwa maeneo ya Kirinyaga kuhusiana na hii BBI, na vile vile ambapo inaonekana kwamba italeta lile swala la kura ya maamuzi kubadilisha katiba. Kwa hiyo tumsikize naibu rais William Ruto alichosema jana, alafu tuyachanganue tujue ipi njia sawa.
I want to ask the people of our great country that we must have a sober, informed conversation on all the proposals that have been made, from the BBI when it comes, from the Punguza Mzigo, from the Ongeza Mzigo, from the Ugatuzi of the governors. All those will be subjected to sober, informed conversation so that we can agree on how we are going to move forward together as the people of Kenya.
Naam, mbali na hayo pia jana alizungumza kuhusiana na hawa wanaoshabikia na kupigania mabadiliko katika katiba, kutaka kujua ama waulizwe, kulingana na yeye amependekeza waulizwe ni kipi hasa wanachokitaka, na mazungumzo yake yalionekana kulenga upande mmoja. Inaonekana ni vijembe ambavyo wanarushiana kati ya naibu wa rais na vile vile kiongozi wa upinzani ambaye tayari yuko na ushirika sasa hivi na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenyatta anasema kwamba lazima watu washikane, na pia anaonekana kupigia debe mabadiliko ya katiba, lakini upande huu mwingine anaona kwamba haya sio mambo yanayoleta natija na ni jambo ambalo linamlenga mtu mmoja. Kwa hiyo mbali na kuzungumzia masuala hayo, tayari naona simu zimeanza kuingia katika laini zetu. Kwa hiyo kabla ya kuzungumzia hayo, tumpate Machokaa kutoka maeneo ya Kisii. Machokaa, kama unanipokea kwa njia iliyo safi, huu uwanja ni wako kwa sasa. Machokaa, unanipata? Naam, tafadhali hebu tupe mchango wako, alafu zungumza kwa sauti kidogo.
Haya, nasema kwanza nakupata.
Naam.
Napiga shukrani kwanza napenda kuongelea siasa kwanza na kanisa.
Naam.
Kwanza kanisa na siasa ni kama koti na washukiwa. Kulingana na na maoni yangu, kanisa ni kama jaji. So kama kanisa, wale waumini wa kanisa hawawezi watuliza wanasiasa, wananyamaza. Ni kama jaji akiachilia washukiwa kuzozana nyumbani, ambapo ni mbaya sana, na wao ndio wanawaruhusia wanakuja kugombana kanisani. Ya pili, naongea kuhusu superiority complex na inferiority complex.
Endelea.
Hizo mbili ndio zilizinishwa jana, kwa sababu huyu mbunge alikuwa na hasira zake, akaleta hasira kwa kanisa, kwa sababu haifai mtu yote kwenda kwa kaunti nyingine kujulisha ita governor ama MP ama mtu yote. Kila mtu akona ile nafasi ya kutembea kokote anapopenda. Haya, cha mwisho nauliza swali, kwa sababu tumeongea kuhusu hii mjadala, but swali ni kitu gani kilileta shida mzozano jana? Hiyo ndio nataka yaani mseme ndio msikilizaji apate kuelewa.
Asante sana Machoka, asante sana. Bila shaka Machoka ameuliza swali, nafikiri Joy utamjibu kwa sababu unasema kidogo ulikuwa unafahamu kilichokuwa kinaendelea, lakini hayo ni ya baadaye. Tusikize kutoka kwake Charles maeneo ya Nanyuki. Charles, habari ya Nanyuki?
Salama sana Nanyuki, ni kwema.
Naam, unatupa safi.
Nimekuwa nikisikiza huu mjadala wa kanisa na siasa.
Asante sana.
Na mimi ni mchungaji Nanyuki.
Ndio.
Na kuna mambo kadhaa sisi tuliamua kama kanisa.
Ndio.
Na ningependa kusema pengine kuna kanisa kadhaa imekubalia wanasiasa wafanye vituko kanisani. Lakini kuna makanisa maelfu yenye imefanya mambo kwa njia ambayo inafaa. Mambo mawili tulioamua, moja ni ya kwamba mwanasiasa akija kanisani na anataka kusalimiana ama kuomba kura, lazima aeleze ya kwamba atakaa kwa ibada mpaka mwisho. Akikuja kwa ibada, atatoka kwa ibada nusu na atapewa baada ya mahubiri. Namba ya pili, tulikataa pesa ya nje. Tukasema mwanasiasa akija tunamuuliza kanisa lake. Wewe kanisa lako ni hili tunasoma ama ni Catholic ama ni PCA? Kama kanisa lako ni PCA, tungependa uende ujenge kanisa lako kama mshirika. Hiyo ni jambo la pili. Jambo la tatu ni salamu na kuomba kura. Hatuendi zaidi ya hapo. Na nikiomba hata watu wa media muangalie kanisa zingine nyingi zenye zimeweka njia ambayo inafaa. Moja ikikosea isemi zote zimekosea. Tuseme makanisa, tuseme kanisa fulani. Tusukume makanisa na wachungaji kwa kona, na kuna wengi wenye wamecheka makanisa bila pesa ya wanasiasa. Mimi husema hivi. Kama kanisa mwezi kujijenga kama washirika, then hiyo kanisa itakiwa ikijengwa. Kama mnaweza jenga ya mabati nyinyi washirika pekee yenu jengeni. Lakini kanisa yenye mtajenga na watu wa nje, itamaanisha kwamba wamewajengea wale, baraka zitakuwa zao, nyinyi mtaendelea tu kwa pale. Jengeni kanisa ili mpate baraka yenu.
Ndio. Naam, mchungaji, kabla uondoke. Yes. Wewe kama mchungaji, ndio sio makanisa yote, lakini umelichukuliaje swala kama hilo kwamba kanisa limetokea ama fujo limetokea katika kanisa? Wewe kama mchungaji, vipi kuona kituko kama hicho?
Mambo mawili. Ya kwanza ni ya kwamba mchungaji alikuwa amealika wanasiasa fulani kuja kwa hali ya kufanya harambee, na hiyo sio makosa hata ukiangalia kwa maandiko. Lakini kosa ilikuja kwa sababu ya wanasiasa. Wanasiasa ndio wamepata tabia mbaya ya kutoheshimu nyumba ya Mungu. Kama tukiangalia hiyo kikao vile kuliendelea pale, mchungaji hakuwa na uwezo ya kunyamazisha wale watu. Mheshimiwa Didi Njoro, Mheshimiwa Kamanda walifanya nyumba ya Mungu. Hao ndio wamekosesha pale heshima nyumba ya Mungu, sio mchungaji. Na ningependa tuangalie vyema wanasiasa waelezwe, na kutoka mwanzo waeleze hii ni nyumba ya Mungu, lazima muende kwa mtaratibu ambayo inafaa. Kwa sababu sio heshima, sio picha nzuri, ni aibu.
Asante sana mchungaji Charles kutoka Nanyuki. Bila shaka ni kauli nzito ambazo wamezitoa, na kabla ya kuendelea nafikiri kuna swala ambalo wamelizungumzia kwamba hawa wanasiasa wakae mpaka mwisho wa ibada. Tutakuja kuzungumzia hilo iwapo wataweza kufanya hivyo, lakini kabla ya hapo tumpate Albert kutoka Kisii. Albert, habari za Kisii?
Nzuri.
Nipe habari zako. Ongea, tupe mchango wako. Tupe mchango wako huko katika NTV sasa hapa.
Yes, mchango wangu ilikuwa hivi.
Naam.
Ningeomba wanasiasa wakienda chachi. Waheshimu chachi kwa kwanza. Alafu ya pili ningesema tungelike wale vijana wa eneo ya Mulanga. Hawaje kupeza kijana mwenzao. Nimehusika nao. Wafuate mwanasiasa hajafaida hata. Shukrani.
Asante sana. Sasa tuungane naye Eric kutoka Bungoma. Eric, Bungoma inasemaje leo?
Bungoma ni kuzuri, kumenyesha sana.
Mnapata baraka ya mvua, watu wakipata
ni baraka kwa kweli.
Hebu tuelezee Bungoma, watu walishuhudia kilichotokea Murang'a na wanasemaje watu wa Bungoma?
Wameshuhudia pia hata mimi ni Mkatoliki.
Naam.
Na ninasimamia lile kundi linaitwa Catholic Justice and Peace Commission.
Ndio.
Na ninaelewa katika kwamba katika kanisa la Katoliki lolote lile tunaheshimu lile hekalu la kuabudu, yani altari takatifu. Ndiposa huwa pia tunajenga chumba la mkutano ama social hall karibu na kanisa kufanya haya mambo mengine kama yale ambayo tulishuhudia. Ingekuwa kwamba tungekuwa na hall, ile sarakasi tungeona ingepelekwa ile ya altari. Na haya yanaeleweka kabisa. Kwa hiyo mimi kwanza nataka kukosoa baraza la parokia na taasisi wetu katika hiyo parish ya Kitui kwa kuwaleta wanasiasa kwa altari la Mungu. Yale mambo ambayo yalirudia, na mimi najua sarakasi za wanasiasa hawa ni kutafuta umaarufu na wajikwa hiyo ilikuwa ni hekalu. Kwa hivyo mimi namuomba askofu wa diocese ama jimbo la Murang'a aipite kikundi cha kulitakasa lile kanisa haraka iwezavyo, kwa sababu the house of God has been justified.
Asante sana Eric kutoka maeneo ya Bungoma. Bila shaka mmesikia kauli zao wote waliozungumza, na wengi wao ni jambo la kutia moyo. Pia ni wachungaji ambao wanazungumzia swala hili kuonyesha kwamba limewagusa kwa njia moja au nyingine, licha kuwa ni kanisa moja tu, lakini wakati mwingine Waswahili wanasema samaki mmoja akioza inakuwa ni mtungo mzima. Haitaangaliwa kwamba kuna samaki wengine hawajaoza, yule mmoja akioza basi anawaharibia wengine wote pia wanaoza. Kwa hiyo mchungaji kutoka maeneo ya Nanyuki Charles anasema kwamba kuna sheria zimewekwa katika makanisa kwamba lazima hata kama wapo wakae mpaka ibada ishe ndio waruhusiwe. Swali ni je, watakubali kukaa? Na kama profesa alivyosema, kuna mtu mwanasiasa anataka apite katika makanisa 5 kwa siku moja, watakubali wakae mpaka mwisho wa ibada?
Kama ametaka kuongea na ukatae asiongee tangu mwanzo mpaka mwisho, anaweza kaa. Lakini pia mimi siungi mkono kabisa mwanasiasa aitishe kura kwa madhabahu. Siungi kabisa. Manake kanisa kuna venye iko. Akitisha kura mpaka aongee chama fulani. Maana sisi nikasema unipigie kura na
sisi. Lakini pia unajua katika makanisa kuna mizozo ya uongozi na inaonekana ni wanasiasa ndio wanachochea. Huyu anasema nikija siwezi kuzungumza, wacha nichochee, tuweke kiongozi mwingine ambaye nikija mimi nitapewa nafasi ya kuzungumza.
Unajua shida inatokea hapa, wachungaji na makanisa tujakuwa na sheria za kucontrol vitu fulani. Maana kama sasa umekuja kanisani ati ukae mpaka mwisho ndio uitishe kura, hasa wewe uongee, kesho akuje wa chama kingine, hiyo church itabaki, hiyo kanisa itabaki kanisa aina gani?
Kanisa la
siasa. Maana mfano nimekuja nikasema mimi niko upande wa mfano kieleweke. Mwingine akuje kesho tangatanga. Si ndio hivi tena kuwa. Kwa nini tusiwaambie kwamba hapa ni mahali pa kuabudu? Njoo uabudu. Kama nimekuja kutoa mchango wako wa pesa.
Lakini unafikiri hawajui kwamba ni sehemu ya kuabudu?
Inabidi, unajua shida ni kwamba sisi wachungaji tuwakekee sheria. Mimi nakuuliza, mbona waendi kwa msikiti? Hawendi kwa msikiti.
Sheria kali labda.
Sheria iwe kanisani. Kwamba ukija kanisani kama mwanasiasa ama kiongozi yoyote umekuja kuabudu. Unaweza kasalamia watu kikawaida, hatuna shida kama mgeni, lakini sio ukuje uanze kusema Ruto ni mbaya, Uhuru ni mbaya, Raila ni mbaya. Hiyo kanisa ikiwa na mfuasi wa Raila ama Ruto atasikiaje ukisema ni mbaya? Atakuja chachi wakati mwingine. Nakumbuka hiyo uchaguzi ya 2013 kuna makanisa kabisa iliisha ama ikafungwa. Maana pasa alisimama hajajua washirika wake ni wa aina gani, akasupport mlengo fulani. Washirika wote wa hiyo mlengo mwingine wakatoka. Sasa mpaka tuelewe kwamba tuwe na hekima ya madhabahu.
Kwa hiyo makanisa inavyoonekana kama ulivyozungumza yanatawaliwa na wanasiasa.
Tunawaruhusu sisi. Sisi tunatawala. Nyumba yako sisi ingia saa hii nikaoga bila kuniruhusu.
Acha kuoga, mlangoni utapita vipi?
Sisi. Sasa kanisa anaingiaje afanye hizo vitu zote?
Joy, turudi hapa kwenye hizi siasa za mwaka 2022. BBI punguza mzigo. Umesikia vijembe Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alivyorusha, umesikia vijembe naibu rais alivyorusha. Hebu jaribu kuchanganua haya maswala. Ni vipi watu waelewe kitu gani? Maana pia yule aliyezungumza anasema hawajui sababu gani ilipelekea visa kama vile kutokea kanisani.
Wajua, mi kwangu tena nitarudi kwa ule mfano ambao nilitoa wa wanasiasa wakiwa Nzige. Manake Third Way Alliance walianza kuzungumza maneno ya kubadilisha katiba mwaka wa 2000 I think na 17 na wakaanza kuchukua signatures. Na mwaka uliopita ndo walifanya hiyo harakati, walikuwa kwa bus stops, walikuwa wapi wakizunguka kila mahali wakitafuta signatures.
Leo wako Bomet.
Hivi tukiwaangalia watu wanafikiri kama Raila alishinda kuchukua signatures milioni moja ni akina nani hawa? Lakini sasa kwa sababu wamepata umaarufu, wamefika na wanaonekana kwamba kweli wanatishia, wanaweza kupunguza hii mzigo. Unaona sasa wanasiasa wanataka kudakia. Kusema kwamba fulani ndo ana sponsor, fulani ndo ana sponsor, fulani ndo ana sponsor. Na mimi naona na marafiki zangu walikuwa wakifanya huko. Hata mimi nilikuwa na nikiwauliza maneno ya punguza. Na nyinyi mnaelewa ni nini kweli mnafanya? Kwa sasa tunaona inasemekana kwamba ni fulani amesponsor punguza. Fulani ana sponsor BBI. Kwangu mimi kitu ambacho kinani kama Mkenya wa kawaida, ukiniuliza nitasema hii maneno yote tuachane nayo. Tuko na rais tumemchagua. Yeye amefanya handshake, ameleta amani, tumetulia. Tuko na nafasi ya kusonga mbele mahali. Ukiniuliza punguza ina mahali pakubwa ambapo ukisikia punguza mzigo ni kitu ambacho kinanivutia. Hata mimi nataka kupunguza idadi.
Juzi tulipokuwa tunazungumza na watu wasema jina ni zuri sana. Lakini kilichomo hakijulikani.
Huko ndani kuna kasumba na hiyo kasumba tukipitisha itatusumbua. Na mimi hata nishasema hapa NTV mbeleni. Ni heri hata kuingia binguni. Ni afadhali ni rahisi kuingia binguni kuliko kubadilisha katiba ya Kenya. Maana vile tuliandika tulisema kwamba ukisha propose ile bill ambayo itapelekwa, hatuwezi kuifanyia mabadiliko. Tuipitishe ilivyo, tusiipitishe vile. Na ukiangalia punguza tukipitisha ilivyo, kuna mahali vile Kutuni alisema, kuna mahali ambapo kuna watu wataenda kulilia chooni. Na kuna mahali ambapo itakutumiza sisi kama
yani kila kitu ni kama shilingi kina pande mbili.
Na ukiangalia na BBI tena shida ni ile ile. Maana BBI tukianza na handshake hakukuwa na kuzungumza maneno ya kubadilisha katiba, ilikuwa kuleta amani, uwiano, ushirikiano, na hilo tumeona kwamba limekuwa. Sasa ikafika mahali wakasema tutengeneze jopo lituambie Wakenya wanasema nini. Jubilee wakaenda wakaleta wazee wa amani akina Haji akina nani. ODM wakaja na constitutional lawyers wakawabandika pale. Tumeona BBI sasa imekuja ni kitu ambacho ni referendum inaleta. Sasa mimi kama Mkenya ukiniuliza nitasema hawa wote hakuna hata vile deputy president anasema tuwasikize wote. Sitaki kuwasikiza. Achaneni na sisi. Tutakapotaka kubadilisha Wakenya katiba kama Wakenya tutasema sisi wenyewe.
Maana hawa wote
maana hawa wote ni wanasiasa, kila mtu hapo ni mwanasiasa na anatengeneza katiba akijiona yeye nafasi gani atachukua, nafasi gani atachukua. Na mimi ikifika hapo basi mimi kamwe sitaki kusikia.
Naam, Prof. Kabla ya katiba mpya kulikuwa na mrengo unaunga mkono katiba mpya na kuna mrengo ambao ulikuwa unapinga katiba mpya. Sasa hivi waliokuwa huku wamegeuka huku na waliokuwa huku wamegeuka huku.
Sasa niambie,
ni ubinafsi ama ni maslahi ya Wakenya kwa ujumla? Kwa sababu kila kiongozi ukizungumza naye anakuambia sisi tunataka kupigania maslahi ya Wakenya. Lakini jambo la kushangaza kwamba yule aliyekuwa mweupe leo amejipaka rangi ama mkorogo amekuwa mweusi. Aliyekuwa mweusi amejipaka mkorogo amekuwa mweupe. Aliyekuwa mweupe naye kuna baadhi ambao wanataka kuwa weusi, wamefanya mazingaombo wamekuwa weusi. Kwa hiyo hapa Wakenya wanashindwa kuelewa ni maslahi yao au ni matumbo ya watu binafsi.
Kawaida ya kila mwanasiasa, na Wakenya wanaongozwa na wanasiasa ambao nafikiri wana ubinafsi wa hali ya juu zaidi. Maana kila mtu ana ubinafsi. Kwa hiyo masuala haya yote tunayoona ni masuala ambayo yanaonyesha ni upande gani ama mwanasiasa anapigania nini. Haya yote kama ambavyo dada Joy amesema na mchungaji hapo, masuala haya yote yanatokana na mirengo, hata yaliyokuwepo Kiharu jana, yanatokana na mirengo na ubabe wa kisiasa. Masuala haya ya kubadilisha katiba yamekuwepo tangu hapo. Tumepitia michakato mingi, miaka mingi kufikia kiwango cha kuwa na katiba mpya mwaka 2010. Hata wakati huo ilisemekana kwamba kulikuwa na masuala kadhaa ambayo kwa hakika asilimia nafikiri ilikuwa ikisemekana 10 ambayo masuala fulani ambayo kidogo hatukukubaliana kwamba yakuwepo. Lakini ikasemekana kwamba masuala hayo yatafanya nini? Yanaweza kurekebishwa,
itapigwa msasa
baadaye. Baada ya kutekeleza katiba sasa, kumetokea na masuala mengi. Nafikiri dada Joy amesahau kwamba kuna nyingine ambayo inaitwa ugatuzi initiative. Magavana pia
kila mtu ni kujitengenezea.
Ndio nasema sasa kila mtu anajivutia. Magavana pia wanataka hela nyingi zaidi ziweze kupelekwa mashinani kule kwenye county zetu.
Na sakata
lakini nazo sakata zinaendelea zikiongezeka. Sasa ukiangalia vizuri ilivyo ni kila mtu, kila mwamba ngoma anavutia kwake. Lakini la mno ni kwamba ni nani atampigania Mkenya wa kawaida kuhusiana hasa na masuala ya kikatiba. Kwa sababu katiba ni jinsi watu wakubaliana kwamba sisi tutaongozwa kwa namna hii. Makubaliano kati ya wale ambao wanaongoza na wale ambao wanaongozwa kwamba tutafuata utaratibu huu na huu na huu. Ukiangalia masuala ambayo punguza mizigo inazingatia, baadhi yake kwa hakika ni mambo muhimu sana ambayo yametajwa masuala ya, lakini jinsi ya kufikia hatua hiyo nafikiri ndipo hatukubaliana. Kuna masuala mengine ambayo yanasemekana kwamba hata yale ambayo ni mapendekezo katika mswada huo hayaonyeshi jinsi ambavyo hatua hizo zitafikiwa. Mapendekezo tu, lakini hatua hizi zitafikiwa vipi? Kwa hiyo kuna haja nafikiri ya kuwa na usemi mmoja kwamba viongozi pamoja na kwamba wanapigania haja yao, pamoja na kwamba wanapigania binafsi yao, lazima wafikirie hatma ya nchi hii itakuwa ipi. Na nchi ni watu wote, tukubaliane. Mrengo kwa sasa hivi, kwa mfano masuala ya Kieleweke na Tangatanga, hata kama Tangatanga itashinda, hata kama Kieleweke ikishinda, bado mrengo huo mwingine utakuwepo. Lakini nchi ni moja. Nchi haiwezi kugawika kwa miaka hii yote na iweze kupiga hatua za kimaendeleo. Ndio sababu hata tukisema kwamba tunataka 50% ya bajeti iingie kwenye kaunti zetu, bado tutakuwa na matatizo ya kuhakikisha kwamba hela hizi zinapoingia kule mashinani, je, zinamtumikia mwananchi wa kawaida na kubadilisha hali yake ya utaka ambayo imekuwepo kwa muda mrefu. Ndio tatizo.
Na hivyo ukiangalia muda ambao tuliosalia nao kabla ya uchaguzi, manake kila mtu anajaribu kufanya mabadiliko ya kabla ya uchaguzi. Tumefanya census juzi. Kuna hii maneno ya huduma. Tunabadilisha passport, kila mtu anaambiwa abadilisha passport manake ile ya zamani itatumika tena. Hizo zote ni hela ambazo zinatumiwa, kama mabilioni ambayo yanatumiwa. Tuseme basi tuipunguza wafike mahali wamefika kwa referendum. Hizo ni hela zitatumiwa. Ikubalike ikataliwe, tutajua mbele. BBI pia nayo waje nayo na yao ihitajike pia tena referendum. Hiyo tena ni hela zingine ambazo zinatumiwa. Magavana wafike pia nayo. Nani analipa? Nani anagharimia hizi adventures zote ambazo wanasiasa wanataka kutupeleka? Ni nani ambaye anashutishwa kulipa kwa hizo? Ndio kwangu mimi kama Mkenya nasikia uchungu sana nikisikia kila mtu akisema punguza au sijui BBI sijui nini. Kwangu mimi ni kero kwa sababu
wafanyikazi kienyecho wanagoma kwa sababu ya hizo pesa ambazo hawajapewa.
Manake
zinatumika katika
na ukichunguza katiba yetu ina miaka 9 tu. Miaka 9. Mimi nilikuwa katika mrengo wa nilikuwa na kanisa, tulikuwa tunapelekana na hizi red card na kanisa. Kwa hivyo kama ukitaka kujua asilimia hiyo ni ipi mbaya, nizungumzie mimi, nitakueleza kwa kinagobara, nitakutolea page moja mpaka page ya mwisho. Shida iko hapa na hapa na hapa. Na ukiniuliza hizi zote hakuna ile ambayo imeshika kabisa. Ni wapi wa Kenya haswa walikuwa na shida na katiba? Kwangu mimi tungeulizwa kama wa Kenya, masuala ya referendum kwa sasa ibaki ni kama mjadala. Lakini tusiambiwe ina lazima tutafanya referendum. Maanake mimi ningekuwa rais leo, jukumu langu ningekuwa nataka niache legacy yangu iko sawa sawa. Kila kitu nimefanya sawa sawa. Utakuwa na legacy ya kwamba ulikuwa na referendum 3 kabla utoke Saa hii marehemu Bob Mugabe ameaga dunia. Kuna wale tunamsifu kwamba alikuwa ni kiongozi shupavu nini, lakini kuna wale wanasema huyu manake wanamwona kwa siku zake za mwisho. Kama rais vile unamaliza hatamu yako ni jambo la muhimu sana. Na mimi ningemshawishi rais. Tulisema kwamba handshake ni ya uwiano. Turegelee pale hizo 9 points. Mimi kwangu mimi hapo ndo mali tungeshindilia tu. Hizi zingine ukikubali wanasiasa watupeleke vile wanatupeleka, watatuangamiza. Lakini unaonaje labda rais akitaka kuleta uwiano na labda watu wengine kama ilivyodhihirika sasa hivi ni baadhi ya watu wanapinga juhudi za huku na hawa wanapinga juhudi za huku. Kwa ufupi hakuna kinachokwenda.
huyu anavuta huku kama ile tug of war. Kwa hiyo hakuna kinachokwenda.
Lakini mwenye kuvuta tukiongea sasa kinagobaga ni wameshawishika na Raila Odinga na walioshawishika na William Ruto. Hao wawili wako level moja kwa maana wanapigania wana hatamu za pengine 2022 wanaona kuna mahali wanaenda. Lakini rais tayari tunaye. Kuna mtu tayari amekalia hicho kiti kwa sasa. Sasa yeye ana ushawishi na wote wawili. Akiamua kusema watu tulifanya handshake kwa sababu 1 2 3 turudi pale. Hata watu wakipiga kelele wakiteta. Hivyo ndo mrengo utachukua. Lakini saa nyingine naona ni kama kwa kutulia kwake.
Lakini uone kwamba tayari ameshaweka wazi njia ya kufuatwa lakini bado watu wanapinga.
Yeye amesema kinagaubaga kwamba mimi nilikuwa nataka in fact kuna mtoto alimuuliza kwa I think ilikuwa Equity Foundation what do you want Kenya to remember you for, na akasema mimi nataka Kenya wanikumbuke kwamba mimi ndo nileta uwiano nikaleta amani. That is what he wants his legacy to be, na hivi tunavyokwenda hiyo legacy hata ipata. Na ndo nataka
sababu zipo nyingi kwa
hiyo maana uko na ushawishi na wao wote wawili. Hata kama ni kuwaita kwako nyumbani, funga mlango, weke chai kwa meza, sema wangwana tunatoka hapa kama tumefanya handshake ya kihivi.
yote tunayozungumzia anasema yaturudisha pale pale kwenye swala la siasa za mwaka 2022. Exactly. Sasa tunagusia hili swala la Mao. Manake
ngoma
hili pia ni ngoma ambayo inachezwa, na ngoma inayochezwa ni ya hawa inavyodhihirika. Hawa walioko juu, lakini ngoma ambayo inapigwa na kuchezwa na watu wengine. Hebu tusikie kauli kidogo kuhusiana na swala la Mao kutoka kwa baadhi ya viongozi, alafu tutayazungumzia haya.
That is not President Uhuru Kenyatta's position. That is not the government of Kenya position. That was a personal position of Keriako Tobiko and the RC Natembea. The cabinet has not made a decision on eviction of anybody, neither does the government of Kenya believe under the Jubilee administration that citizens should be evicted.
Naam. Ni kauli ya Senator Murkomen ambaye alikuwa anazungumzia kuhusiana na swala hilo la Mao. Anasema ni rais peke yake ambaye anafaa kuagiza watu watolewe katika msitu wa Mao. Hapo awali naibu rais pia alizungumzia, akasema yeye ndio aliagiza. Kuna picha na video ambayo alisema kwamba yeye ni mmoja kati ambao wanasema misitu lazima ilindwe, kwa watu lazima watoke. Huu mrengo huu ambao unamuunga mkono naibu rais unasema hapana bwana, watu wafai kutolewa, watu wanafaa kukaa pale. Ni baadhi ya watu wanataka kutumia swala hili kisiasa, siasa za msitu wa Mao. Profesa, kauli yako.
Wajua Harry, wakati siasa nyingine za hapa Kenya uudhi tu. Na wakati nilisikia unaanza kutaja jina langu nilikuwa nasikia hata nisiseme.
Unataka kusema timu?
Baraka.
Sema pass.
Baadhi ya mambo haya, kwa mfano masuala ya msitu wa Mao, yamekuepo kwa muda tu. Rais mstaafu Moi ametoa matamshi makali sana kuhusiana na hili. Rais mstaafu Kibaki pia amekuepo. Ameunda mpaka jopo, mpaka kamati ambayo ilichunguza kuhusiana na masuala ya mashamba nchini Kenya ikiwemo Mao. Na wakapendekeza kwamba baadhi ya watu ambao wapo pale kinyume cha sheria waondolewe. Lakini tuliona baada ya Ndungu report kutolewa, wanasiasa waliingilia na mambo haya hayakufanyika. Badala yake tangu wakati huo watu wengi zaidi wameingia kwenye msitu badala ya kutolewa. Wale waliokuepo walikuwa wachache, sasa ndio wameingia wengi zaidi. Kwa hivyo nafikiri hapa ni tatizo ambalo tunalo, ni kwamba mimi ninavyoona ni kwamba wakati mwingine wanasiasa wenyewe wanaunda matatizo hayo ili kujinufaisha wenyewe kupitia kwa matatizo hayo. Kwa sababu kwa nini tatizo hili la Mao halijashughulikiwa kwa muda wa miaka hii yote? Kwa sababu wanasiasa pia vigogo ndio ambao wamepewa baadhi ya sehemu za ardhi katika Mao. Kwanza. Pili, baadhi yao wanajua na wanafahamu fika, na unawajua, sitaki kuwataja kwa majina. Ndio ambao wako kipaumbele katika kupigania wale watu wasiondoke. Hata wakati ambapo tunajua kwamba kuondoka kwao na uhifadhi wa msitu ni muhimu, sio kwa sehemu hiyo, lakini kwa Wakenya wote na nje ya Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, mpaka kule Misri wanategemea mito hiyo ambayo
kama sasa hivi mto Mara unakauka na ni moja kati ya vivutio
vya utalii kwa sababu ya wild beast migration. Kwa hiyo tunajua suala hilo, lakini wanasiasa wameteka, kama ambavyo tulivyoanza kwa kusema kwamba wanasiasa sasa wameanza kuteka nyara makanisa. Wanasiasa pia wameteka nyara sera za uongozi nchini Kenya. Ndio sababu nasema kwamba matatizo haya nafikiri wanayafurahia yakiwepo, kwa sababu wale baadhi ya wanasiasa wanaona kwamba hawa ni wapiga kura wetu. Wakiwa sehemu hii wanatusaidia kuchangia mfuko wetu wa kura. Kwa hivyo wakiondoka, kwanza tutakuwa tumepunguza kura zetu. Pili, wakiondoka tutakuwa tumeshindwa kisiasa.
Kwa hiyo hawapiganii maslahi ya Mkenya.
Nimekuwa nikisema tangu tulipokuja leo kwamba mwanasiasa wa Kenya kama alivyo sasa anapigania maslahi yake 99.9.
Unanikumbusha Marekani, kwa sababu kati ya fujo, zogo, vita vingi duniani anahusika, lakini anafaidika kutokana na yale matatizo, kwa sababu ndio anayeuza silaha katika nchi zinazopigana na ndio mashirika mengi atauza dawa na mambo kama haya.
Alafu atalete mashirika mengine ya kupigania haki za kibinadamu ili kupiga kelele kuhusiana na matatizo ya ukosefu wa usalama na masuala kama hayo, ilhali yeye mwenyewe ndiye ambaye amechangia katika kukuwepo kwa tatizo hili. Utaona wale Human Rights Watch na nini, lakini tatizo hili limetoka wapi? Limetokana na wale. Kwa hiyo wanasiasa hawa baadhi yao wamehusika katika kuhakikisha kwamba matatizo haya yapo, na kuja sasa kuonekana au kujitia mnazo na kuonekana kwamba wao ndio ambao suluhu kwa tatizo hili. Na ilhali tunajua kwamba wanachangia kukua zaidi kwa matatizo kama
hata wengine bado ni wahusika wa kile kinaendelea, lakini wanajifanya kuwa ndio suluhisho.
Lakini kasisi, hawa viongozi mkikaa nao wakija katika makanisa yenu, mnawaambia ukweli wa mambo kwamba kulingana na sheria za Mungu hivi ndivyo inavyotakana, ama labda mnaogopa
mkizungumza? Hawawezi.
Unajua hatuwezi kuogopa. Unajua hawa wanasiasa, kwanza hata ukiangalia siku ya Jumapili hawaendi ibada moja. Ataenda makanisa 4.
Kweli.
Hata zaidi kaunti 3. Ameenda hii kaunti kanisa, kaenda hii nyingine, haendi moja. Sasa hao kuji kanisani kusikia injili.
Mbona msiwafungie milango nje? Kwa sababu tayari mshajua nia zao.
Shida ya kanisa ni moja, hata mwizi. Mwizi ajulikana ni mwizi. Anafaa kae kanisani bado. Anafaa kae.
Anaweza kuguswa
Ulizwa atakuja, itakuwa tu alata zibe vitu ya watu. Lakini sasa hatuwezi kugusa. Sasa ndio ubaya wa kanisa. Watu wote uwe nani wala nani, akiingia kaisikia injili. Sasa makosa yao, nimeenda kwa function kadhaa, unaona akiingia tu kwanza aongee mapema. Basi ametoka. Na atoka mpaka na washirika. Wengine wanamfuata kule nje. Wakitaka apewe kitu.
Hii shilingi wanasema shilingi
yote tunazungumzia pesa. Hii haswa shilingi ya Kenya.
Sio mizigo, sijui ni pesa tu.
Ni pesa. Haya basi, tunapokea maoni kutoka kwa wenzetu. Kutoka huyu anaitwa anasema kanisa ndio kulaumiwa. Unajua ndini ndio mwenye boma. Nafikiri anazungumzia swala la ghasia kanisani, anafaa kutambuliwa. Huyu ni Ngetich Korir kutoka Kabarak. Asante sana. Nyoro anasema angeacha, asingeenda kwa sababu angefika pale asingeenda, kusingekuwa na fujo. Kanisa Katoliki lina kumbi, wanasema huyu. Kanisa Katoliki lina kumbi zake maalum. Ni Eric yule wa Bungoma, tulizungumza naye kwa simu. Anasema sijui kwa nini waliachiwa wazungumze mbele ya kanisa badala ya kupewa fursa katika kumbi za makanisa. Hawa watu watangatanga waambie waache kutangatanga, na hawa wakieleweke wajaribu waweke bidii, wataeleweka. Huyu anasema hiyo ni lazima watangetange waende sijui wapi, na huyu mwingine anasema lazima wakitaka kueleweka. Haya, NTV anasema kuna mabadiliko yanapatikana ndani ya Biblia yanayosema mtakapoona chipukizi la uharibifu limesimama mahali patakatifu, jueni mwisho wa dunia umekaribia. Huyu ni Moses kutoka kaunti ya Kiambu. Asante Moses. Viongozi wa makanisa wamekuwa na ulafi na tamaa za kidunia mpaka wamemsahau Mungu na kondoo ambao wanastahili kuwachunga. Huyu Bishop anasema Bishop Muge lazima anasikitika kaburini mwake. Huyu ni Shera Kodawa kutoka maeneo ya Taveta. Asante sana. Maina Kamanda na kieleweke wasingeenda pale kulingana na yeye. Anasema najua kwamba kitaeleweka mwaka 2022, ndio hizo siasa za mwaka 2022. Kwa nini viongozi wa kidini wasilaumiwe? Anasema kwamba nyinyi sisi Simon na wenzako anasema mnafaa kulaumiwa. Anasema kwani wao ndio, nyinyi ndio mnawalika watu na viongozi wa kisiasa. Hata hivyo wanasiasa wanafaa kuheshimu kanisa na uongozi wake. Yaliyojiri ni ya kusikitisha na ya kufedhehesha. Daniel Mulinge anasema anatizama kutoka Makueni maeneo ya Mbooni. Anasema viongozi wa makanisa wanafaa kulaumiwa kuhusiana na mambo mengi ambayo yanajiri pale, hususan kuhusiana na wanasiasa. Hao waamini pia uchangia kama tulivyosema, na kama prof alivyozungumza, wakimaliza ibada wanaanza kuongea juu ya siasa, wazungumzi kuhusiana na ujumbe wa siku ambao umetolewa na kiongozi wa kanisa. Ni mengi ambayo hatuwezi kuyamaliza kwa sasa, ila kila mtu kwanza amekirihishwa na lilotokea pale. Lakini wengine baada ya kukirihishwa wanarudi pale pale katika mirengo yao ya kisiasa, wanajivutia. Lakini kufikia hapo naona muda haunasi, hapo mengi ya kuzungumza. Kwa hiyo kauli ya mwisho, Profesa Hezron Mugambi, nipe akiba yako ya maneno kwa siku ya leo.
Mimi nimekuwa nikisema hivi, Wakenya wataongozwa na wale viongozi ambao wanastahili iwapo watawachagua viongozi hao. Lakini wakifanya makosa katika kuchagua viongozi hao wakati wanapewa nafasi ya kufanya hivyo, wasimlalamikia yote.
Asante. Joy, nipatie akiba yako ya maneno siku ya leo.
Kwangu mimi ningelipenda katika kama muumini watu wachukue usukani katika madhehebu yao, katika madhabahu yao. Kwa sababu kama muumini kwangu mimi hilo lilikuwa kero. Lakini wanasiasa pia wawe na maturity ya kujua mahali fulani pafujo na mahali fulani hapastahili fujo.
Asante. Si Simon,
nimeshukuru sana. Na kumalizia nikisema kwamba wachungaji walinde madhabahu.
Asante sana.
Wanasiasa waheshimu.
Asante sana. Kwa hivyo kauli imefika, ujumbe umefika. Shukrani za dhati kwa wote waliofanikisha kipindi hiki, ikiwemo wewe hapo unapotazama NTV sasa. Jina langu ni Harith Salim. Uwe na utazamaji mwema.
How well does the business world know about your business? You take care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and stand to benefit from an industry benchmarking report, opportunities to network with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
Think critically and approach questions, challenges, and setbacks with a positive and proactive attitude. You'll gain a reputation as someone who wants to make an impact and get things done.
At Amboseli Institute of Hospitality and Technology, we take your future seriously. We produce highly skilled graduates in hospitality, tourism, fashion, and design. Think quality, think future, think Amboseli Institute. Enroll today.
Ati mtoto analia, mpatie simu. Ongea zaidi au ongeza bundles ili uweze kufikisha target yako haraka haraka. Alo, Johnny.
Nawe kila wakati.
The Three Sides of Anna.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The three sides of Anna, identical and different.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development for advancement of the society. The university is located in the vast resource-rich county of Turkana. We offer unique competency-based training in schools of sciences, business and economics, education, and TVET training. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes for postgraduate degree and diploma certificate in the following programs: environmental sciences, business administration, environmental health, human evolution biology, renewable energy and technology, education, development studies and social work, information technology, public administration and management, agriculture, early childhood development, ECDE, water technology, marine sciences, petroleum studies, among other courses. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Rough and tough quality textured coating gives your walls a tough and beautiful finish. Available in over 6,000 shades, it hides surface imperfections. Call us on 0709 887 000 to place your order. Crown. If you like it, crown it.
Wake up in the morning, time to get it.
How do you re-energize?
You're gonna make it. Just take a sip.
How about a Yola?
Energy for this. Take a sip.
Available in 4 flavors, Yola is a cereal milk drink packed with vitamins and minerals that is suitable for all ages and guaranteed to give you a burst of energy in every sip.
Yola.
Yola, power up your day.
You wake up early to go seek higher learning. That's good. But understand that your value in the job market is determined by your skill set. And your skill set is dependent on the training you receive. At Amboseli Institute of Hospitality and Technology, we take your future seriously. We produce highly skilled graduates in hospitality, tourism, fashion, and design. Think quality. Think future. Think Amboseli Institute. Enroll today.
The three sides of Anna.
My life has changed in an instant. An instant, and for everyone, I stopped existing. But I'm thankful for that. I'm going to have it all.
The three sides of Anna, identical and different.
Do you like a challenge? Are you an innovator? The EcoSafi Innovation Awards is calling for innovations that provide sanitation solutions for domestic and industrial waste. These solutions should be centered around storage and on-site treatment, conveyance or transport of waste, off-site treatment, and safe end use or disposal. To participate in the EcoSafi Innovation Awards, register through our online submission platform on the Ministry of Water and Sanitation website. EcoSafi, sanitation for all.
This is NTV.
Good afternoon, I'm Olive Burrows and thank you for joining me on NTV at 1. We start at the Kenyatta National Hospital where employees have downed their tools over what they term as a failure to implement the recommendations of the State Corporation Advisory Committee. This was after KNH was upgraded to parastatal category 7A from 3C. They have accused the top management of effecting their remuneration and salaries, but not for the lower cadre. Our reporter Eunice Omolo is at the KNH, where the employees held a demonstration this morning. Eunice, who exactly is involved in the go-slow, and are patients being attended to?
Thank you very much, Olive Burrows. All employees at Kenyatta National Hospital are affected by this strike. But then again, those employees who are under unions like the doctors and the nurses are not on the strike. However, any changes or any agreement that will come out of this strike will affect them. And if I'll take you back, this strike is due to what the employees are terming as a lack of implementation of the State Cooperation Advisory Committee in 2012, which reviewed the status of Kenyatta National Hospital upwards from a state parastatal category of 3C to parastatal category of 7A, basically meaning that Kenyatta ought to have improved its infrastructure as well as upgraded upwards the salaries and remuneration of the employees. I can just mention a few departments that have been affected. We have the lab techs who are on strike, orthopedics, some nurses who are not in the union, the Kenya National Union of Nurses. We have kitchen staff. In fact, most of them are complaining today they did not have the 10 o'clock tea. We have the administration and human resource. We have the physiotherapist, occupational therapist departments. We have the social workers on strike. The support staff is also on strike. The mortuary has also been affected because the morticians are also on strike. The technical staff as well, engineers, security. Yeah, basically everyone that works at Kenyatta National Hospital is pushing for the implementation by the hospital after the reviewing of the hospital by the State Cooperation Advisory Committee. So as much as not all activities have been affected at Kenyatta National Hospital, nurses and doctors are still working, and the subordinate staff and other departments are still assisting the critical departments like the ICU, the accident and emergency department as well. Yeah, and as we're speaking, Olive, the union leaders are in a meeting with the board of management, so we are yet to know what they're going to come out with from the meeting. But behind me and around me, all workers are around, they're waiting just to hear on what has been agreed upon by the meeting that is still undergoing.
All right, Eunice, a question for you. Have you spoken to any patients, and what have they told you about the quality of care that they're receiving today?
Most patients that we've spoken to have received their service, the services of the care they have, but inside the hospital, there are some that had to go back home because they could not get the services that perhaps they wanted, like in the orthopedic department. Some had to go home because there's nobody to attend to them. But those who are in need to see a doctor or a nurse, they have still received the much needed service that they require.
All right, thank you, Eunice. In the interests of citizens, we hope that matter will be resolved swiftly. Now, Kenyatta National Hospital isn't the only one facing total paralysis. The Kitui County Hospital has suffered total paralysis after the public service workers downed their tools, protesting unpaid dues for the last 2 months. Now, 2 weeks ago, the aggrieved workers called off their strike after the Kitui governor, Charity Ngilu, pledged to pay their dues for the month of July and August by September the 6th. The workers marched to the governor's office accusing her of failing to honor her end of the return to work deal and vowed to stay put until their dues are fully paid. The employees, including nurses and clinical officers, have since locked up their workstations to protest the continued delays.
Sisi kama officials tulitembelea gavana Njusi, akatuelezea kwamba imeshindikana na hana lingine la kufanya kwa sababu seneti ama MPs hawakupitisha pesa ya counties. Tunajua ya kwamba zile counties zingine zimelipwa. Na zimelipwa na ile pesa wako nayo kwa account. Sisi tunajua iko sabotage.
Tuwezi kuendelea na kazi bila pesa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Kweli. CS amesema na tunakubaliana nasema, lakini ningewauliza swali moja kwa vile yangu ni machache sana. Mtarudi kazi ama tutakaa mpaka mshahara ya miezi 2 ingie kwa account?
Legislators allied to Deputy President William Ruto are furious with the Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i and his Principal Secretary Karanja Kibicho over the attempted arrest of the Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro last night. According to the legislators, the two are using their powers to intimidate those supporting the Deputy President. They claim that the planned arrest of Nyoro is part of a script to cow them into submission. NTV has also learned that Nyoro, through his lawyers, is seeking anticipatory bail to block his arrest. Now, joining us shortly will be Martin Maura, but let's listen in.
For the better part of Sunday night, Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro was holed up at the Royal Media Services where he was a television guest. Police sought him for an incident that led to an altercation in his Kiharu backyard. The MP, flanked with others supporting him, stayed put within the premises, vowing not to move until the police were called off. Trouble started Sunday mid-morning in Getoe Catholic Church when Nyoro walked into a fundraising ceremony being carried out by members of the Kieleweki team. He insisted on being the MC for the event as it was his constituency. The subsequent events that almost had him arrested have been condemned by MPs allied to Deputy President William Ruto, who are reading mischief. It is understood that police were called off at around midnight and the MP was sneaked out. His phone has since been switched off.
Waziri Matiang'i na Kibicho wanajaribu Ndindi ashikwe ili kufurahisha kamanda, grandfather ya Ndindi.
We never elected Kibicho. We elected Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. Yes. And we will not be loaded over by Kibicho by persecuting us as politicians. Yes. We will not allow it.
Mimi nataka kumwambia IG Bwana Mutiambae akiwa popote alipo wakati huu ajiulize kwa kichwa yake kama anataka kusimamia polisi ama kusimamia siasa. Kwa sababu sasa kama anataka kuarrest wanasiasa kwa kwenda kanisa, lazima ikuwe ni wanasiasa wote.
According to the politicians allied to DP Ruto, they are facing political persecution for their decision to support Ruto's 2022 presidential bid.
Hii sio Kenya ile tulichakua Uhuru Kenyatta asimamie. Hii ni Kenya ingine sijui inaongozwa na mamluki kina aina gani.
It is obvious that these people have a political agenda which follows the statement of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga that Tanga members of parliament will be crushed. That, for me, then speaks politics. Is it because we are also maybe questioning the legality of the BBI? Is it because whenever the Deputy President wants to visit the people who put this government, Jubilee government, in place, then they are seeing a lot of people coming out to receive His Excellency the Deputy President warmly?
The battle for Mount Kenya and its votes ahead of 2022 has intensified, with Kieleweke and Tanga groupings within the Jubilee Party pushing specific agenda. Kieleweke is pushing for the newfound relationship between President Uhuru Kenyatta and opposition leader Raila Odinga, while Tanga is solely behind DP Ruto, calling on communities in Mount Kenya to pay back Ruto for having supported President Kenyatta.
There is no way people will sell the opposition leader in Mount Kenya region, where we come from, through intimidation, through arrest, through killing, purported thinking that they will kill. You know, you may kill the body, but will you kill the spirit of the entire 800 people, voters in Murang'a County?
Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro has done nothing wrong. All he has done is to champion a certain political position.
Reports indicate that lawyers representing Nyoro are seeking anticipatory bail to forestall any attempt to take him into custody. Kennedy Muredi, NTV.
Shortly, we'll be hearing from the Kiharu Member of Parliament, Ndindi Nyoro. Now, but before then, we go to the courts where 23 people... All right, I hear he is ready for us. Martin Maura in Murang'a County with the Kiharu Member of Parliament. Martin, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Olive. Yes,
As you have rightly said, here we're in Kiharu constituency, and to be specific, we are at Kiangage Primary School with the area MP, who is Ndende Nyoro. As you are aware, yesterday there was a scuffle between the area MP and nominated MP, that is Mr. Maina Kamanda, yesterday at Gitui Catholic Church, and there was a standoff between Mr. Ndende and the police, who went looking for him at a certain media house. But we can see he's here. He has not been arrested. I just want to talk to him to tell me maybe how the night was. Where did he spend his night? And maybe why do you think he's being looked for by the police? Welcome to NTV, Bwana Ndende. Kindly tell us maybe how are the police looking for you? Do you think this is misuse of police?
Thank you very much for that question. As you can see, we are busy at work, just like I was yesterday. I was in Kiharu doing my work. I had, of course, and nilikuwa nimeitwa hiyo harambee at Gitui Catholic Church, and it happened, of course, other members of parliament came. And as the protocol is across the divides, it was my role to invite the MPs. Lakini wakati hiyo ilifika, ikakuwa wale jama waliletwa na Maina Kamanda na wengine, wakataka kunifurusha. Lakini nashukuru sana watu wa Kiharu, kwa sababu waliona sio vizuri mjumbe wao ahaibishwe wakiwa hapo. But ile swali umeuliza ya kama natafutwa na polisi. Yesterday I went for a TV show, a regular TV show that I always attend. And by the time we were done, nikaambiwa kuna polisi wengi wamepanga line na Land Rover wananigoja. Kwanza nikashindwa, mtu mdogo kama mimi ni mtu wa Land Rover 10 zinapanga line. Na of course nikajua pengine ni hiyo maneno ya asubuhi or maneno mengine nilikuwa nimeambiwa na Maina Kamanda. Because he has always told me, because we are friends, he has always told me, you my son, usipotoka hiyo Togatanga, tutakumaliza. Na hata akikuja hii harambee, he called me. I mean, the police can listen to our phone calls. He told me, we are coming to Kiharu on the 8th of September, na tunakuja kukumaliza kisiasa. Nikamwambia hakuna haja hiyo mzee, mimi siwezi pigana na wewe, mkuje tuchange pesa na maisha iendelee.
Yesterday, where did you sleep, and maybe how did you manage to evade the police arrest, even after spending all those hours at the said TV house?
First of all, even before we come to where I slept, I want to thank the people of Kiharu sana, because wakati hiyo maneno ilionyeshwa that the police were looking for me, these parents of Kiharu, kama hapa tumekuja kuleta hii pesa unaona hapa, they were on their way coming to Nairobi. Because walifikiria pengine kuna kitu hawajui. Na nawashukuru sana because of their solidarity. Kwa ile kazi tunafanya hapa mashinani, wameona mimi nafanya ile kazi walinichagua nifanye. Na where I slept the night, Mwaura, of course I cannot disclose on TV, lakini nashukuru hawa watu wote wa Kiharu. I slept here in one of the homes in Kiharu, housed by one of my constituents, na nashukuru sana because of their hospitality and their solidarity at this time that we are seeing some people who have been given jobs and position in government misusing the same instruments. And I want to caution kwa heshima sana our CS Matiang'i and his PS Kebisho. I want to caution them, tafadhali kazi mumepewa na rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, you must never misuse those instruments by intimidating politicians na njia ya kisiasa. Kama mnataka siasa, tafadhali musiigize polisi wetu ambao wengi wao wanafanya kazi vizuri sana. Msiwaigize kwa hii siasa yetu. And I know for sure we have been receiving a lot of threats. Threats mingi na yote inakuja laini moja. Ati wewe Nyoro na wewe Yaris Wahome sana sana hapa Murang'a, nyinyi lazima tuwatigize, muache huyo mtu mnashika. Na mimi nataka kuwaeleza kwa unyenyekevu sana, I cannot commit political suicide as a member of parliament for Kiharu. I listen to these people. There is no way you will call me uniambie tuuze Raila Murang'a cha nguvu na mimi najua hanunuriki. Kwa hivyo shida sio mimi, wadili na raia. Mimi siwezi uza Raila cha nguvu at the barrel of the gun, na nafanya hivyo because I listen to my people. And I also listen to my people that they support the government of our President Uhuru Kenyatta 100% as we elected that government in 2017. Tunajua kiongozi wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, makamu wake ni William Ruto, na hakuna mtu atakuja to intimidate me as a member for Kiharu ati ni support Raila. And I want also to tell them, hawa watu wa Kiharu.
The Kiharu Member of Parliament then, Ndindi Nyoro, saying it would be political suicide to sell Raila Odinga in his constituency. 23 people accused of graft in the construction of the Lake Basin Development Authority Mall in Kisumu have pleaded not guilty before the Anti-Corruption Court. The accused, including Kisumu County Assembly Speaker Onyango Olo, were arraigned earlier today and are seeking release on bail. The Speaker faces a number of counts, including abuse of office and receiving bribes to influence the award of the tender that was inflated from an initial 2.4 billion shillings to 4.1 billion. Now, with a brief on what transpired in court is Brenda Wanga. Brenda, when or has the court ruled on their application for release on bail?
Well, Olive, no, the court hasn't made that decision yet. The magistrate judge is taking a break until 3:30 when they will be back in court to try and see whether the 23 suspects in court today will be released on bail or not. But this case has been going on for the last 4 hours. The accused were brought in at around 10 a.m. in handcuffs, and they were sat in the benches, which they are still sitting at right now for the case this morning. All of them pleaded not guilty to the charges that range from failure to comply with procurement laws, abuse of office, bribery charges, corruption charges, all of them saying that they are not guilty of the charges that they have been laid before them. But perhaps the person who has quite a number of counts against him is a former chair of the Lake Basin Development Authority, who is now the currently Speaker of the Kisumu Assembly, Mr. Olo. He has been accused of, amongst other things, abuse of his office when he was serving as a chair for allowing the contractors to inflate the cost of the construction of that mall. Initially, it had been set to cost about 2.4. By the time the construction was getting done, the bill had been inflated to about 4.1 billion shillings. He has also been accused of receiving 15 million shillings from Edelman Properties Limited, the company that was awarded that tender, that was irregularly awarded that tender, according to the prosecution. He, alongside the chair, the MD of that organization at that time, also being accused of receiving about 12 million shillings in forms of bribes to influence that decision to award the tender to that company, which the prosecution says did not qualify for that tender. So this is amongst the charges that have been brought against these people. We will be waiting until 3:30 p.m. today to know whether they will be granted bail or not. The prosecution says this will not oppose the application on bail, but says that the court should not allow the accused to leave with their passport, that the passports should be deposited in court to at least to make sure that they do not flee the country. They have also been asked to ensure that 5 of the accused who are still employees of the Lake Basin Development Authorities are suspended from work during the duration of this trial, and they found guilty that they should not set foot again in the office. Should they need to set foot in their offices during the duration of this trial, the prosecution says that they must be accompanied by ESCC officers. So we will be waiting for 3:30 to know the fate of the people who are currently still in court, waiting to know whether they will be going back home today or whether they will be staying for much longer in police custody. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Now, the church in Muranga wasn't the only one which experienced a scuffle. Several people were seriously injured after chaos erupted between two factions of the African Inland Church in Makutano, West Pokot County. The injured are receiving treatment at the Moi Referral and Teaching and Referral Hospital and the Kapenguria Referral Hospital.
Patients receiving treatment at the Kapenguria Referral Hospital are worshippers at the African Inland Church in Makutano, West Pokot County. It all started on Sunday morning when one group found the doors to the church locked while their opponents worshipped.
Muda si muda kuna vijana karibu 5 ambao walikuwa wanabeba vichuma. Hapo vita ikaanza wakaanza kupika watu. Kuna mzee mmoja alichapwa kabisa na vijana 5. So katika hali hiyo mimi nikaona mzee anachapwa, nikataka kwenda kuokoa. So katika hali ya kwenda kuokoa, kuna hochman mmoja ambaye ni mzito akainua kichuma karibu nikonge.
The confrontation between the two groups lasted for about 30 minutes, leaving many with serious injuries. Other patients are receiving treatment at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital.
Nikakaa kidogo hivi nikaona mtu mmoja imefumiswa mkuu na jamaa akakuja akaanguka hapo kwa barabara na kalala hapo, wenzake akakuja kubeba, sikujua ni nani.
The churchgoers claim that the problem started when one of the pastors was excommunicated. Those opposed to the decision and those for it have been engaging in a bitter dispute. West Pokot County Police Commander Jackson Tumwet said 4 people were seriously injured in the scuffle. Sharon Baranga, NTV.
Now, the Media Council of Kenya has raised alarm over alleged abuse of courts to gag the media. Through its CEO, David Omoyo, MCK cited NTV's expose Sins of Saviors, which was stopped from airing after the Child Welfare Society of Kenya sought a court order. Omoyo raised concerns that a similar story aired on a different TV station without any challenges. Omoyo was speaking during the launch of a report on associations and support groups in the media industry. So far, 27 associations have been vetted and approved. The registration process is still ongoing.
I know the matter is before court, but I do not think that the law in this country allows for that we can call that gagging of the media. You are getting a preemptive order against a journalistic work, because the law already allows for anybody who has been defamed or threatened or was lost to be compensated adequately, either financial, or you can even have the media house punished in any way. So in that case, then we do not think that you can start issuing preemptive orders before journalistic piece is done. That is, it can be misused to cause gagging, because then if it means that if a journalist is doing their work, when you call a source to get their side of the story and they're uncomfortable, they rush to court to get a preemptive order. That is a threat to press freedom, and we don't think that it should go on.
Charangani Member of Parliament Joshua Kutuni has slammed Deputy President William Ruto over the Mau Forest, accusing him of misappropriating funds meant to resettle families. Kutuni, who was speaking at the Makutano Catholic Church in his constituency, accused the Deputy President of using his position to advance his political ambitions instead of helping the people in the Rift Valley. Kutuni also asked the Deputy President to stop dishing out millions of shillings in harambes and instead direct the money to resettle the evicted families.
Pia nataka kuomba hawa wamwambie hawa huyo mtu wao awache maneno ya harambe ya kila Jumapili kwa miaka 2, kwa sababu nasikia kwa kila wiki anatumia 50 million, kwa mwezi anatumia milioni 200, kwa mwaka anatumia 2.4 billion. Nataka nimwambie komesha kufanya maharambe, sanya hiyo pesa, nunulia watu wa Mau shamba. BBI ndio itaangumisha huyo jamaa, punguza muziko ndio inaenda kumzamisha. Ndani ya punguza muziko inasema nini? Kama umewahi tajwa kwa tume yoyote, kama ni afisadi, kama ni ya unyakuzi wa ardhi, kama ni mambo ya post election violence, hauwezi simama kiti ya urais. Mimi sijawahi tajwa kwa unyakuzi wa ardhi.
A severe shortage of oncology nurses has been reported in Kenya, causing great concern among healthcare providers. This revelation comes at a time when statistics paint a grim picture of 37,000 new cases annually in the country and 7.9 million deaths globally every year. Oko Kusa with the full story.
Speaking on the sidelines of the 6th Annual Oncology Nurses Conference held at the Kisii University, health stakeholders noted that the past few years had witnessed an alarming prevalence of cancer in Kenya.
We are not where we should be in terms of specialized oncology nurses.
In an attempt to bridge the gap, Johnson & Johnson, in collaboration with Amref Health Africa, recently launched an oncology nursing training initiative aimed at boosting the numbers.
In the next 3 to 5 years, we're targeting to train over 500 nurses to realize the target and objective of Ministry of Health, to have like 500 nurses, oncology nurses, in the next 5 years. But the MTRH program is targeting 20 students as pilot to be fully sponsored, and we would have been happy if all these students were people who are already working in cancer units.
Currently, Kenya has 36 qualified oncology nurses, which, according to Grace Humwa, is merely a drop in the ocean.
Even among the 36, there are some of them we still don't know where they are. That's why we are trying so hard to ensure that people we train work in the right resource setting.
The Johnson & Johnson Foundation has committed 30 million shillings to fund the pilot program.
How many of you are willing to come? Tafadhali, it's a call.
Under the leadership of the National Cancer Control Program, the initiative is expected to support the standardization of the curriculum for oncology nursing to increase the number of institutions offering the training.
Our position is that we need a multi-pronged approach, have the formal programs, masters and bachelor's programs, but also accelerated programs, short courses.
In Kenya, cancer ranks third as a cause of death after infectious and cardiovascular diseases. Cancer causes 7% of the total national mortality every year. Huko Kusa, NTV.
The journey towards the establishment of a business park at the Osirian Development Company's expansive farm in Naivasha has kicked off following the signing of a $10 million investment by Dubai-based firm Maxim Agri. Nakuru Governor Lee Kinyanjui, who presided over the signing of the agreement between the two firms, welcomed the development, which he hopes will propel the flower industry to the regional and global markets. The governor committed to supporting investors by ensuring that county efficiently issues licenses, certificates and other statutory requirements to make it simpler for businesses. Osirian kicked off its diversification program in 2015 with a vision to develop an industrial park and eventually create 20,000 jobs in the agriculture value chain. Now, for a bit of international news, Pope Francis arrived in Mauritius early today on the final stop of a three-nation African tour. Thousands of Catholic faithful gathered in the capital, Port Louis, some before dawn, waiting for the Argentine pontiff to address them. The Pope will celebrate a Mass at the Mary Queen of Peace Monument, the same hillside location where John Paul II celebrated the Eucharist during the last papal visit in Mauritius, and that was in 1989. Mauritius comprises 4 volcanic islands and lies roughly 1,800 kilometers off the eastern coast of Africa. The population of 1.3 million is predominantly Hindu, but it has a sizable Christian and Muslim minority population. About 30% of Mauritius is Christian, with most of them being Catholic. I'll hand you over now to Ida Waringa for the sports news.
Thanks a lot for that, Olive. A very good afternoon to you. We are starting things off with some hockey, and Butali Warriors extended their unbeaten record in the National Hockey League, edging Kenya Police 1-0 and in the process completing a double over their rivals, while Butali are top with 24 points. In other games, Strathmore University registered their third win of the season with a 2-1 victory over Wazalendo. Goals from Job Ogesa in the 30th minute and Davis Apari 6 minutes later were all the Gladiators needed to beat their rivals, who pulled a consolation in the 50th minute through Eric Ochieng. Following the victory, Strathmore now have 10 points. To some international football now, where Italy edged closer to qualifying for a Euro 2020 as a penalty from Jorginho secured victory against Group J rivals Finland. Ciro Immobile scored the opener for the Azzurri, his first international goal in 2 years. In form, Norwich striker Teemu Pukki then brought Finland level by scoring from the sport. That was his 7th goal in 6 games in all competitions this season. However, Chelsea midfielder Jorginho converted the winner after Nicolo Barella's shot struck Sauli Väisänen's hand. Italy now need 4 points from their remaining 4 games to guarantee a spot at Euro 2020, with games against Greece and Liechtenstein to come in October.
Every day, NTV News Team moves you to the center of the action.